see now. Yes, man, I used to. Private Charlie little. Anybody should ask you people who made up this song, tell them you should have let better, you done been here and gone. Call it cry for me.
Way out in Reno, Nevada, where the romances bloom and fade, there was a Philadelphia lawyer making love to a Hollywood maid. Come love and we'll go rambling down where the lights are so bright. I'll win you a divorce from your husband, and we can get married tonight. While Bill was a gun-toting cowhand, 10 notches was carved on his gun, and all of the boys around Reno left Bill's Hollywood sweetheart alone. One night when Bill was returning from riding the range in the cold, he's thinking of his Hollywood sweetheart. Her love was as lasting as gold. As he drew near to her window, two shadows he saw on her shade was the great Philadelphia lawyer making love to Bill's Hollywood maid. The night was as still as the desert, the moon hanging high overhead. Bill listened a while through the window, he could hear every word that they said. Your hands are so pretty and lovely, and your form is so rare and divine. Come go back with me to Philadelphia, we'll leave this wild cowboy behind. Now tonight, back in old Pennsylvania, amongst her beautiful pines, there's one less Philadelphia lawyer in old Philadelphia tonight. Go to sleep, you weary hobo. Let the town drift slowly by. Listen to the steel rails humming. That's a hobo's lullaby. Oh, 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 do not think about tomorrow. Let tomorrow come and go. Tonight you've got a nice warm boxcar, safe from all this wind and snow.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. Today we have breaking through power, breaking through Congress. And welcome again to the 50th anniversary year celebration of Unsafe and Easy Speed. And I want to welcome the people around the country who are watching this live. They should get their pens out because we have a lot of references for them to put down so they can become more powerful citizens back home. And of course, it's being live streamed by the Real News Network out of Baltimore, Maryland, founded by Paul Jay. In 1896, there was a senator from Pennsylvania. His name was Boyce Penrose. He had a huge appetite for food. It was legendary how much he could ingest, and it showed. But he gave us an immortal comment that is relevant today. Speaking before a business audience in Pennsylvania, here's what he said. Quote, "I believe in the division of labor. You send us to Congress, we pass laws under which you make money. And out of your profits, you further contribute to our campaign funds to send us back again, to pass more laws, to enable you to make money." End quote. That was his relationship between his politics and big business. And that's quoted in the book, Who Runs Congress, whose principal author is Mark Green, who you will hear from very shortly, and is available at the table in the corridor. Now, what does there say about Congress that's new? What is there to say is that it's made up of 535 people, men and women. It has about 33,000 staff. It's a little city on Capitol Hill. Its budget, just to run it and pay the salaries and the upkeep, is about equivalent to the entire budget of the federal court system. That's the district courts around the country, the federal circuit courts of appeal, and the U.S. Supreme Court. It has many committees and subcommittees. It holds hearings. But the biggest thing on the mind of most of the members of Congress is money. They talk about it going in to work. They have to leave their office to go to a nearby hotel room and dial for money day after day because it's illegal for them to use congressional offices to directly call people for money. Here's how bad it is. In the incoming class of freshman Democratic members of the House, they were at an orientation session. And their elders were instructing them about what life was going to be like in the House of Representatives. And they said, you are to spend 4 hours a day raising money. 4 hours a day. A couple hours based on work in the committees and on the Senate floor, etc. And then meeting constituents another hour or so. So as a Republican congressman, his name is Republican Jolly, from Florida, and he was a new congressman, and he couldn't believe all this. So he's introduced a bill called the STOP Act, which now has all of 8 sponsors, 6 Republicans and 2 Democrats, including Congressman Nolan from Minnesota. And the STOP Act would prohibit all members of Congress from personally asking people and PACs and corporations for money. It would be illegal. Eight people have signed so far. It was just introduced in January. So that's the good news. It also affects ways they are behaving in Congress. It doesn't affect campaign finance reform. Not yet, anybody. So what we're seeing here is basically 535 members of Congress, the smallest branch of government, but by far the most powerful branch of government. This is the branch of government that has the taxing power, the spending power, the investigating power, the confirmation power, the war declaration power, and on and on. And without the Congress acting, you wouldn't have the kind of executive branch and judicial branch that you have. It's the Congress that decides that over half of the operating budget of the federal government will be devoted to military. Over half. There's no more Soviet Union, as you know. The Congress who decides that the tax laws can be written by corporate tax attorneys so that companies like Verizon and General Electric, in year after year, with sporadic small payments of income tax, can actually make billions of dollars US-based in profit and pay no federal income tax. There are a period of years in General Electric's recent history where one General Electric worker can say that he or she paid more taxes in dollars to the federal government than the entire General Electric Corporation. Now, without fire in your belly, what you're going to hear today is not going to register with what you already know and what you learned today. It doesn't matter how much you know about how bad Congress is behaving if you don't have fire in your belly. What psychologists call emotional intelligence. The evidence of the lack of fire in the belly, despite polls showing that members of Congress are viewed collectively, if not individually, somewhere around 14% approval, is that there isn't one Congress watchdog group in any congressional district devoted to changing the behavior of Congress. We're not talking about special interest groups, auto dealers, insurance agents. We're not talking about single issue groups like on gun control or school prayer. We're talking about the broad behavior of Congress to get its place in order, to be honest, to be clean, to be informed, to listen to you, and to basically say to you that you have put in our hands 535 hands, 100 senators and 435 representatives, the entire power that is represented by the sovereignty of the people under the principle of delegated power to the Congress. That's what a republic is. That's why some conservatives don't like to call our country a democracy, because it's not ruled by popular referendum. It's ruled by delegated authority. Now, if somebody knocked on your door while you were watching some 6th rerun of Friends or something, and said, "Hi, I'm your new neighbor. I just want to introduce myself, and I spend 22% of your money. I can send your children off to war without a declaration. I can let corporations rip you off and steal you. I can raise your taxes. I can reduce your taxes. I can make sure that there's enough money for your highways and bridges and public transit to be in good shape. I can make sure that everybody has universal health insurance, and And I just thought you'd like to know. What would you say standing in the doorway? Why you interrupting me from watching my TV? Or would you say, as the new neighbor started walking away from your door, hey, come back here. You mean a lot to me, so I better mean a lot to you. It's a matter of self-respect, is it not? You give people power and they use it against you. What if a neighbor did that? Would you have time in the routine of daily life to do something about a neighbor that exposed you to toxic waste, dumped waste on your lawn, made you pay for it, misused your dollars and taxes? Of course we wouldn't. We'd pay attention to our neighbors. As you can see, I'm grappling with a way to communicate that is a lot easier than we think to bring Congress under control. And part of it is simply showing up. If a neighbor says, let's set a letterhead and say, Congress Watchdog Group, 16th Congressional District, California, or 7th Congressional District, Alabama, or 4th Congressional District, Connecticut. And we're going to meet in a living room. And you know where I am. I'm just down the street. How many people would show up? That's the answer to the question. This country was founded because a small number of people showed up on July 4th, 1776. Showing up is half of democracy. And yet people do not show up at town meetings. Most people do not show up at local elections. Most people do not show up in courtrooms, see how our court system works or doesn't work. So I think we can start this way. There are times when a tiny number of people around the country have started a rumble. And those rumbles led to some of our greatest laws. Because the secret of Congress is however they choreograph you, however they gerrymander you, however they control the local media to reflect their own views and propagandize their district, however little competition they have in most congressional districts to the other major party, which has been gerrymandered out, they're still afraid of you. They're still afraid of you. When they stop being afraid of you, the ball game's over. Nixon was afraid of the rumble from the people, and he signed all kinds of environmental, worker safety, consumer protection laws. He even proposed a voting for the District of Columbia to have voting rights in Congress, the colony called District of Columbia. He even proposed a health insurance system better than the Clintons did years later. Didn't get through. He even proposed a minimum income plan. How about that one? As the first step to abolish poverty. That didn't get through either. This is Richard Nixon, arch right-wing commie baiter from Southern California. To show you how things have declined in this country. I know progressives who are nostalgic for Richard Nixon. Now, there's a group called People for the American Way, and they've put out a poster. We're putting it on storefront windows that are empty. A lot of empty storefront windows in Main Street America, huh? But it's like the old days. People walk by and they read it. You can get a copy of this free down at the table. And you can get more copies for the streamed audience. People for the American Way, just go to pfaw.org, peoplefortheamericanway.org. They'll send you as many as you want. 101 reasons money corrupts politics. You want talking points? 101. Look how good they are. 72% of political advertising by outside groups in 2010 came from sources that were prohibited from election spending in 2006. See how bad it's getting? In 2004, 98% of outside groups disclosed their donors. In 2010, only 34% did. In 2010, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce spent $31 million in electioneering communications without disclosing any of the donors. 47% of the 112th Congress were millionaires who could spend without limit on their own campaigns. Did you know almost half of the members of Congress are millionaires? Boy, they really look like America, don't they? Here's the dissent in Citizens United by Justice John Paul Stevens. Quote, corporations have no consciences, no beliefs, no feelings, no thoughts, no desires. They are not themselves members of we the people, by whom and for whom our Constitution was established. Senator Robert Byrd, you saw earlier, Phil Donahue's presentation, quote, money, it is money, 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 not ideas nor principles, but money that reigns supreme in American politics. In 2012, a Brennan Center poll revealed that nearly 70% of Americans believe super PAC spending will lead to corruption. It's more than corruption. It's more than getting special favors and corporate welfare and tax loopholes and inflated government defense contracts and all the rest. It's nullification of your vote. It nullifies what your vote means. That's what money does. And it's time, as Bernie Sanders has said repeatedly, for a political revolution, and it will only come from a citizen revolution before it becomes political. It will only come from the citizen groups before it becomes political. Now, our first speaker is Mark Green. I first met him when he was a law student at Harvard, and he had already finished his first book with Bruce Wasserstein. And he came to me and he said, here, the first. He now has 23 of them that he has authored or co-authored or edited. He was the editor of the Harvard Civil Rights, Civil Liberties Law Review. He came to us and ran Public Citizens Congress Watch. Prior to that, he was head of our Corporate Accountability Research Group. He served for 11 years in New York City in citywide offices, first as Commissioner of Consumer Affairs under Mayor David Dinkins, then as a twice-elected public advocate, a unique office in New York, which should be all over the country, a citywide office, before narrowly losing the mayoralty to Michael Bloomberg in 2001. He was regularly on the firing line program with William F. Buckley and on CNN's Crossfire. He's, as I mentioned, he's the principal author Who Runs Congress, which is the best-selling book ever in American history on Congress. One thing more about Mark. I don't think there's anybody in the country that knows more about electoral reform. Not only has he written books on it and articles, he's experienced it. He's been beaten by money in politics. And his new book, Bright Infinite Future, is just out. It's available in the corridor. The experiences which he went through are recounted wittily and without sour grapes. I urge you to pick it up and read it. Here's Mark Green.
Thank you to the modern Paul Revere of democracy, Ralph Nader. The goal was understood at the start. James Otis, a revolutionary patriot, said, quote, democracy will be a government of all, over all. Instead, 230 some odd years later, as Ralph laid out initially, we have a government where popular opinion is not reflected in public law. So here's popular opinion, here's law, and there's something in between that stops the translation of a government of all, over all. So on climate, on tax reform, on tax rates, on the minimum wage, there's not enactment of the popular will. What happened was that we had a concept at the start of capitalism and private enterprise and democracy and popular opinion and legislation would balance each other. They would lean on each other, and the way to keep something upright is to lean on it from both sides. Instead, capitalism is swallowing democracy. It's one thing when corporations want to buy other corporations, marketplace. It's quite another when corporations purchase politicians. Then they're using their private sector wealth, which is gathered for the purpose of making money, which is fine, and shifting that treasury for the purpose of buying public law, which is not in the charter, was not philosophically ever anticipated. In other words, like a frog in slowly boiling water, you know the metaphor. Democracy is dying by degrees when 0.1% who give over $1,000 a year comprise 99% of all the funds that people raise to run for office. We're not a democracy when 160 families, through the end of 2015 when it was last looked at, contributed over half of all the money at the presidential level. We're not really a democracy to be emulated when we rank 31st out of 34 Western nations in terms of voter turnout. We're not a democracy when, because of the Connecticut Compromise, and Wyoming has 2 Senate seats, and California, with 40 times the population, has 2 Senate seats. 10% of the population living in 20 states with 40 senators can veto the other 90% of America because of that filibuster. And we're not a functioning democracy. When Thelma Mitchell, a 93-year-old black woman who for the last 30 years has worked at the Tennessee State Capitol, has been voting for decades, and you know where this is headed, couldn't vote in the last election cycle because she couldn't produce her birth certificate. Remember, she's working at the Tennessee State Capitol. Couldn't produce her birth certificate. She was delivered, 93 years ago by a midwife. She was pissed and couldn't understand. Of course she couldn't understand, because what sounds like something that's logical, gee, we should have electoral integrity. Do we want people impersonating other people and polluting a democracy in the vote? We do not. So millions of people like Thelma Mitchell and millennials and others who don't have easy access to birth certificates or driver's licenses are denied the right to vote because, if you have a pencil, write this down. 0.0000001% of Americans may have engaged in voter impersonation. That's 31 out of a billion people, according to the last How did this happen? How do we end up from James Otis to the Koch brothers? It started pretty good. George Washington runs for the House of Burgess. He lost the first time. After that, he won every election unanimously, which Ralph and I have not done yet. He spent a few dollars for liquor. This is the way they ran then. And Abraham Lincoln, in his successful congressional race of 1846, the only race he won before winning something else, raised $200 and spent $1 on liquor and gave the rest back because he didn't need it. Then you get to Boyce Penrose, who Ralph read the comment on from Pennsylvania, who understood the quid pro quo system as well as anyone has ever understood it. This devolution then has led to the United States Supreme Court. Some things are so stupid that only very smart lawyers would think of them. And so the Supreme Court is comprised of lawyers, I think, only from Harvard and Yale. They're mathematically IQ very smart. They have figured out that corporations are people and money is speech. If corporations are people, can I marry one? And I'd like it to be Google. Why not? If money is speech, then why is the following criminal? Hey, Congressman X, here's $10,000. Would you vote for my bill? That's speech. I haven't hit anybody. When you combine these two absurd metaphors, it leads to the following, that corporations can spend unlimited amounts from their treasury in independent expenditures. By the way, I run for office. If someone independently spends $10 million and I get elected, you think I don't know it? What's the chance that after I win and Charles Koch calls me, hey, Mark, and I go, thank you, Mr. Koch. I mean, everyone's been reporting it. So, of course, there are links, not to mention coordination in that situation. How's this for absurdity? There's a principle, both sides have articulated it, that on all things being equal, you should defer to the popular branch of government. I mean, the court isn't a popular branch. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be on the merits based on precedent. But the popular branch, if they vote for something, you presume regularity and constitutionality unless you can show otherwise, which sometimes happens. The United States Senate voted unanimously to renew the Voting Rights Act. It was passed in 1965. It was renewed under George Bush in 2006. Unanimously. All the South, the Confederate States, 18 senators voted for it. Chief Justice Roberts and a majority of 5 conservatives appointed by Republicans overturned in the Shelby County case, saying that they did it in a methodologically unconstitutional way. Again, they overturned a public law that had passed unanimously. So much for deference, so much for just calling the balls and strikes and not being the batter or the pitcher. Ralph mentioned, and allowed me this personal reference, that I've written about it and I've watched it and I've been in it. I've been in the arena. And so God has a sense of humor. So I start out with Ralph. We write Who Runs Congress, Money Runs Congress, blow the whistle, and then Watergate happens. And there's a reform in 1974 that limits the amount of money and requires that money be reported. I then run for the U.S. Senate. I win the Democratic nomination in New York in 1986, and I run against the incumbent Senator Al D'Amato, a complete walking quid pro quo. I mean, he would admit it if he woke him up in the middle of the night. And the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, he raised and spent the most money ever, as of then, for the Senate, $13 million. I raised $2 million. My primary opponent, who I beat, said, Mark Green can't raise a dime. He can't win. So I launched the Mark of Dimes campaign, Bernie Sanders raised small money, and it ended up to $2 million. I won the nomination, and then I lost the general election. I then run for and win the office of public advocate in New York City. It's the number 2 office next in line of the mayor. And as public advocate, I figure out and get enacted the public matching system in New York now, where if you give $175, the city with public funds matches it 6-to-1. And so when you're talking to an average person, I mean, $175 is still money. It's not money to a rich person, but it's real money. The person could give you, in effect, $1,000. So with that system, many more minorities and labor people and average people could run and win, and did. And so I decided to run for mayor. I'm ahead in the polls, and I'm running against 3 peer politicians. All of us were known citywide, but none of us were FDR and none of us were Rockefeller. And in a primary of 4 people, under this rule that you can't raise more than $5,000 a person, and money is matched, I win the nomination. And then I end up running against the richest man in world history to run for office. So when I reported after the campaign, he wins by 2 points, the closest mayoral election in the last 100 years in New York. When we reported our finances to the Campaign Finance Board, I had 10,000 names, addresses, a big telephone-sized book. He had 1 piece of paper, Michael Bloomberg. He bought it fair and square. I have no complaints. But it occurred to me that this is not a good system. Not that I'm better or worse than him, but when one guy can saturate every inning of the Yankee game, Bloomberg's ads appeared in the Yankee World Series more often than Derek Jeter, said David Garth, his consultant. Now, if we are losing our democracy, the anti-democrats, capital D, have to come up with euphemisms. You know, like in the old days, we just are interested in property rights and states' rights. No, that's just a euphemism for segregation. Or we're against death taxes. No, you're for maintaining or increasing income and wealth inequality. So now they have to come up with a variety of euphemisms, as I indicated, that therefore George Will, who's never written about free speech, except the free speech of the Koch brothers to spend unlimited amounts of money. Well, it's time now for all of us, whether you're working on pesticides or pensions or climate or criminal justice or juvenile justice reform, to make sure that one of our 2 top issues is democracy reform, because nothing will work if democracy doesn't work. So you got a big car, a nice chassis, and everything's working, and you don't have an engine. So democracy is the engine that carries all our issues into reality. So we have to have a democracy for all agenda. And now that I've indicated how flawed a democracy we have, from Boyce Penrose to the current system, here is the way it could work. And I am not going to describe pie-in-the-sky stuff. This is not like, okay, now take an Uber to the moon this afternoon. This is real based on one variable. Citizens United, it will be reversed in the next 2 years. Please write that down. Period. My source is Floyd Abrams, the lawyer. It's a wonderful liberal lawyer who, on this issue, on the ACLU, they decided that you don't want to have any inhibitions whatsoever on the First Amendment. Their view, from the liberal side, is a minority view, but they have it. He told me that when a year ago, pre-Scalia's passing, that if a Democratic president appoints a Ginsburg-Breyer type to succeed one of the Scalia 5, and a case gets back up to the court, Citizens United, that money is speech in this circumstance, will be ended. Second, there was an Indiana case that said voting rights, yeah, if a state decides that they have to protect the ballot by a voter ID, it sounds rational. Gee, if we have to have an ID to get on a plane, for good reason, why not an ID to vote? It sounds logical, but it is a completely flawed analysis. You don't have a right to get on a plane. Hey, I'm an American citizen. My vest is ready to explode. I want to get on that plane. You have a constitutional right to vote. Judge Richard Posner, the leading conservative, philosophically conservative in American jurisprudence today, he's on the appeals court in Chicago, in the lower court voted to sustain the Indiana voter ID law. He now says he was wrong. He didn't realize how it would be used to block voting rather than to block fraud. The fraud was the law, not what it aimed at. And again, that will be reversed, given all the evidence of how 33 states with voter ID laws are suppressing the democratic vote, which is as they intended. Third, legislation for universal voter enrollment. The Brennan Center for Law and Justice at NYU has estimated that up to 50 million more people would vote if they were automatically registered. I can walk out of here and go to Citibank or Google and immediately find out information in a billionth of a second about me, everything I want to know. Is it really hard for the government, which has a lot of money spending every year, to have access to the technology? So we're all registered to vote based on our Social Security. Everybody's in Social Security. They know who I am. They know who I'm not. And on the chance that you fantasize that somebody could hack into this system, which is going to a lot of trouble just to cast one vote, you make it a crime. Go to jail for 10 years. I don't care. You deter it by criminal law. You don't deter it by disenfranchising millions of people. What will the conservative side argue is against universal voter registration? I have no idea, except when I asked it on my radio show. I have a radio show, Both Sides Now. I started with Arianna Huffington. And I asked Rich Lowry, the head of the National Review, a very principled conservative, very smart, how can you be against it? He said, well, we shouldn't make it too easy to vote. That's what he said. You should, but there's no argument against it. But watch, conservatives are going to have to oppose it, because if universal voter enrollment ever happened, it's the biggest pro-democracy thing ever. And there was a poll of people who didn't vote. And Obama beat Romney among those who didn't vote, 53-20. Because most of these people are the kind of people who are deterred by voter ID laws. Fourth, ex-felons should vote. You served your debt to, you paid your debt to society. We want to normalize their lives. How can we not? And Governor Terry McAuliffe has done it by executive order in Virginia, and many other states are now doing it. Electoral college, it's hard to overturn it constitutionally, as it is to overturn anything constitutionally, but there's a movement nationally called National Popular Vote, NPV. Whoever thought this up is like really smart. Gee, if they get 20 states which total 270 electoral votes to agree that they will cast their electoral votes, not based on how New York or Iowa vote, but the national vote added together. So in 2000, of course, Gore beat Bush by 500,000. Well, under national popular vote, if those 20 states have a compact, and by law, state law, states decide how their electors are elected, they all voted for the person who got the most votes, it would be majority rules. And we wouldn't have a situation, which happens every so often, of course, where the loser wins, which is remarkable to other countries. We need a democracy day. In the fall of an election year, we have Veterans Day. It's not hard. Let's merge. Let's have a democracy and Veterans Day. Because what did veterans do? So many of them died for democracy. And the best way to honor them is to have a day where it could be a weekend, but it could be a weekday. So you don't have the situation where people can't get to vote because they have to get to work. Campaign finance reform, we do it in New York City, and it works. Our legislature, our city council, is way more integrated and diverse than other cities and states because you raise up to a ceiling. There's a deal, which is since you can self-finance unlimited right now until that changes, you promise, okay, I'll get a 6-to-1 match for low dollars, but I promise not to raise money and spend it over a ceiling. So you limit your spending, but so the ceiling is lower, but the floor is higher, so you have competitive elections. Seattle just did something. They are giving away, with public money, 4 $25 vouchers to each voter to spend as he or she decides for the candidate of their choice. And we've seen the revolution of the Sanders financing system. If you would ask 100 smart people, including Bernie Sanders, how much can you raise without super PACs and all, by using the internet with a viral message, I guess people would have said $20 million, $30 million. He has raised $225 million. I mean, it's now every candidate can't do that for a variety of reasons, and time doesn't permit. But if you have a system of public financing, oh yeah, who's going to get the money? Would it be a LaRouche candidate, a communist, a fascist? Fine. If an individual wants to spend his or her $25 and give it, it's a democratic, small d form of the public financing. The filibuster rule, oh, okay. The filibuster rule is not in the Constitution. It's not in law. It's just a rule of the Senate. It used to be 67 votes. I don't know how many of you saw the unbelievably moving all the way, the Lyndon Johnson biopic with Bryan Cranston on HBO, or the movie Selma. They had to get 67 votes to enact the Civil Rights Law of 64, and he did by 1 vote. Then it changed under Vice President Mondale to 60 votes, so it can change. It changed under Harry Reid. Now you can't filibuster a judicial nomination to death. Supreme Court is an exception. And so if the filibuster rule were amended by a Congress that was more democratic, to not 60 but 55 votes, so you could pick off some people, that would open up the system. There was 2 filibusters a year in the 50s, 100 filibusters a year now because of Mitch McConnell, and it's been used to create a dysfunction that they can then blame on both sides. But it's not both sides. Look, the way all this happens is not a miracle. It's not a deus ex machina coming down from earth. It's you, it's me, it's us. And every election cycle, someone says, oh, this is the most important election ever. I cannot remember in my lifetime or as a student of history a general election that has as stark a contrast with as much at stake as what it looks like is going to happen this fall. And there are some people who want to make the perfect the enemy of the good. Well, it ends up we all have to make choices. And the choice this fall will be a democracy for all agenda, which could happen if one candidate wins, the Senate is flipped, which is likely now. Scalia's seat will be filled, and probably another one or two of the Roberts majority is filled. Then the Supreme Court, the Senate, and the administration would have a progressive center-left philosophic bent. And then the House of Representatives will flip by, if not before, 2022, which is when the 2020 census reflects the new demographic math of a rising minorities and millennials. Millennials voted 3-1 for Obama. Minorities are voting almost certainly 4-1 for the more progressive candidate in 2016. So it's a different America. I am not, again, pie in the skying you. From the 60s to 16, forgive me as I argue in my generational memoir, Bright Infinite Future, there is a lurching but growing progressive majority in this country on issue after issue when people can vote. 5 of the last 6 presidential elections, I'll be done in a minute, folks, the more progressive candidate won the popular vote. And so if this continues, it will overcome a party which can win elections if they buy elections, Citizens United and super PACs, or steal elections, Voter ID and No Voting Rights Act. So I leave you with this not so rhetorical question. Who really has done more damage on political reform and our democracy? Edward Snowden or Mitch McConnell? It's not even close. Thank you very much. Now, I am staying and converting from a speaker to an MC, and I have to and want to introduce someone who needs no introduction, but Ralph and John Richards say he has to have one anyway. I was comparing McConnell with Snowden. And this man, not criminally, but democratically, has done a Snowden in our democracy. He's blown the whistle in the House, ran for president before Bernie Sanders. He led the way to Bernie Sanders, one of the best congressmen we've ever had in this country. Please welcome Dennis Kucinich.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to begin, first of all, by acknowledging the presence of my wife, Elizabeth Kucinich, who is increasingly involved in agroecology and in being able to demonstrate the path that we can take in dealing with climate change directly related to regeneration of our agricultural policies. So Elizabeth, thank you for being here. And thanks to Ralph Nader for inviting me to speak about public budgets. My first experience with public budgets was in Cleveland, Ohio as a city councilman. Once I learned how to read the city budget, I was able to successfully oppose tax increases and expose fraud and waste in government. Initially, I found the city budget boring and sleep-inducing. But once I understood where the money was coming from, the rate at which it was coming in, how it was being spent, and for whose benefit, and at what rate, I was able to engage in serious discussions about the spending priorities of the city of Cleveland. By the time I became mayor of Cleveland in 1977, seems like another incarnation, within the first year, I cut city spending by 10% without reducing services, through introducing tight budget controls and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. A 10% reduction in a budget in a single year. Parallel to my efforts was the attempt of the city's financial advisor, a major corporate law firm, to encourage the city to expand its bonded indebtedness and to engage in spending money it did not have, as an underhanded means to build a case for the privatization of the city's municipally owned electric system. If not for my knowledge of city budgets, I would have been vulnerable to the great push in the media and by corporate Cleveland to try to force the sale, read theft, of the city's power company, worth over $250 million for the relatively paltry sum of $88.1 million. I mention this at the beginning because back then, Cleveland became the first city in America to break through power, to confront corporate power and public corruption in a forthright way, to rally the people in defense of their right to a government they could call their own, and to gain public affirmation of the right to own public service facilities like a municipal electric system. The battle over Muni Light in Cleveland, which began as a budget battle, ended up saving the people of Cleveland hundreds of millions of dollars in reduced costs for electricity and street lining. The one national figure who came to the defense of the people of Cleveland at that time was Ralph Nader. That was nearly, and I've never forgotten that, Ralph, nor have the people of Cleveland. That was nearly 40 years ago. Today, I'm proud to stand again and again with Ralph Nader to challenge corporate control of our government, special interest control over the budgetary process, to call to reverse privatization of municipal services, which is happening all over America in the ironic name of fiscal conservatism. By the way, little commercial here, I just completed a 500-page book with over 3,000 footnotes about that battle to save Muni Light in Cleveland, and it'll be published in 2017. Public budgets are not neutral. They are a political statement. They inform us not only of the priorities of government, but the deeper question of who rules. Today in America, corporate control of both political parties has put our democracy at risk and set at a distance the just claims of the American people for jobs for all, health care for all, education for all, retirement security for all, and a clean environment for all. Since 9/11, the budget of the United States has helped to accelerate the wealth of our nation upwards, putting massive resources into the war machine and the national security state without any serious accountability. A good part of the war spending was off budget. It added to the national debt while pretending that the country was balancing the budget. Calls for constitutional amendments to balance the budget were really aimed at slashing social services in the name of fiscal conservancy, while protecting the sinecure of the military-industrial complex, which currently has a death grip on the budget. When I first came to Congress in 1977, I was told that the American system of government worked on an intricate set of checks and balances. I found that to be true. The administration writes the checks, and Congress doesn't know what the balance is. I gained a seat on the Government Oversight Committee, which investigates occasionally waste, fraud, and abuse, and which held hearings on the Department of Defense. 18 years ago, I learned that the Department of Defense had over $1 trillion in accounts it had not reconciled. To this day, it has not successfully passed an audit. At that time, it was missing tanks and ships and rocket launchers, among other material. Recently, NBC exposed a waste of $1 billion on a computer system, get this, which was supposed to improve government efficiency. The DoD is preparing to modernize the so-called nuclear triad of land, sea, and air-based attack systems, and it's going to need about another $1 trillion to do that. That's T for trillion. And they want to take that program off budget in a separate account. When we had this hearing in government oversight, they presented information about the number of accounting systems which the Department of Defense had. Over 1,100 separate accounting systems. What this amounted to and amounts to is a constructive practice of deception so that neither Congress nor the American people will ever know how much money is being spent or how it's being spent. It is a system set up to defy scrutiny and to move billions of dollars around the globe in pursuit of unknown activities. When you have a large percentage of the budget beyond control, it is axiomatic that the budget process itself is a fraud. Total federal spending for mandatory, discretionary, and interest spending in 2015 equaled $3.8 trillion, of which about $600 billion, or 54% of discretionary spending, 54% of discretionary spending goes to the Department of Defense. Our military is in at least 130 countries and over 900 bases. In the last 20 years, the U.S. has engaged in wars directly or through proxies, such as NATO, in countries such as Serbia, Iraq, Libya, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Somalia, at a total cost exceeding $6 trillion, much of the spending off budget. That sum means that every man, woman, and child in America has contributed at least $20,000 to the war machine. If budgets are an expression of the values of the leaders of our nation, then we have a clear picture here of a nation spending trillions seeking power abroad, which has lost its legitimacy at home as permanent levels of unemployment, failures of small businesses, the obliteration of the family farm, a healthcare system enthralled to private interests, the crushing educational debt of America's young people, the shakiest of retirement security of our elderly, and the largest corporations defying with impunity. Even to this day, read what ExxonMobil said about protecting the global climate. They don't have any interest in it. Budgets establish our national priorities, and our national priorities are wrong. We need to take a lesson from the Occupy Wall Street movement and begin to occupy Congress. There's a reason why Congress's approval rating is around 11%. Our government is not responding to the practical aspiration of people because it is hamstrung by special interest money, which influences elections and then dictates public decision-making over budget spending priorities. This is true at all levels of government. Unless and until we have public financing of elections at all levels, our budget-making process will continue to ignore the broad-based needs of the American people. We are constantly being told we don't have enough money to meet the needs of the people. We're in an era where taxation is being increased, but public budgets slash programs which support human needs. We're in a closed-loop economy where money equals debt. We have to address two areas, one, government income, and the other, government expenditures. The question seldom asked is, where does money come from, and how is money brought into existence? When we address that question, we can more easily address issues of government income and spending. Currently, the only way to expand the actual money supply is to borrow money into existence through fractional reserve banking, a mechanism which was created by the privatization, I want to stress this, the privatization of the money supply. What we call money is an entry in a ledger. It should be a neutral value of exchange, which helps to facilitate the trading of goods for services. Right now, our money is not a neutral value of exchange. It is essentially a debt to the private banking system, which lends it into existence at interest. Some of you are familiar with the fact that the monetary supply, or the money supply, was privatized in 1913 in the Federal Reserve Act. We're in a world where we have needs, materials, and labor. The thing we don't have enough of is money, which is ridiculous since it's an entry in a ledger. We're constantly told the economy needs to grow and grow. The main thing that's driving the demand for growth is our economy has to stay a step ahead of the exponential growth of debt because we have borrowed our money into existence. This is the fatal flaw in the design of our monetary system. I addressed this monetary fault line in our national experience by creating the NEED Act, H.R. 2990, legislation which was a product of 5 years of work, which would enact the reforms necessary to re-democratize the money supply and therefore enable public budgets to catch up with public needs. It would make money a neutral value, not a debt to private banks, and then we can talk about rebuilding the infrastructure, creating jobs, education for all, health care for all, and we can revisit the idea of taxation itself. And I would urge you to look up that legislation, H.R. 2990, on the internet. A person who is one of the driving forces behind it, who my wife Elizabeth worked with, is here. I hope he's here today. Stephen Zarlenga in the audience? Stephen Zarlenga. I want to point out something, and I don't say this lightly. Stephen Zarlenga is the single most important public interest monetary expert in America. I want to make sure that you know about his Monetary Reform Conference in Chicago this fall, and for more information, you should look up the American Monetary Institute on the web. We have the ability to be able to control our destiny. But in order to do that, we've got to get control of our government again. You know, unfortunately, in this election season, we're looking at choices which may not set us on that path. But I will tell you that there are inexorable forces in America that are causing people to become more active, are causing people to look around them and see that even though they've worked their whole lives to get ahead, they keep falling farther and farther behind. And people are in a quest for new ideas. They're in a quest for solutions that can lead to a qualitative transformation of social, political, and economic structures. We're right at the cutting edge of that movement. And for all the years that he has helped to advance those causes, I want to thank Ralph Nader and commit to him my willingness to work with him in a partnership so that we can create a new country and a new world. Thank you very much. Thank you. Forward.
Thanks, Dennis. See you back there. Thank you, Dennis Kucinich. Standing ovation at 10 o'clock in the morning. That takes a lot of work and skill, and he has it. Marta Titolato was a 20-year-old who went to work in Washington in 1980 as an intern at Ralph Nader's Congress Watch. I was the head of Congress Watch from 77 to 80, and they had to figure out how to fill the void. And so they found Marta, which was a pretty smart pick. Marta then went on to work for Bill Bradley at the Ford Foundation, and now is the 8th president of the world's largest and most trusted nonprofit consumer organization, Consumer Reports. Of course, they're the gold standard, which is not right, left, or center. It's factual, which is a novelty to some Americans today who believe that facts lead to conclusions rather than conclusions leading to facts. She is now redoing Consumer Reports, so it's a more 21st century digital product, so it has even a greater reach and readership. Please welcome Marta Titolato.
We all need someone we can trust, right? Congratulations, you've come to the right place. So buckle up and let's go for a spin. At Consumer Reports, we do the laps so you don't have to. We step it up, do the legwork, and we're constantly crunching numbers. We're your eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. In our labs, we push the limits and never take your safety lightly. Our lights stay on, so you're not left in the dark. We turn up the heat, so you can chill out. And occasionally, we make a mess, a big mess, just so we can help you keep clean. We rinse, wash, repeat, and repeat, and repeat. We suck it up, mix it up, crank it up. We watch paint dry, literally, watch paint dry. And we always read the fine print. Our jobs, they're more than just jobs. We do what we do because if you sleep easier, we do too. Because saving you time, money, worry, regret, that's what makes us tick. It's just how we're built. It's in our DNA. We were independent before Indy was hip. But don't take our word for it. Just ask Gramps and Grandma. See, we're practically family. We're not afraid to tell it like it is. We can't be paid, swayed, or played by products and brands that just want to make the grade. That's not how we roll. This is how we roll. We fight the good fight, and we don't know the meaning of the word quit. So in a world of TMI, too much information, come give us a TRI, the right information. No matter how treacherous the road ahead may be, we always go the extra mile. Always. We're Consumer Reports. We work for you.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Marta, and I get to work with those amazing people every day, and that is absolutely correct. We can't be paid or played. It's such a pleasure to be here alongside so many of the leading lights of this movement. Thank you, Ralph, and thank you, Mark Green, and to all of you in this room who have poured so much of yourselves into our shared work together. There's a question I get from time to time, and you might be wondering about that now, is how does someone like me end up in a movement like this? And what do I mean by that? I'm a Latina. I moved to the US with my parents and grew up in Newark, New Jersey in the 1960s. So how did I end up here working with Ralph and Mark? Why not a broader civil rights movement, racial justice, immigration reform? The fact is, consumer rights have really never been the most glamorous of the movements. Our movements really never had the draw when you compare it with some of our sister movements, voting rights, women's rights, LGBT rights. Let's face it, Gloria Steinem's bell-bottoms were a lot cooler than Nader Raider suits. The public out there, the people that we work and serve, they don't associate our movement, their movement, with a Selma, a Stonewall, or a Seneca Falls. We don't have those watershed moments that animate the national conversation by just a mere word. What we do have is a book, Unsafe at Any Speed. And on some level, it's why we're all here today. My introduction to the consumer movement happened when Ralph hired me to join him at Public Citizens Congress Watch. And as Mark said, that was my first job at a college. Of course, I wasn't aware that it was not a paid internship, but I got out of the experience. So 35 years later, after a career in public service and philanthropy, that allowed me to serve on causes ranging from economic justice to fairness on the internet and civil rights, I am so proud to be back and working on behalf of consumers at Consumer Reports. And I have Ralph to thank for planting that seed. And when I think about Unsafe at Any Speed, I think about how much of the world has changed and how much hasn't changed. It's remarkable when you think about it. On November 30th, 1965, Ralph published these words, and I quote, "A great problem of contemporary life is how to control the power of economic interests, which ignore the harmful effects that applied science and technology." So 50 years to the day after those words were published, November 30th, 2015, the headlines read the following: Top Volkswagen executive, new fuel usage figures were wrong a year ago. It's a stark reminder that all the work that remains to be done, but I'm actually not interested in the failure of some bad actors to change. There's always going to be those who prize profits over people. I am much more interested in how consumers that we serve have changed. And I'm concerned about whether we've done enough to change with them, to meet them where they are, to break through to them. 50 years ago, consumer shopping for a car in America was exceedingly likely to be a white man. They almost certainly got their news from Walter Cronkite. And when they wanted to know about products, guess what? They probably turned to Consumer Reports. That's not the world we live in anymore. Consumers have changed. In the 1960s, Latino and African American buying power was negligible. Today, both groups account for $1 trillion of consumer spending power. The Latino market hit about $1.5 trillion last year. That's triple where it was in 2000. In fact, if American Latinos were their own country, they'd represent the 11th largest economy in the world. So what's our movement done to empower them, to bring them in to the work that we've devoted so much of our lives to? But it's not just the face of consumers that's changed, it's the way they get information that has fundamentally altered what I think about every day. Last month, the Census Bureau found that millennials surpassed baby boomers as the country's largest generation, and for them, more than 6 in 10 primarily get their information from, you guessed it, Facebook. Of course, the products and the services on the market have evolved as well. It isn't just the face and research habits of the car buyer that have changed. It's the car that's changed. A driver in 1965 could never have imagined that the car that perhaps their grandchild drove would be a driverless car, or that vehicles would be increasingly equipped with sophisticated software. Obviously, the software that can make cars safer, but of course, the kind that can cheat emissions or be vulnerable to hackers. In the face of the rising marketplace and product complexity, the consumer needs us more than ever. The victories we've fought for and the ones we've won are something to be proud of. But look around this room, and we have to be hard on ourselves and ask ourselves who's not in the room, who's not part of the fold, who aren't we reaching? We need to introduce this movement to new audiences. We need to meet them where they are. It's not enough for me to hope they subscribe or they come to the platforms that we provide content. I need them to bump up against the things we stand for wherever they are and wherever they're comfortable. Our success is not going to hinge on whether the consumer movement resembles movements of the past. It won't hinge solely on courtroom victories or protests or petitions. The movement is going to live and die on our ability to reach consumers in a meaningful way and insinuate ourselves into the movements and experience that already touch their lives where they are. At Consumer Reports, we're in the process of transforming ourselves so that we are better able to do that. And it's caused us to ask ourselves a lot of tough questions. Are we doing enough to understand consumer needs? Are we stretching ourselves beyond business as usual to reach new audiences? Are we making use of platforms and channels as effectively as we can? What we found is that we really actually need to reconnect with our mission. We need to get the word out there to a whole new generation that we are not a magazine with a mission, we are a mission, and we want you to find us wherever you are. For us, it's going to mean changing the way we speak. It's going to mean changing the way we listen. It's going to mean changing the way we actually present ourselves and how we reach people through multiple channels. For us to have relevance, we need new people in the room. That's particularly true in an age when consumers have access to more information than ever before, including opinions of their fellow consumers. It's not enough for my folks to have white lab coats and be the experts. There's too much information, there's too much noise, there's an explosion of content, and guess what? They value experts, but they also value their social communities. We have to be where they are, equip them to exercise their inherent power as consumers. We can't be afraid. The world is evolving. We have to pick up the baton, and we've got to forge fearlessly and effectively into the future. Consumers today face challenges that were unimaginable 10 years ago, to say nothing of 50 years ago. New threats to their privacy, new obstacles to transparency in the marketplace of products and services, and unprecedented complexity in those transactions in the marketplace. So how do we break through to them? How do we break through to them with independent information that they can trust? How do we remind them of the power they hold over the marketplace, including the power to protect their privacy and to bend markets to serve their needs? It's simple, we have to find them. And maybe it's not so simple, because we also have to listen. We have to rededicate ourselves to forging that relationship with the people that we serve. The passions that motivated Ralph and all of us remain as relevant today as they were 50 years ago. And it's our job to make that connection to new audiences, to people that might not be like us, that might not know the journey that we've been on for 50 years. We have to make them see themselves not just powerless pawns, but as really powerful actors. None of us signed up for this work because we thought it was going to be easy. Moving markets is not easy. But we know, for example, from the example of the people in this room, all of you, that it can be done. So I'm just here today as only one person that's part of this movement that changed my life, to ask us to prove it again to another generation. Because though the world has changed, though consumers have changed, though markets and products have changed, what really remains a constant is our principles. I am thrilled to be back in the fold in this movement. I look forward to continuing to fight the fight with all of you on behalf of the people who depend on us and the principles we share. Thank you so much for having me here, for sharing your time with me, and for all the work you do on behalf of making markets fair, safer, and healthier for all Americans. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marta. Two people will come out together in tandem, and one will speak, the other will speak, and then have a conversation at the table to my right. And they're about the two most capable people we could possibly have invited, morally subpoenaed, really, to speak about the civil service. Tom Devine is the legal director of the Government Accountability Project, GAP, where he's worked since 1979. No term limits at GAP. Since that time, as it indicates in the biographies, he's helped 5,000 whistleblowers and defended them against retaliation, and which makes a real difference because if there are people in the government who blow whistles when they see corrupt or criminal conduct, it helps. It doesn't eliminate governmental crime, but it helps reduce it. He has served as what is called a whistleblower ambassador to in over a dozen nations on trips sponsored by the U.S. State Department, and he's authored or co-authored numerous books and articles, including the 2011 The Corporate Whistleblowers Survival Act. Joining him will be Max Stier. Max is president and CEO of the Partnership for Public Service, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization which tries to help revitalize our federal government. And one of the hardest things now for a candidate or a public official to do, especially a liberal, is defend government service and government programs. There's a book I saw out, American Amnesia, by two scholars, which points out how the government, of course, under FDR, saved the economy and saved lives. And for a variety of reasons, the word government has been corrupted, especially when President Reagan said government is not the solution, it's the problem. It is essential for those of us who look for the government to dispense and enforce justice and fairness, to rehabilitate government programs. And one of the ways is to make the bureaucracy less corrupt and more efficient. Max Stier is a thought leader on workforce issues and innovative partnership programs at his organization, such as one called Call to Serve, which is a network of 600 colleges, universities, and 75 public agencies. Please welcome Tom Devine and Max Stier.
Thank you. It's an honor to be participating in a conference organized by Ralph Nader, who is the pioneer of the modern whistleblower rights movement. You know, government, we can't live with it, we can't live without it. Our panel is going to be talking about the mission of two organizations who try to make it easier to live with the institutions that both are key authority figures and resources in our lives. It's also an honor to be on a stage with Max from the Partnership for Public Service, which in the circles where I travel is synonymous with excellence. They work on the big picture to create an environment where employees can be public servants instead of bureaucrats. GAP, where I work, tries to make a difference by helping whistleblowers. These are individuals who use free speech rights to challenge abuses of power that betray the public trust. In other words, as my mentor Ernie Fitzgerald, a Pentagon whistleblower, said, people who commit the truth. We help these folks wearing three hats: defending them against retaliation, investigating their charges to make a difference, and working ceaselessly to get stronger free speech laws, free speech rights protecting people who stick their necks out this way. And I also want to express appreciation to Dennis Kucinich, who as a member of Congress was always there for whistleblowers. Whichever hat we were wearing, we could go to Representative Kucinich and get support. You know, whistleblowers they're the Achilles heel of bureaucratic corruption. And that's because they're the human factor that's a wild card, which no repressive or corrupt bureaucracy can predict or cover up. Now, that's a pretty strong statement, so let me give you some support for it with cases that I've worked on. Dr. David Graham, an FDA scientist who stopped the marketing of the killer painkiller Vioxx after it had killed over 40,000 Americans, about as many people as died in the Vietnam War, only they were killed by a drug that our government had officially decreed was safe. Or there's John Crane, the Assistant Inspector General at the Pentagon, whom you can read about in today's New York Times in an op-ed. He exposed the betrayal of domestic surveillance whistleblowers like Tom Drake, who spoke yesterday, and who faced 35 years incarceration because he played by the rules, working within the system to challenge illegal domestic surveillance. Or there's Robert McLean, the federal air marshal who prevented a more ambitious rerun of 9/11 in 2003 by stopping the Air Marshal Service from abandoning coverage during a confirmed al-Qaeda attack, which would have not just struck the United States capital, but cities up and down the West Coast, capitals throughout Europe, and even the Australian capital of Canberra. While our government was asleep at the wheel, a whistleblower saved the day. Or there's Franz Geil, the Marine Science Advisor, who cut down the casualties from landmines in Iraq from 60% to 5% because he freed up the mine-resistant armored vehicles, which had been held up on delivery for a year and a half due to bureaucratic politics. Or there's the dozens of whistleblowers at the World Bank who forced the resignation of President Paul Wolfowitz, who was on a crusade to clean up corruption around the rest of the world. The whistleblowers exposed his main qualification was teaching corruption, not fighting it. Or there's the whistleblowers who forced the shutdown of toxic incinerators, which were spewing out heavy metals, arsenic, dioxin, the ingredient for Agent Orange, mercury, next to schoolyards, in churches in minority neighborhoods in the South. Or there's the over 400 whistleblowers who 5 times stopped the Department of Agriculture from replacing government inspection of government-approved food with a corporate honor system. There's the hundreds of whistleblowers who stopped nuclear power plants that were accidents waiting to happen. You know, I could go on for a while, but I think the point's been made. whistleblowers are the pioneers of change. They keep the power structure honest. Most all of those victories that I've talked about were gained through use of the Whistleblower Protection Act, which I haven't lost a case under since 2006. So I would challenge the statement yesterday that it's not worth the paper that it's written on. But that statement is more accurate if whistleblowers just file a lawsuit. GAP has gotten results because we wage legal campaigns, not cases. We do that because the magic word to get away with committing the truth is solidarity. The fatal word is isolation. And what we do is, there's a lawsuit involved, but it's a minority factor. The main work is playing information matchmaker between the isolated whistleblower and all of the stakeholders in society who should be benefiting from the knowledge that's been concealed from them. And when that happens, instead of a corrupt bureaucracy surrounding an isolated dissenter, it's society surrounding that organization. And with that strategy, over and over, the truth turns into power, and David keeps defeating Goliath. Now, while rights are not sufficient for whistleblowers, they are necessary. And earning those rights requires as much solidarity as winning legal campaigns. Currently, GAP and the trans-ideological, trans-partisan Make It Safe coalition of 75 groups, including Public Citizen, need your solidarity for campaigns to earn rights, extra protection for Veterans Administration whistleblowers. We all know about the scandals that have caused the lives of so many veterans. What we don't know is that 35% of the retaliation in the federal government is at that one agency. Or legislation to get jury trials and protection for federal whistleblowers against retaliatory investigations. No wonder they're bureaucrats. They're the only group in the country that doesn't have those rights. Legislation to restore whistleblower rights for intelligence community contractors. They were stripped out by the House Intelligence Committee a few months before Mr. Snowden's disclosures, and he was paying attention and said that was a factor in working through the media instead of the government. Restoring whistleblower rights for
view of it. You said federal only 21% had a positive view. That one word, bureaucrat, is highly problematic. It's not what it denotes, it's what it connotes. And it's, and frankly, in my view, not doing a service to those that work in government for the public, nor is it going to create the government that we actually want. So when I talk about this, and running through these slides real quick, we do have a world of many challenges. Many of them that we've heard talked about earlier in the sessions during this week. We live in a world that has become increasingly dangerous. It's not just the dangers, but also the speed upon which they arrive. And our government really is our tool for collective action as a society to help address them. There are plenty of other organizations, nonprofits, I work for one, that do a lot of good work. But fundamentally, again, our government is what has that public imprimatur, and it's vital. To my view, we have to answer two questions. First, why does it matter? And my answer to that one is it matters because we have these challenges, and as a society, we need to be able to work collectively to address them. And then what can you do about it? And you have to answer both those questions. The partnership believes there's a lot you can do about it, and it comes down to people. In a knowledge-based world, it's the people of any organization that are going to mean success or failure, and focusing on getting the right people in, well-led, environments in which they can actually achieve what they're there to do, and with support is what we're trying to make happen. We're not doing so well right now in government. So if you look at the numbers, we see the lowest numbers pretty much we've ever seen in terms of trust in government, and at the same time, the highest numbers in terms of folks' belief that government is the problem and not actually being the solution. That's something that we've got to do something about. It's corrosive. It, I think, undermines our ability fundamentally to get done what we need to do as a society. We are focused on 5 different ways of trying to attack this. Number one, I mentioned getting good talent in. And as you'll see from the slide today, you don't have generational diversity in the federal government. So there are only 7% of the federal workforce at the under age of 30, less than 1% under the age of 25. And if you compare that to the general workforce, it's 23% under the under age of 30 piece. You heard earlier, we actually work with universities. We have 1,000 universities that we're trying to connect up to federal agencies. At the end of the day, we need more talent wanting to come into government, but we need government to do a better job of trying to bring those folks in. And lots more on that, but I'm going to move forward because the second critical piece is leadership. In any organization, the leaders need to be equipped to lead effectively. That's what we're trying to do. You have in the federal government around 2 million civilian workers, about 7,000 who are the top executives, and we touch about 5,000 a year in terms of training so that they can become better leaders to create better work environments for those that they are leading and they ultimately are serving. The third piece for us is you got to create environments that are going to engage employees. And there, one of the things that we did is we were able to persuade Congress to pass a law that requires every agency to conduct an annual employee survey. And the idea here is that the employee voice is actually a very effective proxy for performance. And what we see, whether it's the private sector or the public sector, you have more engaged employees, you have better performance. And by having a metric, which is that employee voice across government, we've created a best places to work ranking. The slide you see up here is one of my favorite pictures, which is in the space station, an astronaut with a plaque saying we're #1. And in fact, NASA is the #1 ranked large agency. But you want a workforce that is proud of their work environment, that's committed to it, that's invested in it, and that's trying to make it better for them and for everyone else around us. And so that's a third area of focus for us. One of the other challenges, and you've got a picture there, I won't ask for guesses, but of President Truman. We have a system that in many measures was designed in 1949 that manages government, which was perfectly fine for the 1949 world, but not for the world of today. And we need to upgrade it. We need actually to change the rules of engagement so that our government is actually being helped by a legal system rather than being hindered by it. In many ways, we have great employees that are being failed by the system, and that's something we need to change. And then we also do a lot of thought leadership. We have a lot of information that's really important to be able to identify about what the changes are that need to happen for an effective government. We've done over 100 reports and studies to look at how to improve government and gotten almost 32 laws passed to help improve things. Much, much more to go, but that's a really critical element. And then finally, it's all of you here and beyond. So we need a government that has commitment from outside it so that it's effective. So there's plenty of reasons why people disagree about what government should be doing or should not be doing. We should all agree that whatever it does, that it's actually focused on doing it in the very best way possible. So big or small, you want an effective government. And in order for that to occur, you can't expect government to heal itself. We need everybody, whether it's the general public, nonprofits, everyone else focused on making sure that we do have that effective government and committed to it, not just, again, to the policy choices that government makes. We do all that and more. We're focused on the presidential transition process, which again, what you'll find is you learn as a kid that the peaceful transfer of power is a hallmark of our democracy. No one tells you it's peaceful, but ugly. The transition process doesn't work well. Governments start badly, and from there, a lot happens. So we're trying to improve that process as well. And then, again, this is one of my favorite pictures. It's in all of our hands. This is our country. This is our government. We have to own it. We need to take responsibility for it. And there are great things that are possible if that in fact takes place. Lastly, one of the things that we try to do is make sure that we're trying to create a culture of recognition in the federal government. Truth be told, I've never seen an organization get better if all you do is kick it. You actually want to be able to find good things that you can bring up, that you can recognize. We've created a program called the Samuel J. Heyman Service to America Medals, where we identify amazing, amazing people doing great things for the American public. And this is a picture of an awardee, and now you're going to get a few minutes of a video of some of those people as well. So if we can run that video, that would be terrific. And thank you so much.
A great country deserves a great federal government, and that's made up of federal employees, dedicated employees. So it's the passion, the drive, and knowing that we can make a difference.
If we don't have passion, it's just a job that give you a paycheck. I tell my children, you want to go into profession that you don't really care if they pay you.
There are two factors that I consider to be critical. The first is passion. You have to have a passionate desire to find things that work. The second is focus. You need a laser focus on what problem you're trying to solve.
The problems have become much more complex, and that's kind of the intriguing part of the job and the engaging part of the job.
The reason I'm so passionate about what I do is because it comes down to one thing, one word, it's called freedom.
Every day, our nation's public servants bring their passion to confront our nation's most pressing problems, from responding to disasters to preventing them. Federal employees work tirelessly in many different ways to keep Americans safe and secure.
We are here to protect the safety, security, and economic well-being of the United States. It's only in a government agency that I can take those steps, because we're the ones who are working for the public good.
The Partnership for Public Service is proud to introduce the 2015 Samuel J. Heyman Service to America Medal honorees who are breaking down barriers and working across agencies to deliver results. This year's medalists have led groundbreaking research on earthquakes, supplied developing nations with safer cook stoves, solved critical management challenges at the Department of Labor, and reduced the use of antibiotics in poultry.
We are serving humanity and we're curing animal disease because that will impact human health and the well-being.
They developed life-saving treatments for millions of cancer patients, helped private sector companies and our government safeguard information systems, rebuilt the infrastructure damaged by Hurricane Sandy, and coordinated the U.S. response to the Ebola crisis in West Africa.
I had the great honor to work with so many dedicated men and women that were part of the response that really did put their lives on hold and dropped everything to go out and work to save lives and frankly represent the best that America is.
Too often, the vital work of public servants across government goes unnoted and unappreciated. That is why the partnership launched the Samuel J. Heyman Service to America Medals in 2002 to recognize and celebrate the many exceptional public servants who have dedicated their lives to making a difference for our country and our world.
I think federal service offers you a tremendous opportunity to make an impact. It's about solving problems and making the world a better place.
There are tons of inspired people you'll be working with, really passionate people who believe in public service, who have found a place in an agency and a niche where they can bring their personal skills to bear in the service of our country.
We congratulate and thank all the Service to America Medal finalists and recipients who represent the millions of federal workers quietly, proudly, and passionately working behind the scenes to serve our country.
Thank you.
Tom and Max, thank you so much. Remember how when Ted Cruz was running, he would constantly say he hates crony capitalism. And it's a mantra of both sides, but especially the reactionary right, to condemn the phrase crony capitalism while defending the kind of local deals, the quid pro quos, that funnel public resources to private firms. Greg Leroy is the whistleblower, in effect, of corporate welfare. It's at Greg Leroy, Leroy 4. He is the founder and directs Good Jobs First, which is goodjobsfirst.org. It's a national resource center which advances accountability in the $70 billion spent annually by states and localities, where there's a interactive shakedown going on, where a company, of course, threatens to leave A for B state, and it's a game only they can play, and it leads to a net reduction in revenues and a net increase in profits because of our federal system. Ralph told me that he thinks one of the best books ever in this whole field is Greg's 2005 book, The Great American Jobs Scam, Corporate Tax Dodging and the Myth of Job Creation. Please welcome Greg Leroy.
Thanks very much, Mark. Great to be with everybody today. So again, I run a nonprofit group called Good Jobs First, goodjobsfirst.org on the web. And we're talking about state and local, especially corporate welfare or business incentives, pick your term. It's at least $70 billion a year, B with a billion. Every kind of income, property, or sales tax that companies normally would spend to support public services goes away for 10 years, 20 years, sometimes longer, in the name of economic development. It's a profound budget issue for many places, and it's been spreading for the last decades. You've got celebrity CEOs like Elon Musk at Tesla playing the system, playing states against each other, most recently for that gigafactory. Boeing, General Electric for its headquarters, right? Whipsawing states against each other, upping the ante. Mega deals, deals costing hundreds of thousands and sometimes millions of dollars per job. It's a real problem. And people have been fighting back for a long time. Starting in Minnesota more than 20 years ago, public interest group, now called Take Action Minnesota, won the first robust disclosure law. And since then, by 2007, almost half the states had some form of online disclosure that is naming company names, naming dollar amounts, saying what the companies were supposed to do in exchange for the tax breaks. By 2010, 37 states were disclosing online, and we began what we call our subsidy tracker database that I'll show you in a minute. By 2015, almost every state had disclosed, and today everybody's in the disclosure column. Delaware, Kansas, and Idaho were the last three laggards. I know you're shocked. But the truth is, between us filing FOIAs and states disclosing online now, we have an enormous database of company-specific records of economic development subsidies award from every state, many federal agencies, many states, and many cities. But the battle is far from won. The red states in this map still fail to tell you how many jobs actually got created. Something as basic as that, something as basic as the basic outcome of individual deals are still not disclosed for major incentive programs in all the states in red on that map. So 3 out of 4 major incentive programs in the United States today still fail to tell taxpayers online whether companies are actually delivering on promised jobs. That's why we've created Subsidy Tracker. We put all the disclosure data together plus other data that we FOIA'd. We now have more than 500,000 deals from more than 740 programs, federal, state, and local programs, $250 billion captured in searchable, downloadable bytes. You can search the data in any way you want. You can search it by corporate parent, by state, by city, by county, by program. You can look up your employer, you can look up your competitors, you can look up your favorite polluter or whoever it is you're investigating. We invite everybody to use Subsidy Tracker. It's the hottest part of our website. Thanks to disclosure, we know that microchip fabrication plants like this one in upstate New York cost taxpayers $1 million a job. Taxpayers can never break even on a deal that expensive, right? Those workers will never pay $1 million more in state and local taxes than public services they consume. And that's not an unusual deal. We know that in 16 states at 2,700 companies, when people see their state income tax deducted from their paycheck on their pay stub, the money's not going to their state treasury. In effect, most and sometimes all of that money isn't going to the state treasury to support public services. It's being kept by their boss, by their employer. 2,700 companies in 16 states, including all those states there. Needy companies like Goldman Sachs getting this subsidy for simply moving jobs from Lower Manhattan across the Hudson River to Jersey City, Jersey, where about 65% of the increase in state income tax is now being diverted not to Trenton, but to that company. We know we have this crazy situation in most states where school boards and school districts are really treated as stepchildren in the process. They're the biggest losers, especially when property taxes are not paid or when they're diverted. And yet, in most states, they have almost nothing to say, or little, if anything at all, to say about that loss of revenue. Maybe they get made up a little bit by the state, but it's a huge problem for many cities' school districts. We know this was an issue in places like Chicago, where one TIF district, that's a diversion of property taxes, in 23 years diverted from public services almost $1 billion. People know the Loop, that's some of the highest priced real estate in the Midwest right there, right? And it's absolutely an issue in the fight back, the community and labor fight back there against school closures under Mayor Emanuel. And TIF districts are absolutely a heart of that now. 1 out of 10 property tax dollars in the city of Chicago don't go to public services now, they go to developers and TIF districts. We also know that 3 out of 4 of the biggest for-profit private prisons in the United States, companies like Corrections Corp of America, get tax breaks and incentives on top of guaranteed profit contracts. What's that about? We know that Walmart has been given at least $1.2 billion in bricks and mortar subsidies for its stores and warehouses, in addition to all the safety net subsidies they get as well. We know that despite the fact that we have real need in many communities, we need more grocery stores and so-called food deserts. The Department of Agriculture estimates officially that 23 million Americans don't have access to fresh groceries within a reasonable distance of their home. That's a valid use of incentives if we could be doing that, but that's not what companies like Walmart are taking care of. That's certainly not what we know about the abandonment of the projects that they were going to do here in the district. We also know that subsidies are not helping hard-hit cities. Here's Detroit, that's red, city of Detroit in the middle of that map, the Detroit metropolitan area. Orange are the next poorest inner ring suburbs, and every yellow dot on that map is a plant closing or mass layoff of workers getting dislocated, as officially notified under the WARN Act. You'd think that the state would then be responding with massive assistance to those places to recreate jobs and hire dislocated workers with new incentive programs, but you'd be wrong. During the same period of time, 81 deals from the state's most lavish program called MEGA, 1 of those 81 diamonds is in the city of Detroit. 0 are in the 10 most densely populated inner ring suburbs. The state was effectively redlining Detroit. Could this have had something to do with the city's current plight? We also know now, thanks to disclosure, that if you even look at programs that are facially open to companies of any size, 70% of the awards and 90% of the dollars go to big companies, big multi-state companies, multinational companies, companies that by definition, given their size, don't really need very much help, if any at all, compared to small businesses that are often the biggest job creators and the most loyal to the community. How many people here believe that corporate tax breaks are undermining the tax base for public services in your community? Undermining, I see a lot of hands, for public education, for public health, for infrastructure, for all the things that we care about and need and are being disinvested. I see a lot of hands wagging hard. Well, I want you to know we've entered a new phase of disclosure and accountability, and starting late next year, we're going to have a whole bunch of data that we've never had before to fight back on this issue. An obscure organization called GASB, that stands for Governmental Accounting Standards Board. It's the professional association that sets forth the rules by which state and local governments must keep their books, especially if they want to sell bonds on Wall Street. They had never touched this issue before. I had been publicly critical of them for many years because they've been missing in action, but that all changed a couple of years ago when they issued a draft rule, and we commented on it, we collectively, many dozens of our organizations, and one, GASB Statement 77. It's an amendment to what's called Generally Accepted Accounting Principles, or GAAP, which you may know if you're a nonprofit or look at government budgets. And we are now in the era of GASB Statement 77. It took effect in December for budgets starting this calendar year. So for financial reports that governments will begin issuing next year for this calendar year and fiscal 17, most local governments, all state governments, local governments including school districts, even if they lose money passively, harmed by city councils and county boards, will have to report how much revenue they lose to each economic development tax break program. And this is, yeah, give yourselves a hand because we collectively won this. This is a huge breakthrough. It's one of the biggest victories we've had in the history of our movement, frankly. It's the first time this body has ever paid attention to any form of tax expenditures of any kind. All the rest of them are still not officially covered by any accounting rules. It's a great big deal. So everybody who cares about public services, we foresee lots of good headlines coming up. Some journalists are going to win awards. I hope there's journalists listening. Some Pulitzers are going to be won. Some people are going to get tenure. Some graduate students are going to write fantastic theses and dissertations because we're about to create a whole new cottage industry of data we could never have looked at before. For instance, do the poor really pay more? That is, do inner cities and inner ring suburbs who can least afford it give away the store most and undermine their tax base the most because they feel like they have to compensate for their perceived business climate deficits, their brownfields, their crime, their schools, and therefore make things worse? Well, we couldn't find out before because we didn't have systematic data. Now we're going to have it in every state, in every metropolitan area. So stick with us, stay tuned, go to goodjobsfirst.org, and we're going to be there with more accountability. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Greg Leroy. Now, you see, what he's talking about affects everybody all over the country, right? Have you seen him on PBS? Have you heard him on NPR? CNN? You see what I mean? The standard of newsworthiness is blown to smithereens by these commercialized media, or media that is not commercialized but is too indentured to its corporate donors, which often is the problem with NPR and PBS. Now, my task in the next few minutes to complement what Greg Leroy has just conveyed to you is to talk a bit about the commons. Now, when we went to school, high school, college, graduate school, law school, we almost never were told this fact, that the greatest wealth in our country is owned by the people, not by Wall Street. There are trillions of dollars of pension funds owned by the workers. 1/3 of America's land, public lands, the national forests, national parks, other public lands. That doesn't even count offshore, which is almost the size of the United States all over again, owned by the people. And these public lands are managed by federal departments like Department of Agriculture, National Forest, and Department of Interior. And under the 1872 Mining Act, we have given away hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of natural resources for nothing to these corporations. They cut down the trees on public forests. We have, in the past, sold a 150-foot spruce tree for the size of a cheeseburger in the Tongass National Forest in Alaska. In one of the greatest ongoing surrenders of any country's history, our nation's natural resources have either been given away freely or leased at bargain basement prices. Unlike any other country in the world, even the poorest developing country, the United States has a law on the books, the 1872 Mining Act, that requires the federal government to give away mining rights without any royalties in return to mining companies, domestic or foreign, that discover precious hard rock minerals such as gold, silver, and molybdenum. Imagine that? A foreign company can do that. A Canadian gold company came on federal land in Nevada, discovered gold, got it for $5 an acre. So here's what they did. For $5 an acre, they bought 1,038 acres for $5,190, or $5 an acre. Those acres held mineral resources valued at more than, how much? 10 billion of your dollars. That's your gold. 10 billion for $5,190. Why does this continue? Why is the 1872 Mining Act on the books? Because the mining lobby is all over Congress. Is there a mining reform group in America? There's a little one, the Mineral Policy Institute, which gives us a lot of this information. But we don't have a people's lobby on this at all. And so grazing rights are given away cheaply. There's effort in the western states to privatize the public lands. And luckily, we have some strong laws against this kind of privatization. And we have some environmental groups out west who are holding the public land fort, so to speak. No matter how many times people give this description about the Barrick Oil Company and others, big forest cutting companies, timber companies, Congress cannot get a reform bill through. It almost did in the House of Representatives under the leadership of Congressman Nick Rahal of West Virginia, but he was defeated in 2014. For commodities such as oil, gas, coal, uranium, and trees, or public lands for private grazing, The federal government's fees are like a perpetual fire sale. Countries in the developing world charge much more for their natural resources exploited by private corporations. Uncle Sam has been made into Uncle Sucker by a bunch of rich one-percenters that most Americans have never heard of, but to whom they are giving away billions of dollars every year. That's called corporate welfare and crony capitalism. With the discovery of oil in Alaska, watch what happens when people are aroused. With the discovery of oil in Alaska in the 1960s, communities there made sure their lawmakers protected them and established the Alaska Permanent Fund, which annually distributes dividends to each child, woman, and man in that state out of the royalties the oil companies pay to exploit the public's common property. Back in the 1960s, it took just a few political leaders, some good newspapers, and a roused public, and presto, it was done. And now, Steve Kahn is in the audience, a great defender in Alaska of the Permanent Fund. It was attempted to be eroded by a referendum. The people denounced the companies that tried to erode it a few years ago. Now they're trying to raid it in order to meet a public budget deficit in Alaska. But you see, that's a great model to talk about. You heard much about that on NPR or PBS or CNN or the networks? By no means. The second great commons, and running out of time here, is the public airways. We know we own the public airways. We're the landlords. The radio and TV stations are the tenants. They pay us no rent. They get our property free, compliments of a corporate Congress, and they decide who says what and who doesn't 24 hours a day. That is why the mass corporate media has blacked out these 4 days, the most important and diverse gathering of successful citizen action groups using the tools of democracy over 50 years to improve the livelihoods of the American people, their health, their safety, their economic well-being, open government, accessible avenues to justice, and the mass corporate media, print, radio, and TV has blacked out this 4 days, breaking through power. Naturally, because we're talking about breaking through their power over us. And thanks to Real News Network, that's it. That's what is live streaming this all over the country. The third area of the commons is almost never heard of. How many times have you heard the CEOs of Intel and Cisco and Google and Lockheed Martin and the biotech industries brag about all their breakthroughs in science and technology? How many times have you heard them pay tribute to the American taxpayer who made it possible? Trillions of dollars in the last 60 years of government R&D out of NASA, out of the Pentagon, out of the National Institutes of Health, have built all these great industries. You wouldn't even see these industries without the basic research. That includes the internet. That includes biotech. That includes the containerization industry. That includes the internet computer industry. That includes the half of the pharmaceutical industry. It was all NIH, government R&D. It includes the aerospace industry. There's hardly a major industry that's been created over the last 60, 70 years that wasn't built by the American taxpayer, which is why on April 15th, all these corporations should get on their knees and thank the American taxpayer, because they hardly pay taxes themselves. Spread the word. The corporate commissars don't want you to know this. You own the wealth of America. They control it. It's time to get it back from the corporate commissars. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. If you thought Marta Tolado started young at 20 as an intern to Congress Watch, you ain't seen nothing yet. Russell Mukhiber started working for Ralph out of high school. He's been with him and the movement for over 30 years. He wrote in the 1980s this book, Corporate Crime and Violence. And among the phrases Ralph has been most well known for is, we all worry about crime in the streets. What about crime in the suites? The silent violence that's not as televisable in the 6 o'clock news because there's no screaming or dead victim, but because there are millions of victims who have to be gathered together into a movement. There is no one who knows about corporate crime more than the person who for decades has put out the weekly newsletter, Corporate Crime Reporter. Please welcome Russell Mukhiber.
Good morning. Thank you, Mark. Within 1 mile of this building are many of the largest corporate criminal defense law firms in the world. The lawyers at these law firms are powerful, and many of them are former federal prosecutors. They have swung through the revolving door, and they like where they've landed. 35 years ago, while at law school, I worked for a time at the Enforcement Division at the Securities and Exchange Commission. And it struck me as a bit strange that the SEC settled its big corporate cases by requiring the companies to pay a hefty fine for their wrongdoing, but at the same time allowing the companies to neither admit nor deny the wrongdoing. And I wondered to myself, if I got in trouble with the law, would I be allowed to neither admit nor deny the charges? After law school, Ralph asked that I write a book profiling what I considered to be the 50 most egregious cases of corporate crime. So I did, and Mark referred to it. Among those were, and you'll probably know a lot of these, Black Lung, Brown Lung, Buffalo Creek, Firestone, GM rips out the tracks, probably one of the worst corporate crimes in American history, Minamata, Ford Pinto, thalidomide, 3 Mile Island, and one from my hometown of Niagara Falls, New York, where the chemical companies destroyed one of the most beautiful places on earth, Love Canal. After completing the book, realizing that there was no news outlet dedicated to reporting on corporate crime in America, we started Corporate Crime Reporter, a weekly print subscription newsletter. Our offices are at the National Press Building, and we publish Corporate Crime Reporter every week. Every morning for the past year, we put out the Corporate Crime Reporter Morning Minute. It's a 1-minute podcast. You can find it at corporatecrimereporter.com, and you can also hear it on one of my favorite radio shows, the Ralph Nader Radio Hour. From the beginning, the most popular feature of our newsletter has been a weekly question-answer format interview. And we cover corporate crime from all angles. So we interview prosecutors, defense attorneys, academics, whistleblowers, activists. Our first interview, April 13, 1987, Volume 1, Issue 1, was one of the premier prosecutors of his day, a guy named Rudolph Giuliani. At the time, he was prosecuting the likes of Michael Milken, Ivan Boesky, Mark Rich. President Clinton later pardoned Mark Rich. Apparently, Mark Rich's wife was dumping cash into the Clinton library. Giuliani learned one of the key lessons of corporate crime prosecution. Prosecute corporate crime to achieve higher office, then get tough on street crime to protect your political position. Or to put this in a nutshell, corporate crime is less about the law and the facts, that's what we learned in law school, and more about brute power politics. So here's a crash course, 20 things in 20 minutes you should know about corporate crime. Number 20, corporate crime inflicts far more damage on society than all street crime combined. Healthcare fraud alone costs $100 billion to $400 billion a year, compared to the FBI, which estimates that all burglaries and robberies are only $4.5 billion. Number 19, people say, don't be ridiculous. You can't compare street crime and corporate crime. Corporate crime is not violent crime. Yes, it is. The FBI estimates 14,000 Americans murdered every year. Compare this to 54,000 Americans who die every year on the job. or from occupational diseases, or the tens of thousands of Americans who fall victim every year to the silent violence of pollution and contaminated foods and hazardous consumer products, and hospital violence. Just this month, for example, a new study from Johns Hopkins finds that more than 250,000 Americans die every year from what they call medical errors, making it the third leading cause of death behind heart disease and cancer. These deaths are often the result of criminal recklessness, yet they are rarely prosecuted as homicides or as criminal violations of federal law. Number 18, corporate criminals are the only criminal class in America that have the power to define the laws under which they live. The mafia know, the gangsters know, the street thugs know. But the corporate criminal lobby, yes. They've marinated Washington from the White House to Congress to K Street and all 50 capitals with their largesse. And out of the other end comes the laws they can live with. They still violate these laws with impunity, but they make sure the laws are kept within reasonable bounds. Exhibit A, the automobile industry. Over the past 30 years, starting with Ralph and Unsafe at Any Speed, the industry has worked its will on Congress to block legislation that would impose criminal sanctions. So when Ralph got past the auto safety law, the one thing they blocked was criminal sanctions, and they blocked it ever since. Number 17, corporation commits the crime, you do the time. Let's say you're behind the wheel of a GM vehicle. You hit a pothole, and because of a defective engine switch, the engine shuts down, the power steering shuts down, the airbag shuts down, and you end up killing someone. Who goes to jail? You do. In 2010, Lakeisha Ward Green was convicted of involuntary manslaughter. She was driving a GM car, one with the faulty ignition switch. The car shut down. She crashes into a school bus. Airbags don't work. Her boyfriend, sitting in a passenger seat, was killed. After spending 3 months in prison, a judge overturned her conviction after it was discovered that she was not at fault. GM was at fault. In a similar case last year, a judge cleared Candace Anderson in the death of her boyfriend, Gene McKell Erickson. In 2007, Anderson pled guilty to criminally negligent homicide. It turned out that the GM ignition switch was involved in the deadly crash. In 2014, her conviction was overturned when it was found out it wasn't her fault. It was GM's fault. And in 2007, Kwa Fung Lee was convicted of vehicular homicide and sentenced to 8 years in prison for a 2006 crash that killed 3 people. But he was released from prison in 2010 when Lee's lawyers argued his 1996 Toyota Camry that he was driving suddenly accelerated and Lee couldn't stop it. Number 16, corporate crime is under-prosecuted. One big reason, corporate crime prosecutors are underfunded. Instead of increasing the budgets, just last week, the House Appropriations Financial Services Subcommittee voted to cut the SEC's budget. This is an ongoing struggle. Number 15, beware of consumer groups or other public interest groups who make nice with corporations. There are now probably more fake public interest groups than real ones in America. They have names like the American Council on Science and Health, the Center for Consumer Freedom, the Global Climate Coalition, and Consumer Alert. And even sometimes formerly legitimate public interest groups have been taken over or compromised by big corporations. Take the case of the National Consumers League, set up in 1891 to eradicate child labor. Pretty much they did it. But in the last 20 years, they've been hijacked by large corporations, so that in recent years, much of their budget comes from Pfizer, Bank of America, Upjohn, Kaiser Permanente, and Verizon. Number 14, it used to be that when a corporation committed a crime, it would plead guilty to a crime. Now we have things called deferred non-prosecution agreements. These are the equivalent of neither admit nor deny in the criminal sphere. And criminal guilty pleas are way down. At the same time, corporate crime is way up. Number 13, lawyers for corporate criminals argue that big public companies should not be forced to plead guilty because there will be collateral damages, collateral consequences to innocent shareholders like shareholders and employees. And this came about when the Deputy Attorney General, later Attorney General Eric Holder in 1999 drafted something called the Principles of Federal Prosecution of Business Organizations. Holder has been spinning through the revolving door. So he went from the Justice Department, he went from Covington and Burling to the Justice Department to Covington and Burling, back as the Attorney General under Obama, now back to Covington and Burling. And remarkably, one of the head lawyers at Covington said that his office was kept empty for him while he was the Attorney General. Under the Holder memo, which he drafted, federal prosecutors must take into account the adverse effect of criminal prosecution on innocent shareholders and employees. You and I, we don't get that. Prosecutors don't consider the adverse effect on us of a criminal prosecution. They're not allowed to. And often there are adverse effects. For example, we won't be able to vote if we're convicted. We can't get a job if we're convicted. We lose public benefits if we're convicted. But collateral consequences are not taken into account for us, only for corporate criminals. Number 12, corporations love deferred prosecution agreements. In the 90s, when we started the publication, if there was criminal wrongdoing, you would be forced to plead guilty, or the Justice Department wouldn't bring a case. Then Eric Holder came along and said, no, we can't do that. And the most major corporate crime cases are settled this way, with deferred and non-prosecution agreements. And number 11, corporations love non-prosecution agreements even more than deferred prosecutions. A deferred prosecution agreement is you charge the company with a crime and you say, hey, if you're a good company for 2 years, we'll drop it. We'll defer the prosecution. Non-prosecution is what Massey Energy got when they killed 29 miners in the Upper Big Branch explosion. Pay a fine and we'll give you a non-prosecution agreement. It's just a cost of doing business. Number 10, the government says if a big healthcare company is convicted of a major crime like stealing from Medicare or putting on the market unsafe drugs, if they're convicted of that, they can be excluded from Medicare, which is the effect a death penalty. So you'll read about these corporate crime cases where the company was convicted of Medicare fraud. Well, how come they're not excluded? No big American healthcare company has ever been excluded from Medicare because it's a death sentence. What they do is they find a unit of the company, like a defunct unit, and they say, this company, Purdue Frederick, pleads guilty instead of Purdue Pharma for producing all the OxyContin that's hooking our people around the country. Number 9, corporations don't like the criminal process, and especially they don't like being put on probation, which they used to be put on probation. 20 years ago, Consolidated Edison, New York, was convicted of an environmental crime. A probation officer was assigned. Employees would go over to the probation officer in the company and say, hey, I've got this problem. And he would write up reports on whether the company was behaving itself and report back to the judge. Corporations hate probation. They hate being under the supervision of some public official like a judge. And that's why they love neither admit nor deny, deferred prosecution, non-prosecution. Number 8, corporate criminals don't like to be charged with homicide. Street murders occur every day in America, and they're prosecuted every day in America. Corporate homicides occur every day in America, but they're rarely prosecuted. The last homicide prosecution, which I covered in Indiana in 1980, was when a Republican prosecutor charged Ford Motor Company with homicide and the death of 3 teenage girls. It was the Ford Pinto case where the gas tank was exposed, truck, a bus or something hits the back of the Pinto. The 3 teenagers didn't die from the crushed vehicle. They died from the resulting explosion. They were incinerated to death. And the prosecutor, Republican, conservative prosecutor, indignant about this, brought the charge. But the Ford hired his hotshot lawyer. The lawyer came in from Tennessee, hired the best friend of the judge locally, and got a not guilty verdict. Number 7, there are very few career prosecutors of corporate crime. Why? You graduate from law school, you become a prosecutor in some U.S. attorney's office, or you work like I did at the enforcement division of the SEC. You prosecute corporate crime for a couple years, and across the table from you are these big law firm lawyers. and they make 10 times what you make. And you're thinking, oh, I want to have a family, I want to send the kids to a good school. Washington and New York are not inexpensive places to be. Law school, prosecutor, partner at a big firm. Number 6, corporate criminals often turn themselves into the Justice Department these days. The vast majority of corporate criminal prosecutions are driven by the corporations and their lawyers. That's because there's no strong sanction. They're forced to pay a fine, maybe agree to make some internal changes, but there's no reputational damage. So better be upfront, turn yourself in, take the fine, cost of doing business. Number 5, the market does not take modern corporate criminal prosecution seriously. Almost universally, when a corporate crime case is settled, the stock of the company involved goes up. Why? Because a cloud has been cleared and there's no serious consequence to the company. No structural changes in how the company does business, no monitor, no probation. Preserving corporate reputation is the name of the game. Number 4, every year the Justice Department publishes something called its Crime in the United States report. By crime in the United States, the Justice Department means street crime in the United States. In crime in the United States, you can read about burglary, robbery, and theft. Nothing about price fixing, corporate fraud, pollution, public corruption. Number 3, while corporate criminal sanctions are the most potent weapon in a prosecutor's arsenal, whistleblower laws are not far behind. A number of laws now have bounty provisions for whistleblower. This means that if you work for a big company and you know the company is engaged in criminal activity like stealing from the government, you can file a lawsuit under the False Claims Act on behalf of the government under seal to recover the stolen millions. And if in fact the government recovers the millions, you get 35%. So there are a lot of whistleblowers who've gone to the mat and recovered substantially under these laws. Billions have been recovered for the government since the False Claims Act was modernized in 1986, and these bounty provisions have been spreading. The SEC now has a similar provision. If you know your company is bribing overseas, you can file with the SEC, for example, and get a recovery. Same for the Internal Revenue Service. Number 2, we need a 911 number for the American people to dial in, like whistleblowers, to dial in and report corporate crime and violence. You know, maybe 611. And here's the number 1 thing you should know about corporate crime. Congress is in the pocket of the corporate crime lobby. But that can change quickly. A coalition of public interest groups is starting to come together to push back against the corporate crime lobby. Groups like Better Markets, the Center for Auto Safety, Taxpayers Against Fraud, the Center for Progressive Reform, Public Citizen, and Ralph Nader are the key coalition, the anti-corporate crime lobby, let's call it. With the help of the American people, they are pushing to neutralize the corporate crime lobby on Capitol Hill. And here's a short list of demands. Increase the budget of the corporate crime police and prosecutors. Limit corporate deferred non-prosecution agreements. And neither admit nor deny SEC agreements. Have the Justice Department publish a corporate crime in the United States report. Have a dedicated hotline to the FBI to report corporate criminal activity. Impose criminal penalties for auto safety crimes. Slow the revolving door. Encourage private attorney generals and whistleblower laws. These are simple reforms as a first step to bring corporate crime under control. And we have up here the citizen summons. This will be part of the citizen summons, which is a tool that Ralph will discuss later to bring Congress under the sovereignty of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russell. Karen Higgins is the most important person on the issue of healthcare in America that you've never heard of. She is a staff nurse at the Boston Medical Center and a past president of the Massachusetts Nurses Association. She's been actively involved with the MNA for nearly 20 years, in a whole variety of its advocacy, excuse me, and legislative initiatives. She is as the bio indicates, a, quote, fiercely loyal union sister, close quote, and a leading voice for a strong national union for frontline nurses. And she will talk about whether you call it single payer or Medicare for all, but in the context of actually how to get it done, since we, of course, from TR to JFK, it's been talked about and nothing happened. It took a mere 50 years to set the groundwork for a breakthrough election in 1964, the President, House, and Senate, and then, of course, Medicare and Medicaid. And so as we approach another possibly, ideally, breakthrough election in 2016, she has an idea for a brilliantly titled financial transactions tax to fund Medicare for all. It's called the Robin Hood tax. You don't have to guess what that is. Please welcome Nurse Karen Higgins.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and as you heard, my name is Karen Higgins, and I am now co-president of National Nurses United, which is the largest organization of registered nurses in the United States with over 185,000 members. And I want to start today by thanking Ralph Nader for having this summit and actually inviting us to be here, because as many of you, we as nurses have walked the halls of Congress trying to get our congressmen to act on things that we feel are really important to the people in this country. And at a time when 2/3 of Americans say they couldn't afford a health care emergency that cost about $1,000, yet most deductibles under the ACA are higher than that. At a time when 30 million people in the US have no health insurance. At a time when Verizon Communications makes $1.5 billion a month and yet wants workers to pay more for their health care and cut off health care benefits to striking workers and their families. At a time when big pharmacies made $15 billion in profit last year, is spending over $100 million to defeat a drug price control initiative in California, and spends more on marketing than it does on research. At a time when Americans have the shortest average length of stay in hospitals, fewer doctor's visits than the average industrial country, and we're still being told that we use too much health care. At a time when America has inadequate sick leave, no universal child care, paltry retirement savings, and unlike a lot of our European countries, we are so far behind. And right now, our citizens say we've had enough. We are demanding guaranteed health care for all. In fact, 58% of Americans, including 41% of the Republicans, support the expansion and improvement of Medicare for all. So when we, in an election year here, president candidates say that single payer will never, ever happen, you have to question, where is that coming from? You know, we knew that the ACA was supposed to be a stepping stone, but the end result was that we are supposed to have a single care system of Medicare for everyone in this country, and we are not ready to hear somebody say that that is not going to be possible. Each and every day, we nurses see the reality of our country's health care system. Sometimes, something that I've learned over the last 3 decades is that health care is not the same as health insurance. What we have now is a profit-driven insurance model that does not care about patients, and the reality of the systems are very obvious to us as nurses who are trying to treat people. People who are working longer hours for lower wages on a daily basis. Who says that the US does not ration health care? If they're saying that, then they're not paying attention. The Commonwealth Fund annual international comparison of healthcare systems has consistently ranked the United States as having the highest financial barriers to care and more delays in access to care than any other national single-payer system in the world. As a direct RN, I see the life-threatening consequences of delayed access. We see people that are so much sicker now than they were when I first started my career. And why is this? It's not because healthcare providers don't care. it's a systematic reality that patients are putting their own well-being in jeopardy because of other considerations. Myself and my colleagues speak to countless patients about why they don't get care sooner, and their reasons always come up to be the same. They have a lot of responsibilities for providing for their families, to maintaining their households. They're working minimum wage jobs with no benefits, and they can't take a sick day to go to a doctor's appointment because they need those daily wages to survive. Or worse than that, they might actually lose their job if they miss a day of work. They struggle to provide for their families, keeping a roof over their head, making sure their children have food, and that their health needs are met. They put their needs last. Since they can't afford their co-pays and deductibles, they put off seeking treatment until they're much sicker, which can have alternating and even deadly consequences. In the United States of America in 2016, this is unacceptable to any of us. But I'll go even further than that. They're not the only victims. We're now seeing children getting what we considered previously adult diseases like hypertension, diabetes, obesity. They face the same issues in care, but the root cause goes back to economics. Since their parents don't earn a living wage, today's children are eating diets of unhealthy foods because it's cheaper, stretches the weekly budget further. We see elderly patients who are cutting their pills in half so that they can stretch it out for longer periods of time. We see elderly couples where one partner will forgo taking their medication so the other can have theirs because they can't afford the soaring cost of prescription drugs. How can this be the richest nation in the world? This is a daily reality faced by so many, all the while millions more remain underinsured or uninsured. And completely, it's a disaster, which costs us more in the end because without receiving treatments up front, they come in much sicker and require much more care. Restricting access to health care would seem to be inconsistent with the mission of a health care system. At nursing school, for example, how not to give quality health care wasn't on a test. I joined this career as a profession because I cared for people, and I'm unfortunately in a system that does not care for anyone. The industry model applied to healthcare has been a disaster for my patients. As a registered nurse, my goal is to promote and restore health. As an industry, the goal of healthcare corporation is to maximize revenue. Specific practices revealed in the healthcare is that they have become an industrial or industry model. Hospital corporations typically charge about 300% or more of their actual cost for services, supplies, drugs, and other things. Since Medicare pays the actual cost rather than the inflated charges, hospitals market to patients with private insurance. Why? Because despite their protests, insurers will start negotiating over reimbursement based on inflated charges. More revenue for both the insurer and the hospital. And then drug companies also get involved in this, and they inflate the drug cost. So now we have them getting more money, we have insurers getting more money, we have hospitals getting more money. For the industry, this is a win-win. For patients, this is not a win, this is a loss. To put it another way, why does healthcare cost so much? Because literally there is no price control on healthcare. Medicare limits what it pays to hospitals, but that doesn't determine or seem to influence what hospitals charge. And because of the ACA, Medicare is prohibited from negotiating drug prices. The premise of the ACA is that utilization drives costs, so the system needs to control usage. But that requires everyone, especially those who do not need coverage, to get into the system. I love how Congress avoided government-run healthcare by using taxes to prop up the insurance companies so we can have an insurance company-run healthcare system instead. We know the primary reason other countries have better control over costs is because they have a single payer or a national system where the government has the leverage to control prices. For example, global budgets for hospitals would pay hospitals for the actual cost of delivering patient care. No more inflation of charges that create ripple increases in reimbursement. No more expansion of for-profit subsidies. that generate revenue and high margins, less duplicated technologies, lower executive salaries, fewer dollars spent for billing and claim administration. Physician fees and drug prices would be regulated and negotiated, which means revenue would no longer be the objective of a healthcare industry. Instead, the values of nursing and caring for patients becomes what is in the forefront, promoting and restoring health through the direct compassionate care by providing being driven by clinical judgment. The goal is to establish a single payer system that actually provides care that is also safe. That what we mean is that it is considered to be healthcare justice, and we have a right to healthcare. More importantly, we have a right to help. Simply put, the healthcare industry that rations care based on ability to pay cannot achieve health justice in this country. But to have that happen, we know, we're not blind to the fact that reform in financing is meant to, you're going to have to look at financing to actually have this happen. We know the biggest determinant of health are social economic, and therefore the poor will likely have greater needs but cannot afford more services. The way to finance health care is through the Robin Hood tax. It's a tax on Wall Street speculations which would help remove those barriers to care. And those barriers are severe, and as I've talked to you about, can be deadly to our patients. So, how do we get there? What do we need to do? Well, let's look at debunking some of the liberal critics that looked at single payer. One of the most recent came from the Urban Institute, where the Physicians for a National Health Program leaders, Dr. Himmelstein and Woodhandler, showed that study was largely underestimated the administration's, what you would save with a single payer system. It also showed the drug prices, what you would save with a single payer system, as well as just the overwhelming costs that you would save with a single payer system. So they were able to kind of basically take them on and make them realize that, you know what, we can have a single payer system. We can expand Medicaid in this country. We can afford to do it. It is feasible. Economically, it can be done, and we need to focus on having that happen. So I would say to you, in response to those critics, over 125 economists validated that a single payer system, they looked at them other places, and it basically proved that you get better care, you get more care, and it's at a lower price than what we pay in this country. The administrative bloating of the market-driven payment system accounts for much of the differences of what we are spending money on that has nothing to do with actual patient care. And while we recognize that this is going to be a difficult thing to accomplish, we know, as with, we know that it can be done, and that we've seen Senator Sanders has shown that even with a political climate, things can change, and he has worked extremely hard. He has brought this again. I thank him truthfully for bringing this back to the forefront of our discussion of where we go in our future. Because I truthfully do not believe that we would be talking about this if it wasn't for him making it clear that Medicare for all is what we need to take care of everybody in this country. But unfortunately, we continue to operate a healthcare model where insurance companies, and not the medical professionals with years of training, are dictating our treatments. These companies are deciding what medications and what procedures you and your family will have, with no understanding of what you really need, because you're just a number on a spreadsheet to them. The good news is we already found a system that can work, one that allows providers to care for their patient, one that allows them to provide treatments and medications with better results, and we know it's more cost effective, and it's without the fear of you or your family going bankrupt because of health care costs. Medicare works, and expanding it to all citizens would make us a healthier and better country. Patients could receive the care they need without worrying whether they'll be able to feed their children or if they will have enough left over to pay their rent or their mortgage payment. They would receive care sooner. They could take preventive measures rather than with the current course of reactions that the insurance company model dictates. They could seek treatments for both physical and mental illness while focusing on what really matters at the moment, their health, and that they will have less stress and worry while they're healing. As healthcare providers, we can accept nothing less than a Medicare for All system so that we can provide for all of our patients. We need to acknowledge that what we have now is not sustainable and it is morally wrong. We have to have a system of healthcare that removes insurance from the equation. So we're here today to say we need Congress and we need the next president of this country to join us to work to make Medicare for All happen and become a reality, and not, quote, something that can never happen, because it can happen, we can make it happen, and we need to have it happen for everybody in this country. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Karen. We've all read about how unionization in labor is in decline in America. Not if you look at the life of Mark Dimenstein. He started at the American Postal Workers Union in 1983 and has risen now to be the head of a union. He and it sits on the AFL-CIO Executive Council and Committee. But he's not just an incumbent. He's a tornado. He has reinvigorated the union, excuse me, helping unify the 4 different postal unions, and led the fight against a privatization scheme which happens to involve the office supply chain staples. Please welcome a labor leader for the 21st century.
Well, good morning, sisters and brothers and friends. And I very much appreciate this invitation by Brother Ralph Nader to participate in this conference. And glad to be here with all of you. I'll ask later why I was the one put between a few hundred hungry people and lunch, but here I am. Before I get to my main comments, I've been asked to speak on labor law reform. I want to mention how much the American Postal Workers Union values the involvement and solidarity of Ralph Nader and his decades of fierce defense of the public postal service, including his current participation in the Grand Alliance to Save Our Public Postal Service, now made up of over 80 national organizations. You know, the Postal Service belongs to all the people of this country. It's a national treasure with its wonderful mission to provide universal and uniform service to all at reasonable rates, regardless of our nationality, our gender, our income, our location, and our race. And so it's truly part of small d democracy. And it's a source of decent unionized living wage jobs where African Americans, minorities, women, and veterans have achieved equal pay for equal work. And we are under attack. And the postal privatization attack, such as the Staples thing that the person who introduced me mentioned, something that we hope you will all continue in the boycott of Staples until they get out of the postal business. But to understand postal privatization, one needs to look no further than the fact that the post office takes in $65 billion of revenue, no tax dollars, it's revenue from the patrons, and the profiteers are drooling over that money. So it's as simple as following the money to understand the postal privatization trust. But the people of this country really do trust the Postal Service and postal workers. So frontal privatization is not that easy. So they have to degrade it, very much like what happened with public education. You have to create a congressionally manufactured financial crisis behind which postal services are cut, degraded, undermined, and that's what's happening to us now. But on the contrary, sisters and brothers, we believe that the Postal Service can thrive, must thrive, and can expand and be vibrant for generations to come. Wouldn't it be a great thing if the United States Postal Service provided some basic financial services, as is done with so many posts around the world, as a counter to the predatory legal loan sharking industry, paycheck cashing industry that preys on the working poor? And wouldn't it be great if vote by mail was the law of the land as part of the answer to widespread voter suppression? Now to my main subject. I've been asked to speak on the need for labor law reform, which I don't think can fairly or effectively be addressed without some context of the deep crisis facing the working class and the union movement. Workers are toiling, living, and struggling in a time where there's truly an all-out war on workers, on our families, our communities, our standard of living, our rights, and our organizations. Make no mistake about it. It's them versus us, Wall Street versus Main Street, capital versus labor. The corporate entities are aggressively carrying out their anti-worker agenda. Some examples include the efforts of ALEC and the Koch-funded Americans for Prosperity, wonderful sounding name, isn't it? Which result in the Scott Walker type of anti-collective bargaining laws and the spread of right to work for less state laws in Michigan, the birthplace of the United Auto Workers Union. And for the moment, and I emphasize for the moment, corporate America is largely having their say and sway over working class people. We face a diminished purchasing power, lower wages, and less union organization. Since 1970, productivity has risen 72%, while median wages has risen only 8.7%. And since 2000, hourly pay for young workers, high school and college graduates alike, has declined. In 1980, CEOs made 30 times that of their average workers, and now well over 300 times. Typical CEOs of chains like Starbucks, where workers are demanding $15 an hour, rake in over $9,000 an hour. Our precious right to vote is under attack with new Jim Crow voter suppression laws directed at the working poor, minorities, the elderly, and the young. Buying and selling elections in the post-Citizens United period are on the order of the day. Corporate lobbyists and politicians of both political parties are successfully revamping the tax structure that shifts the burden from the wealthy to the working, while gutting social programs and needed government services. The three complexes are enriched at our expense. The private medical industrial complex and their fight against Medicare for all, the private military industrial complex and their endless wars for profit, and the private prison industrial complex that profits off a system that would rather incarcerate than educate. By design, the corporate rulers stick us with a winner-take-all political system which stacks the deck against the sorely needed development of third parties such as union, labor-based political parties, and helps perpetuates the lesser of two evil choices that we are again likely facing in this 2016 election. The lethal combination of a Democratic White House and Republican Congress recently worked to enrich the multinationals, shoving fast-track trade authority down the throats of the world's workers, despite the unified opposition and resistance of the entire U.S. labor movement, every single union. We see the continuous erosion of civil rights and civil liberties, the militarization of our black communities, and if we are not vigilant, sisters and brothers, we will soon wake up in a Nazi America. In this rigged system, these Wall Street crooks, the too big to fail and too big to jail, are laughing all the way to the bank, bailed out by both Democrats and Republicans, the Republicrats, if you will, from the economic crisis they caused that left the rest of us, the 99%, with its devastation of layoffs, underemployment, home foreclosures, wage freezes, austerity, and a declining standard of living, and diminished hopes for a secure retirement. Income inequality is on the rise. 6 individuals of the Walmart family have personal wealth equal to the combined wealth of the 40% of the people of this country in the lower economic rung. That's over 120 million people. 6 people, 120 million people. Soon, 1% of the world's wealthiest individuals will have a combined wealth of the rest of the 99%. Companies like GE can rake in $14 billion in profits a few years ago, pay no taxes. Guess what? They got a refund. The federal minimum wage stands at a criminal $7.25 an hour, and 42% of Americans work for less than $15 an hour. In the public sector, where the members of my union work, the public good and public services are being undermined and public sector workers demonized by the corporate powers that want their hands on the public till. Public education is being defunded and dismantled, as are VA hospital services. Social Security neighborhood offices are shuttered. Social Security and Medicare are in the constant crosshairs of budget cuts. Everything that stands for the public good. Public libraries, parks, hospitals, education, utilities, transportation, and public postal services, as are our public sector unions, are all under attack aimed at privatization. And privatization, simply put, represents a transfer of wealth from decently paid and often unionized workers to the profits of companies paying non-union, substandard wages. And this and more is the reason I believe why the Bernie Sanders campaign message took the country by storm. Folks are saying enough is enough, and it's time for a political revolution to take our country back from the billionaires and the Wall Street oligarchs. Now let me point out that this economic and political crisis facing the entire working class, not just the unionized section, is directly connected to a union movement in decline, with current unionization rates the lowest in 100 years. Just over 6% in the private sector, between 11 and 12% overall. There is virtually a mathematical equation between the decline of the strength of unions and the declining wages, rights, and benefits of all workers. There are many interrelated reasons for this union decline, such as the impact of so-called free trade agreements like NAFTA, the loss of the manufacturing base, internal weaknesses, the lack of an independent workers' party, the influence and role of corporate-controlled media, the education system, aggressive corporate union busting, and weak, often anti-worker labor laws. So from this list, because most of it's beyond the scope of this short talk, let me deal with the subject of labor law that I was asked to address today. Any laws reflect the power relationships of the time. It is no accident that the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Voting Rights Act of 1965 were enacted in response to the powerful movement in the streets. Likewise, the Wagner Act in 1935, what became known as the National Labor Relations Act, was enacted in response to a massive upsurge of workers' struggles, including general strikes. But even positive laws passed in response to the movement for economic and social justice are chipped away and even reversed when power relationships change. When we look at workers' ability to gain a fairer share of the wealth we create, 4 core principles that can make up a sturdy table of workers' rights stand out. 1, organizing into unions. 2, collective bargaining over wages, hours, and working conditions. 3, the leverage of the strike weapon. And 4th, worker solidarity. All 4 of these foundation rights, workers' rights, are severely undermined and restricted under current labor law in the United States, in particular by the Taft-Hartley Act of 1947. Taft-Hartley reinstituted injunctions, gave courts power to fine unions for violations, outlawed mass picketing, denied the rights to contribute to political campaigns, abolished the closed shop, authorized employer interference in union elections, prohibited secondary boycotts, and authorized and encouraged state right-to-work laws. Prior to Taft-Hartley, and even earlier than NLRB, the National Railway Labor Act, which then applied to railways and later to airlines as well, was actually enacted to stop strikes in the transportation industry. Even the National Labor Relations Act allows for the permanent replacement of strikers, unheard of in any other industrialized country. And just don't take my word for the impact of Taft-Hartley on workers' rights and the lack of workers' rights in this country. A report by the International Trade Union Confederation rated the U.S. a low grade of 4 out of 5, along with countries like Iraq, Iran, Haiti, and Pakistan, in a report on workers' rights worldwide. The right to organize virtually does not exist as a free and unfettered right. Workers are routinely, illegally fired for organizing unions to improve their working conditions. The consequences to the companies are basically zilch. Almost every company facing a union campaign hires outside anti-union consultants, union busters, now a massive multi-million-dollar industry. Captive audience meetings are routine. Threats and promises, both of which are against the law, rule the day. As an organizer, I saw this day in and day out. When we come to collective bargaining, even when workers succeed against great company resistance in organizing a union, there's little pressure on companies to negotiate a first contract. Good faith bargaining often takes the form of thanks for your proposals, but no thanks. Many union organizing efforts are broken with the inability to gain a first contract. And in subsequent contracts where workers have contracts, the negotiations are often centered around management's concessionary demands. And when they're not satisfied, management resorting to lockouts, as they recently did to the steel workers last summer, or forcing the issue of strike if workers don't capitulate. And we see that with our brothers and sisters, Verizon workers, as we meet here over this week. And that brings us to the right to strike. For without a full right to strike, collective bargaining and the power and leverage of workers is completely undermined. With permanent replacement of strikers, which is the law of the land, little surprise that strikes are few and far between. When strikes do happen, injunctions limiting picketing quickly follow. Presidents can halt strikes that they consider to endanger the economy. And many public sector workers neither have the legal right to strike or, in many cases, not even the right to collective bargaining. And when President Reagan engaged in the mass firing of the striking air traffic controllers of PATCO, we witnessed the floodgates of anti-unionism and concessionary bargaining that followed and haunt workers to this day. And that brings us to workers' solidarity, the fourth point. Taft-Hartley was legislated with the explicit goal of weakening unions. By banning secondary boycotts, it did just that. In a sense, it legally banned solidarity. Taft-Hartley, by the way, was written by the National Association of Manufacturers and passed using the red-baiting boogeyman. The great mine worker and CIO leader John L. Lewis called it, quote, the first ugly, savage thrust of fascism in America, end of quote. Looking forward, my friends, Taft-Hartley should be repealed. Striker replacement banned. By the way, the last attempt to ban striker replacement failed under the Democratic Clinton administration. The Employee Free Choice Act, which would help level the playing field when workers want to organize unions, certainly should be passed. But none of that will happen without heeding the words of the great abolitionist Frederick Douglass when he said, quote, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has and it never will, end of quote. That demand will have to come from a renewed and reinvigorated labor movement, from a united working class that stands up and fights back, or as the song Solidarity Forever puts it, understands, quote, we can build a new world from the ashes of the old. And with worker solidarity at home and abroad, with help and support from friends and allies, we will break through the corporate power currently strangling workers' rights and workers' lives. We should never confuse the law with justice. Ours is a fight for justice, whatever form it takes. In 1970, postal workers engaged in an unlawful but victorious strike that laid the condition for postal work to becoming dignified, well, it was always dignified work, but work by which we're truly compensated and honored for the type of work that we do. With or without labor law reform that favors, or labor law that favors workers rather than the bosses, we will forge the way to take care of ourselves, our families, our class, and our communities. When we do that, good labor law reform, sisters and brothers, will follow. Thank you very much.
I'm going to do it now. Thank you, President Dimmenstein. It's my pleasure to have to make two good announcements. One, lunch. There are trucks outside if you didn't bring some of your own. Please be back at 1 sharp when the program will continue with talks about the minimum wage and global trade. And second, there are groups and people who are handing out very relevant materials in the corridor back there, including our last speaker and his Postal Workers Union, including my book, Bright Infinite Future. It's autographed. The good thing I can say about my book is it's $75 cheaper than Ralph Nader's signed books, Unsafe at Any Speed. But the bad news is it's 175% worse than Unsafe at Any Speed. So if you'd like either of them, Ralph and I will be out there with other materials. See you at 1 o'clock sharp.
So I was in a taxi cab in Chicago, and the taxi driver asks me, "What do you do?" And I said, "I work for this new news network. Doesn't take corporate funding or government money, doesn't sell advertising." And he said, "Oh, you mean the Real News?" And I knew that was it. That was going to be the name.
Welcome to the Real News Network. I'm Shamini Piris.
This is Shahrial Tajvidi.
My name is Thomas Hedges.
I'm Barna Noor.
We're here in front of the Greek Parliament where a very large crowd is gathering.
The site of the unrest 1 year ago after Freddie Gray was killed in police custody.
Manchester, New Hampshire for the primaries of the Democratic Party.
Washington, D.C. at the National Press Club.
Live from Ferguson, Missouri.
I'm Shamini Piris coming to you from Athens.
Jessica Devereaux coming to you from Capitol Hill. I'm Kayla Rivara, and this is the Real News of the Day.
In Maryland, 2,100 inmates are serving life with the possibility of parole.
Welcome to Reality asserts itself.
We're not doing the news just to understand. We're doing it because we want to make a difference. We want to make change. We don't want to live in a world of perpetual war and climate disasters and eroding living standards and chronic poverty. And we've realized that if we're going to make that difference, we need to talk to the people who need the change the most. That's working and poor people. That's why we're based in Baltimore.
The main idea of the name The Real News is that there's an objective world where economic interests dominate.
When you look at a police department, their primary mission is to protect wealth and property.
They think that they can do what they want to do, and the citizens have lost confidence.
I want to get back to your office.
But our role isn't just to report and expose. We go beyond critique and strive to answer the question, what are effective solutions?
When we covered the Baltimore protests against the murder of Freddie Gray and systemic police abuse, we said that the real problem was not just a few racist cops, but the role of police in enforcing laws that perpetuate chronic poverty and mass incarceration. Police act as a buffer between those who own stuff and those who don't. The more you own, the more you are served and protected.
The Real News gave a voice to the people most affected. For example, we hosted a town hall in a parking lot in Gilmore Homes, the community where Freddie Gray grew up.
We decided to have a town hall meeting today.
The little white children be in their neighborhoods. They got skateboard rings, playgrounds, soft cushioned mats on their courts. Our children got the concrete jungle. Then they wonder why they so hard and so disrespectful. They don't have nothing to respect. What the hell do they have? Nothing.
The weakness of independent news sources, including ours, is that they have yet to capture a broad mass audience. Corporate media dominates.
We think the weak link in the corporate media chain exists in certain local markets. For example, the advertising-driven model of Baltimore's local television news leads it to target the mostly white and wealthy audience in Baltimore County. That's why 75% of their on-air talent is white in a city that's 65% black.
Of course, the issue is much deeper than who's on air. In a city where there were 348 murders in 2015, that's as many murders as New York, a city 13 times the size of Baltimore, local news turned tragedy into morbid infotainment. They don't ask questions that might lead to transformative change. They don't challenge those who have real power because they're owned by people who have such power. The nonprofit model of the Real News allows us to take on these issues with imagination and courage. We can win a major share of the Baltimore City audience. And when we do, it's a game changer.
Our plan is to develop news, analysis, and cultural programs that will break through to a Baltimore audience. We will deepen our investigative work and debate solutions in town halls held in our downtown studios. They'll be live streamed and on television. We're producing a daily news and commentary show on local television and developing Real News Radio. We're opening a restaurant event space that features local artists and cultural events that strengthen our ties with the community.
As I seen him on his phone, walking, talking, minding his own. Boom, a shot from my hands where I stood. All I seen flying was a phone in the hood lying there.
We're here in the town of Westminster, Maryland.
We're sending a team to Westminster, a working-class town near Baltimore that's mostly white and supports Trump. This is a long-term project to build a real news audience in a place where right-wing ideas dominate.
We'll be investigating the community's concerns and what real effective solutions look like.
The biggest thing here in Westminster is a lot of drugs, You see a lot of drug guys standing on the corners, selling drugs. You go anywhere in Westminster City and see it.
We're building an institute that's a collaboration of investigative journalists, academics, and frontline workers like teachers and nurses and cops and community activists that will answer the question, if you ran Maryland and Baltimore in the interests of the majority of its people, what policies would you create?
We will strengthen our team in D.C., focusing on the real interests that drive Washington policy and expose the mainstreaming of racism, Islamophobia, and far-right ideologies in American national politics and media. TRNN is one of the few independent news networks accredited on Capitol Hill.
Very importantly, we will expand our Climate Change Bureau and stress the urgency of the environmental crisis, expose the war on science, and report on creative and necessary solutions. We're covering everything from global rising temperatures to toxic waste dumps in Baltimore. We will increase our coverage of the foreign policy of the 1% and its devastating impacts. We will report on mass movements around the world that are resisting austerity, war, and aggression.
Real News is in the house, building the world house that Martin King and so many others envisioned. Please support Real News.
So I'm grateful for the Real News Network for bringing true news to people and communities who need it most.
It's going to be more than news. It's going to be community mobilization, community enlightenment, community morale, and really focus not just on telling people what's going on that's not very good in Baltimore, but telling them what's going on that is good, all the way to solutions for a better life for the people in this big city.
We know that this is an ambitious plan, but the time's quite out for it. We believe that if significant resources are brought to bear in Baltimore, it would have great national significance. Please help us make real news.
He took that isolated accident, which was always blamed on the so-called nut behind the wheel, and said that no, this is something that's preventable. We can design cars more safely. That hadn't occurred to anybody before.
The nut behind the wheel is a myth. You know, what kills you in an auto crash is how the structure of the vehicle behaves. And yet they said the whole thing is how you drive. Not that the steering wheel spears you, not that the roof crushes in on your head. No, it's how you drive that's relevant. It's a myth.
People knew that automobile accidents had been occurring for decades. What they didn't know was that this was a systematic issue.
The engineers knew all along that they were building junk. I'd fly to Detroit Airport and we'd circle the airport in a unlabeled motor vehicle while I was interviewing these whistleblowers who I called hidden patriots. And of course they didn't want their names known because they'd be fired by the auto company that employed them.
Here was someone saying, this vehicle that you think is the essence of your happiness, that the advertising community in Detroit has told you is everything you're ever going to need to be happy, is incredibly, recklessly dangerous.
I was walking to the old Senate office building in an underground corridor that they use. One of the Capitol policemen said to me, you better get out here, there are a couple of detectives following you. And I said, what do you mean? There are two guys following me. He said, didn't you write a book on auto safety? I said, no.
It was February of '66, a Saturday afternoon, when Ralph Nader told me he'd been followed the previous day. Well, you can't write a story saying somebody says he's being followed. There's absolutely no evidence of it.
I felt that I better tell somebody in case I wound face down in the Potomac or Anacostia River or something strange was going on. So I told my editor, the national editor of the Washington Post, Larry Stern.
And then Larry Stern, my boss, told me that another Post reporter who has white skin and black hair had told him something very similar.
Because we were so tall, thin, dark hair.
I was, astonished to have this confirmation.
The detective was following people along, making telephone calls and saying he was somebody or other.
He went to Ralph Nader's friends and associates and he pretended that Ralph Nader had been offered a job. People began to wonder why, if he was being offered a job, were they so consumed with, was he smoking pot, was he gay? They put it together, realized, yes, in fact, a person who's testifying before Congress has someone breathing down their neck, trying to figure out what's going on. They call some of the big auto companies. Ford says, it's not us. Chrysler says, it's not us. General Motors issues a statement where they indicate they don't know what's going on, but they don't demur.
General Motors sends sexy women into a supermarket to seduce him into a compromising position. I mean, I thought this was the damnedest thing I'd ever heard in my life.
After we heard that General Motors had turned the babes loose on him in the grocery, and we thought that was an unwise decision from a public relations standpoint for our greatest corporation.
I mean, General Motors was clearly, pissed off because, they were going to face a lot of suits. I mean, there was a lot of serious stuff here.
When this was confirmed that General Motors was responsible, the Senator Ribicoff from Connecticut, who headed the relevant Senate committee in this area, went ballistic. The president of General Motors was summoned.
You've got television cameras out there, and you've got a packed congressional hearing room. Everything's set up for maximum theater. You've got Bobby Kennedy there, Abraham Ribicoff, and then at a lower elevation, James Roach, CEO of General Motors.
Legal right to ascertain necessary facts preparatory to litigation.
I don't see how you can order the investigation and then put out a statement like this, which is not accurate. That, Mr. Roach, disturbs me as much as the fact that you conducted the investigation in the way that it was conducted in the beginning.
It made a huge impact because it was clear that there was something substantive here.
Let us assume that you found something wrong with his sex life. What would that have to do with whether or not he was right or wrong on the car there?
Nothing.
What
Ribicoff had a copy of the book on the table in front of him as he was questioning General Motors, who said, and so you hired detectives to try to get dirt on this young man, to besmirch his character because of statements he made about your unsafe automobiles. And then he grabbed the book and threw it down on the table and said, and you didn't find a damn thing.
I think the thing that has persuaded me to continue and continue in this area is that I don't want to have a climate in this country where one has to have an ascetic existence
and steely determinations in order to speak truthfully and candidly and critically of American industry.
I want to apologize here and now to the members of this subcommittee and Mr. Nader. I sincerely hope that these apologies will be accepted.
When the chairman of a big corporation admits something like that and apologizes, boy, that's big news for everybody.
It launched Ralph Nader into instant national prominence.
And it intersects with the auto safety bill. The hearing on Ralph being followed by General Motors was in March of 1966, and the bill's through the Senate in May. It was just amazing.
Will somehow be able to build in more safety without building on more costs.
If you get things out in the open, you'll get some action. There's no place for secrecy anywhere in traffic safety.
It's the record of the press. They don't pay attention to all kinds of serious issues until there's some kind of spark.
Today, Ralph Nader settled for $425,000 his action against General Motors arising out of harassment by General Motors and invasion of his privacy.
After the congressional testimony and after the apology that Ralph Nader got from James Roach, the CEO of General Motors, it wasn't done with GM yet. So he launched what was then a landmark invasion of privacy case.
This is by far the largest amount ever paid as damages for invasion of privacy or in any other similar type case.
There was a delicious irony in the fact that General Motors provided the seed money for the career and history that has become Ralph Nader.
In other words, this is not the end of the crusade of Ralph Nader against General Motors and other corporations that he feels are acting in the same manner.
The misuse of law as an instrument of oppression is not new. The annual increase of oil and gas prices. Fantastic swindling in the marketplace, knowingly. 1 million pounds of meat a day is unfit for human consumption. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, corporate crime, and the National Air Pollution Control Administration.
You are committing a
Without
fraud in
facts
the
and
American
without
public.
proof, do you want me to read you the 18 volumes before this committee and the Senate Antitrust Committee? What do you call them? Do you want me to reproduce them all? The facts are overwhelming.
A recurrent theme in Ralph's advocacy has been concern for the integrity of the body. Many of Ralph's policy initiatives have tried to develop new legal doctrines, new regulatory schemes to protect the body from assault and harm.
One nuclear power plant catastrophe would be 45,000 dead, well over 100,000 seriously injured, untold damage to future generations.
For about a decade, Ralph had the field almost to himself. He had built a legislative record as a private citizen that would have been the envy of any modern president. That included the Clean Air Act, Mining Health and Safety Act, the Freedom of Information Act, Occupational Safety and Health Act. Ralph also provided the leadership and seed money to start numerous consumer organizations. Congress Watch, the Health Research Group, the Critical Mass Energy Project, the Tax Reform Research Group, the Litigation Group. All of these were eventually joined together as Public Citizen. Ralph's legacy is insinuated into the fabric of our daily life in ways we don't even appreciate.
Imagine if you got in a car and the airbag said Nader on it. You know, like how everything says Trump on buildings. If the airbag said Nader, or if the seatbelt said Nader, or if you get bumped from a plane and it says your remuneration on your ticket and you get it Ralph Nader on your ticket. Or, you know, you look at the air and it's cleaner and it says Ralph Nader. Or if you look at your food and it says this food was made safer by Ralph Nader. If people would see that on a day-to-day basis, they'd understand the effect that this guy has had on their daily lives.
So I was in a taxi cab in Chicago, and the taxi driver asks me, what do you do? And I said, I work for this new news network. Doesn't take corporate funding or government money, doesn't sell advertising. And he said, oh, you mean the real news? And I knew that was it. That was going to be the name.
Welcome to the Real News Network. I'm Shamini Paris.
This is Shahayal Tajvidi.
My name is Thomas Hedges.
I'm Barna Noor.
We're here in front of the Greek Parliament where a very large crowd is gathering.
The site of the unrest 1 year ago after Freddie Gray was killed in police custody.
Manchester, New Hampshire for the primaries of the Democratic Party.
Washington, D.C. at the National Press Club. Live from Ferguson, Missouri.
I'm Shamini Paris coming to you from Athens.
Jessica Devereaux coming to you from Capitol Hill.
I'm Kayla Rivara, and this is the Real News of the Day.
In Maryland, 2,100 inmates are serving life with the possibility of parole.
Welcome to Reality asserts itself.
We're not doing the news just to understand. We're doing it because we want to make a difference. We want to make change. We don't want to live in a world of perpetual war and climate disasters and eroding living standards and chronic poverty. And we've realized that if we're going to make that difference, we need to talk to the people who need the change the most. That's working and poor people. That's why we're based in Baltimore.
The main idea of the name The Real News is that there's an objective world where economic interests dominate.
When you look at a police department, their primary mission is to protect wealth and property.
They think that they can do what they want to do, and the citizens have lost confidence.
I want to get back to your office.
But our role isn't just to report and expose. We go beyond critique and strive to answer the question, what are effective solutions?
When we covered the Baltimore protests against the murder of Freddie Gray and systemic police abuse, we said that the real problem was not just a few racist cops, but the role of police in enforcing laws that perpetuate chronic poverty and mass incarceration. Police act as a buffer between those who own stuff and those who don't. The more you own, the more you are served and protected.
The Real News gave a voice to the people most affected. For example, we hosted a town hall in a parking lot in Gilmore Homes, the community where Freddie Gray grew up.
We decided to have a town hall meeting today.
The little white children in their neighborhoods, they got skateboard rings, playgrounds, soft cushioned mats on their courts. Our children got the concrete jungle. Then they wonder why they so hard and so disrespectful. They don't have nothing to respect. What the hell do they have? Nothing.
The weakness of independent news sources, including ours, is that they have yet to capture a broad mass audience. Corporate media dominates.
We think the weak link in the corporate media chain exists in certain local markets. For example, the advertising-driven model of Baltimore's local television news leads it to target the mostly white and wealthy audience in Baltimore County. That's why 75% of their on-air talent is white in a city that's 65% black.
Of course, the issue is much deeper than who's on air. In a city where there were 348 murders in 2015, that's as many murders as New York, a city 13 times the size of Baltimore, local news turned tragedy into morbid infotainment. They don't ask questions that might lead to transformative change. They don't challenge those who have real power because they're owned by people who have such power. The nonprofit model of The Real News allows us to take on these issues with imagination and courage. We can win a major share of the Baltimore City audience. And when we do, it's a game changer.
Our plan is to develop news, analysis, and cultural programs that will break through to a Baltimore audience. We will deepen our investigative work and debate solutions in town halls held in our downtown studios. They'll be live streamed and on television. We're producing a daily news and commentary show on local television and developing Real News Radio. We're opening a restaurant event space that features local artists and cultural events that strengthen our ties with the community.
As I seen him on his phone, walking, talking, minding his own. Boom, a shot from my hands where I stood. All I seen flying was a phone in the hood lying there.
We're here in the town of Westminster, Maryland. We're sending a team to Westminster, a working-class town near Baltimore that's mostly white and supports Trump. This is a long-term project to build a real news audience in a place where right-wing ideas dominate.
We'll be investigating the community's concerns and what real effective solutions look like.
The biggest thing here in Westminster is a lot of drugs, You see a lot of drug guys standing on the corners, selling drugs. You go anywhere in Westminster City and see it.
We're building an institute that's a collaboration of investigative journalists, academics, and frontline workers like teachers and nurses and cops and community activists that will answer the question, if you ran Maryland and Baltimore in the interests of the majority of its people, what policies would you create?
We will strengthen our team in D.C., focusing on the real interests that drive Washington policy and expose the mainstreaming of racism, Islamophobia, and far-right ideologies in American national politics and media. TRNN is one of the few independent news networks accredited on Capitol Hill.
Very importantly, we will expand our Climate Change Bureau and stress the urgency of the environmental crisis, expose the war on science, and report on creative and necessary solutions. We're covering everything from global rising temperatures to toxic waste dumps in Baltimore.
We will increase our coverage of the foreign policy of the 1% and its devastating impacts. We will report on mass movements around the world that are resisting austerity, war, and aggression.
Real news is in the house, building the world house that Martin King and so many others envisioned. Please support Real News.
I'm grateful for the Real News Network for bringing true news to people and communities who need it most.
It's going to be more than news. It's going to be community mobilization, community enlightenment, community morale, and really focus not just on telling people what's going on that's not very good in Baltimore, but telling them what's going on that is good, all the way to solutions for a better life for the people in this big city.
We know that this is an ambitious plan, but the time's quite out for it. We believe that if significant resources are brought to bear in Baltimore, it would have great national significance. Please help us make real news.
He took that isolated accident, which was always blamed on the so-called nut behind the wheel, and said that no, this is something that's preventable. We can design cars more safely. That hadn't occurred to anybody before.
The nut behind the wheel is a myth. You know, what kills you in an auto crash is how the structure of the vehicle behaves. And yet they said the whole thing is how you drive. Not that the steering wheel spears you, not that the roof crushes in on your head. No, it's how you drive that's relevant. It's a myth.
People knew that automobile accidents had been occurring for decades. What they didn't know was that this was a systematic issue.
The engineers knew all along that they were building junk. I'd fly to Detroit Airport and we'd circle the airport in a unlabeled motor vehicle while I was interviewing these whistleblowers who I called hidden patriots. And of course, they didn't want their names known because they'd be fired by the auto company that employed them.
Here was someone saying, this vehicle that you think is the essence of your happiness, that the advertising community in Detroit has told you is everything you're ever going to need to be happy, is incredibly, recklessly dangerous.
I was walking to the old Senate office building in an underground corridor that they use. One of the Capitol policemen said to me, you better get out here, there are a couple of detectives following you. And I said, what do you mean? There are two guys following me. He said, didn't you write a book on auto safety? I said, no.
It was February of '66, a Saturday afternoon, when Ralph Nader told me he'd been followed the previous day. Well, you can't write a story saying somebody says he's being followed. There's absolutely no evidence of it.
I felt that I better tell somebody in case I wound face down in the Potomac or Anacostia River or something strange was going on. So I told my editor, the national editor of the Washington Post, Larry Stern.
And then Larry Stern, my boss, told me that another Post reporter who has white skin and black hair had told him something very similar.
Because we were so tall, thin, dark hair.
I was, astonished to have this confirmation.
The detective was following people along, making telephone calls and saying he was somebody or other.
He went to Ralph Nader's friends and associates and he pretended that Ralph Nader had been offered a job. People began to wonder why, if he was being offered a job, were they so consumed with, was he smoking pot, was he gay? They put it together, realized, yes, in fact, a person who's testifying before Congress has someone breathing down their neck, trying to figure out what's going on. They call some of the big auto companies. Ford says, it's not us. Chrysler says, it's not us. General Motors issues a statement where they indicate they don't know what's going on, but they don't demur.
General Motors sends sexy women into a supermarket to seduce him into a compromising position. I mean, I thought this was the damnedest thing I'd ever heard in my life.
After we heard that General Motors had turned the babes loose on him in the grocery, and we thought that was an unwise decision from a public relations standpoint for our greatest corporation.
I mean, General Motors was clearly, pissed off because, they were going to face a lot of suits. I mean, there was a lot of serious stuff here.
When this was confirmed that General Motors was responsible, the Senator Ribicoff from Connecticut, who headed the relevant Senate committee in this area, went ballistic. The president of General Motors was summoned.
You've got television cameras out there, and you've got a packed congressional hearing room. Everything's set up for maximum theater. You've got Bobby Kennedy there, Abraham Ribicoff, and then at a lower elevation, James Roach, CEO of General Motors.
Legal right to ascertain necessary facts preparatory to litigation.
I don't see how you can know and order the investigation and then put out a statement like this, which is not accurate. That, Mr. Roach, disturbs me as much as the fact that you conducted the investigation in the way that it was conducted in the beginning.
It made a huge impact because it was clear that there was something substantive here.
Let us assume that you found something wrong with his sex life. What would that have to do with whether or not he was right or wrong on the car there?
Nothing.
What?
Ribicoff had a copy of the book on the table in front of him as he was questioning General Motors, who said, and so you hired detectives to try to get dirt on this young man, to besmirch his character because of statements he made about your unsafe automobiles. And then he grabbed the book and threw it down on the table and said, and you didn't find a damn thing.
I think the thing that has persuaded me to continue and continue in this area is that I don't want to have a climate in this country where one has to have an ascetic existence and steely determinations in order to speak truthfully and candidly and critically of American industry.
I want to apologize here and now to the members of this subcommittee and Mr. Nader. I sincerely hope that these apologies will be accepted.
When the chairman of a big corporation admits something like that and apologizes, boy, that's big news for everybody.
It launched Ralph Nader into instant national prominence.
And it intersects with the auto safety bill. The hearing on Ralph being followed by General Motors was in March of 1966, and the bill's through the Senate in May. It was just amazing.
Will somehow be able to build in more safety without building on more costs.
If you get things out in the open, you'll get some action. There's no place for secrecy anywhere in traffic safety.
It's the record of the press. They don't pay attention to all kinds of serious issues until there's some kind of spark.
Today, Ralph Nader settled for $425,000 his action against General Motors arising out of harassment by General Motors and invasion of his privacy.
After the congressional testimony and after the apology that Ralph Nader got from James Roach, the CEO of General Motors, it wasn't done with GM yet. So he launched what was then a landmark invasion of privacy case.
This is by far the largest amount ever paid as damages for invasion of privacy or in any other similar type case.
There was a delicious irony in the fact that General Motors provided the seed money for the career and history that has become Ralph Nader.
In other words, this is not the end of the crusade of Ralph Nader against General Motors and other corporations that he feels are acting in the same manner.
The misuse of law as an instrument of oppression is not new. The annual increase of oil and gas prices fantastic swindling in the marketplace, knowingly. 1 million pounds of meat a day is unfit for human consumption. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, corporate crime, and the National Air Pollution Control Administration.
You are committing a
Without
fraud on
facts
the
and
American
without
public.
proof, do you want me to read you the 18 volumes before this committee and the Senate Antitrust Committee? What do you call them? Do you want me to reproduce them all? The facts are overwhelming.
A recurrent theme in Ralph's advocacy has been concern for the integrity of the body. Many of Ralph's policy initiatives have tried to develop new legal doctrines, new regulatory schemes to protect the body from assault and harm.
One nuclear power plant catastrophe would be 45,000 dead, well over 100,000 seriously injured, untold damage to future generations.
For about a decade, Ralph had the field almost to himself. He had built a legislative record as a private citizen that would have been the envy of any modern president. That included the Clean Air Act, Mining Health and Safety Act, the Freedom of Information Act, Occupational Safety and Health Act. Ralph also provided the leadership and seed money to start numerous consumer organizations. Congress Watch, the Health Research Group, the Critical Mass Energy Project, the Tax Reform Research Group, the Litigation Group. All of these were eventually joined together as Public Citizen. Ralph's legacy is insinuated into the fabric of our daily life in ways we don't even appreciate.
Imagine if you got in a car and the airbag said Nader on it. You know, like how everything says Trump on buildings? If the airbag said Nader, or if the seatbelt said Nader, or if you get bumped from a plane and it says your remuneration on your ticket and you get it Ralph Nader on your ticket. Or, you know, you look at the air and it's cleaner and it says Ralph Nader. Or if you look at your food and it says this food was made safer by Ralph Nader. If people would see that on a day-to-day basis, they'd understand the effect that this guy has had on their daily lives.
So I was in a taxi cab in Chicago, and the taxi driver asks me, "What do you do?" And I said, "I work for this new news network. Doesn't take corporate funding or government money, doesn't sell advertising." And he said, "Oh, you mean the real news?" And I knew that was it. That was going to be the name.
Welcome to the Real News Network. I'm Shamini Paris.
This is Shahrial Tajvidi.
My name is Thomas Hedges.
I'm Barna Noor.
We're here in front of the Greek Parliament where a very large crowd is gathering.
The site of the unrest 1 year ago after Freddie Gray was killed in police custody.
Manchester, New Hampshire for the primaries of the Democratic Party.
Washington, D.C. at the National Press Club. Live from Ferguson, Missouri.
I'm Shamini Paris coming to you from Athens.
Jessica Devereaux coming to you from Capitol Hill. I'm Kayla Rivara, and this is the Real News of the Day.
In Maryland, 2,100 inmates are serving life with the possibility of parole.
Welcome to Reality asserts itself.
We're not doing the news just to understand. We're doing it because we want to make a difference. We want to make change. We don't want to live in a world of perpetual war and climate disasters and eroding living standards and chronic poverty. And we've realized that if we're going to make that difference, we need to talk to the people who need the change the most. That's working and poor people. That's why we're based in Baltimore.
The main idea of the name The Real News is that there's an objective world where economic interests dominate.
When you look at a police department, their primary mission is to protect wealth and property.
They think that they can do what they want to do, and the citizens have lost confidence.
I want to get back to the
But our role isn't just to report and expose. We go beyond critique and strive to answer the question, what are effective solutions?
When we covered the Baltimore protests against the murder of Freddie Gray and systemic police abuse, we said that the real problem was not just a few racist cops, but the role of police in enforcing laws that perpetuate chronic poverty and mass incarceration. Police act as a buffer between those who own stuff and those who don't. The more you own, the more you are served and protected.
The Real News gave a voice to the people most affected. For example, we hosted a town hall in a parking lot in Gilmore Homes, the community where Freddie Gray grew up.
We decided to have a town hall meeting today.
The little white children be in their neighborhoods. They got skateboard rings, playgrounds, soft cushioned mats on their courts. Our children got the concrete jungle. Then they wonder why they so hard and so disrespectful. They don't have nothing to respect. What the hell do they have? Nothing.
The weakness of independent news sources, including ours, is that they have yet to capture a broad mass audience. Corporate media dominates.
We think the weak link in the corporate media chain exists in certain local markets. For example, the advertising-driven model of Baltimore's local television news leads it to target the mostly white and wealthy audience in Baltimore County. That's why 75% of their on-air talent is white in a city that's 65% black.
Of course, the issue is much deeper than who's on air. In a city where there were 348 murders in 2015, that's as many murders as New York, a city 13 times the size of Baltimore, local news turned tragedy into morbid infotainment. They don't ask questions that might lead to transformative change. They don't challenge those who have real power because they're owned by people who have such power. The nonprofit model of the Real News allows us to take on these issues with imagination and courage. We can win a major share of the Baltimore City audience. And when we do, it's a game changer.
Our plan is to develop news, analysis, and cultural programs that will break through to a Baltimore audience. We will deepen our investigative work and debate solutions in town halls held in our downtown studios. They'll be live streamed and on television. We're producing a daily news and commentary show on local television and developing Real News Radio. We're opening a restaurant event space that features local artists and cultural events that strengthen our ties with the community.
As I seen him on his phone, walking, talking, minding his own. Boom, a shot from my hands where I stood. All I seen flying was a phone in the hood lying there.
We're here in the town of Westminster, Maryland.
We're sending a team to Westminster, a working-class town near Baltimore that's mostly white and supports Trump. This is a long-term project to build a real news audience in a place where right-wing ideas dominate.
We'll be investigating the community's concerns and what real effective solutions look like.
The biggest thing here in Westminster is a lot of drugs, You see a lot of drug guys standing on the corners, selling drugs. You go anywhere in Westminster City and see it.
We're building an institute that's a collaboration of investigative journalists, academics, and frontline workers like teachers and nurses and cops and community activists that will answer the question, if you ran Maryland and Baltimore in the interests of the majority of its people, what policies would you create?
We will strengthen our team in D.C., focusing on the real interests that drive Washington policy and expose the mainstreaming of racism, Islamophobia, and far-right ideologies in American national politics and media. TRNN is one of the few independent news networks accredited on Capitol Hill.
Very importantly, we will expand our Climate Change Bureau and stress the urgency of the environmental crisis, expose the war on science, and report on creative and necessary solutions. We're covering everything from global rising temperatures to toxic waste dumps in Baltimore.
We will increase our coverage of the foreign policy of the 1% and its devastating impacts. We will report on mass movements around the world that are resisting austerity, war, and aggression.
Real News is in the house, building the world house that Martin King and so many others envisioned. Please support Real News.
I'm grateful for the Real News Network for bringing true news to people and communities who need it most.
It's going to be more than news. It's going to be community mobilization, community enlightenment, community morale, and really focus not just on telling people what's going on that's not very good in Baltimore, but telling them what's going on that is good, all the way to solutions for a better life for the people in this big city.
We know that this is an ambitious plan, but the time's quite out for it. We believe that if significant resources are brought to bear in Baltimore, it would have great national significance. Please help us make real news.
He took that isolated accident, which was always blamed on the so-called nut behind the wheel, and said that no, this is something that's preventable. We can design cars more safely. That hadn't occurred to anybody before.
The nut behind the wheel is a myth. You know, what kills you in an auto crash is how the structure of the vehicle behaves. And yet they said the whole thing is how you drive. Not that the steering wheel spears you, not that the roof crushes in on your head. No, it's how you drive that's relevant. It's a myth.
People knew that automobile accidents had been occurring for decades. What they didn't know was that this was a systematic issue.
The engineers knew all along that they were building junk. I'd fly to Detroit Airport and we'd circle the airport in a unlabeled motor vehicle while I was interviewing these whistleblowers who I called hidden patriots. And of course they didn't want their names known because they'd be fired by the auto company that employed them.
Here was someone saying, this vehicle that you think is the essence of your happiness, that the advertising community in Detroit has told you is everything you're ever going to need to be happy, is incredibly, recklessly dangerous.
I was walking to the old Senate office building in an underground corridor that they use. One of the Capitol policemen said to me, you better get out here, there are a couple of detectives following you. And I said, what do you mean? There's two guys following me. He said, didn't you write a book on auto safety? I said, no.
It was February of '66, a Saturday afternoon, when Ralph Nader told me he'd been followed the previous day. Well, you can't write a story saying somebody says he's being followed. There's absolutely no evidence of it.
I felt that I better tell somebody in case I wound face down in the Potomac or Anacostia River or something was strange was going on. So I told my editor, the national editor of the Washington Post, Larry Stern.
And then Larry Stern, my boss, told me that another Post reporter who has white skin and black hair had told him something very similar.
Because we were so tall, thin, dark hair.
I was, astonished to have this confirmation.
The detective was following people along, making telephone calls and saying he was somebody or other.
He went to Ralph Nader's friends and associates and pretended that Ralph Nader had been offered a job. People began to wonder why, if he was being offered a job, were they so consumed with, was he smoking pot, was he gay? They put it together, realized, yes, in fact, a person who's testifying before Congress has someone breathing down their neck, trying to figure out what's going on. They call some of the big auto companies. Ford says, it's not us. Chrysler says, it's not us. General Motors issues a statement where they indicate they don't know what's going on, but they don't demur.
General Motors sends sexy women into a supermarket to seduce him into a compromising position. I mean, I thought this was the damnedest thing I'd ever heard in my life.
After we heard that General Motors had turned the babes loose on him in the grocery, and we thought that was an unwise decision from a public relations standpoint for our greatest corporation.
I mean, General Motors was clearly, pissed off because, they were going to face a lot of suits. I mean, there was a lot of serious stuff here.
When this was confirmed that General Motors was responsible, the Senator Ribicoff from Connecticut, who headed the relevant Senate committee in this area, went ballistic. The president of General Motors was summoned.
You've got television cameras out there, and you've got a packed congressional hearing room. Everything's set up for maximum theater. You've got Bobby Kennedy there, Abraham Ribicoff, and then at a lower elevation, James Roach, CEO of General Motors.
Legal right to ascertain necessary facts preparatory to litigation.
I don't see how you can know and order the investigation and then put out a statement like this, which is not accurate. That, Mr. Roach, disturbs me as much as the fact that you conducted the investigation in the way that it was conducted in the beginning.
It made a huge impact because it was clear that there was something substantive here.
Let us assume that you found something wrong with his sex life. What would that have to do with whether or not he was right or wrong on the Corvair?
Nothing.
What
Ribicoff had a copy of the book on the table in front of him as he was questioning General Motors, who said, And so you hired detectives to try to get dirt on this young man, to besmirch his character because of statements he made about your unsafe automobiles. And then he grabbed the book and threw it down on the table and said, and you didn't find a damn thing.
I think the thing that has persuaded me to continue and continue in this area is that I don't want to have a climate in this country where one has to have an ascetic existence and steely determinations in order to speak truthfully and candidly and critically of American industry.
I want to apologize here and now to the members of this subcommittee and Mr. Nader. I sincerely hope that these apologies will be accepted.
When the chairman of a big corporation admits something like that and apologizes, boy, that's big news for everybody.
It launched Ralph Nader into instant national prominence.
And it intersects with the auto safety bill. The hearing on Ralph being followed by General Motors was in March of 1966, and the bill's through the Senate in May. It was just amazing.
Will somehow be able to build in more safety without building on more costs.
If you get things out in the open, you'll get some action. There's no place for secrecy anywhere in traffic safety.
It's the record of the press. They don't pay attention to all kinds of serious issues until there's some kind of spark.
Today, Ralph Nader settled for $425,000 his action against General Motors arising out of harassment by General Motors and invasion of his privacy.
After the congressional testimony and after the apology that Ralph Nader got from James Roach, the CEO of General Motors, wasn't done with GM yet. So he launched what was then a landmark invasion of privacy case.
This is by far the largest amount ever paid as damages for invasion of privacy or in any other similar type case.
There was a delicious irony in the fact that General Motors provided the seed money for the career and history that has become Ralph Nader.
In other words, this is not the end of the crusade of Ralph Nader against General Motors and other corporations that he feels are acting in the same manner.
The misuse of law as an instrument of oppression is not new. The annual increase of oil and gas prices. Fantastic swindling in the marketplace, knowingly. 1 million pounds of meat a day is unfit for human consumption. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, corporate crime, and the National Air Pollution Control Administration.
You are committing a
without
fraud on
facts
the
and
American
without
public.
proof. Do you want me to read you the 18 volumes before this committee and the Senate Antitrust Committee? What do you call them? Do you want me to reproduce them all? The facts are overwhelming.
A recurrent theme in Ralph's advocacy has been concern for the integrity of the body. Many of Ralph's policy initiatives have tried to develop new legal doctrines, new regulatory schemes to protect the body from assault and harm.
One nuclear power plant catastrophe would be 45,000 dead, well over 100,000 seriously injured, untold damage to future generations.
For about a decade, Ralph had the field almost to himself. He had built a legislative record as a private citizen that would have been the envy of any modern president. That included the Clean Air Act, Mining Health and Safety Act, the Freedom of Information Act, Occupational Safety and Health Act. Ralph also provided the leadership and seed money to start numerous consumer organizations. Congress Watch, the Health Research Group, the Critical Mass Energy Project, the Tax Reform Research Group, the Litigation Group. All of these were eventually joined together as Public Citizen. Ralph's legacy is insinuated into the fabric of our daily life in ways we don't even appreciate.
Imagine if you got in a car and the airbag said Nader on it. You know, like how everything says Trump on buildings. If the airbag said Nader, or if the seatbelt said Nader, or if you get bumped from a plane and it says your remuneration on your ticket and you get it Ralph Nader on your ticket. Or, you know, you look at the air and it's cleaner and it says Ralph Nader. Or if you look at your food and it says this food was made safer by Ralph Nader. If people would see that on a day-to-day basis, they'd understand the effect that this guy has had on their daily lives.
rock out of line. Like, why come people blow the train whistle, talk to the depot agent? Depot agent throw that switchboard over the line, and they ain't never gonna talk to him. I got goats, I got sheep, I got cows, I got hogs, I got horses, I got all livestock, I got all livestock. Now that old Rock Island line's getting on down the road. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a mighty good road. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a road to ride. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a mighty good road. If you want to ride, you got to ride it like you're bound to get your ticket at the station on the Rock Island line. Jesus died to save our sins. Glory to God, we're going to meet him again. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a mighty good road. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a road to ride. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a mighty good road. If you want to ride, you got to ride it like you're bound to get your ticket at the station on the Rock Island line. A, B, C, double X, Y, Z. She has their hand covered, but they don't see me. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a mighty good road. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a road to ride. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a mighty good road. If you want to ride, you got to ride it like you're bound to get your ticket at the station on the Rock Island line. I may be right and I may be wrong, so you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a mighty good road. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a road to ride. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a mighty good road. If you want to ride, you got to ride it like you're bound to get your ticket at the station on the Rock Island line. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a mighty good road. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a road to ride. Oh, the Rock Island line, it's a mighty good road. If you want to ride, you got to ride it like you're bound to get your ticket at the station on the Rock Island line.
Well, the world has 7 wonders that the travelers always tell. Some gardens and some towers, I guess you know them well. But now the greatest wonder is in Uncle Sam's fair land. It's that King Columbia River and the big Grand Coulee Dam. She heads up the Canadian Rockies where the rippling waters glide, comes a-rumbling down the canyon to meet that salted tide of the wide Pacific Ocean where the sun sets in the west, and the big Grand Coulee country in the land I love the best. In the misty crystal glitter of that wild and windward spray, men have fought the pounding waters and met a watery grave. Well, she tore their boats to splinters, but she gave men dreams to dream of the day the Coulee Dam would cross that wild and wasted stream. Uncle Sam took up the challenge in the year of '33 for the farmer and the factory and all of you and me. He said, roll along Columbia, you can ramble to the sea, but a river while you're rambling, you can do some work for me. Now in Washington and Oregon, you hear the factories hum, making chrome and making manganese and light aluminum. And there roars a flying fortress now to fight for Uncle Sam, spawned up on the King Columbia by the big Grand Coulee Dam. In the misty crystal glitter of that wild and windward spray, men have fought the pounding waters, they met a watery grave. Well, she tore their boats to splinters, but she gave men dreams to dream of the day the Coulee Dam would cross that wild and wasted stream.
called her this morning between 4, 5, and 9. I called her this morning between 4, 5, and 9. I called her this morning between 4, 5, and 9. I want you to meet on Hollywood and Vine. If you get down, yes, baby, I do. If you get down, yes, before I do. If you get down, yes, before I do. You can tell your friend that I'm coming too. Go ahead, then. I'm gonna sing this verse. I ain't gonna sing it no more. I'm gonna sing this verse. I ain't gonna sing it no more. I'm gonna sing this verse. I ain't gonna sing it no more. Next time I sing, I'm gonna be in Chicago.
I hate a song that makes you think that you're not any good. I hate a song that makes you think that you're just born to lose, bound to lose, no good to nobody, no good for nothing, because you're either too old or too young or too fat or too slim or too ugly or too this or too that. Songs that run you down, or songs that poke fun at you on account of your bad luck or your hard traveling. I'm out to fight those kinds of songs to my very last breath of air and my last drop of blood. I am out to sing songs that will prove to you that this is your world.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the last half day of the 4-day Breaking Through Power, hosted by Ralph Nader, of course. The next speaker is an original voice, an advocate on one of the biggest issues in America and this political year. Obviously, there was no worsening income or wealth inequality that you read about until basically Occupy Wall Street in September of 2001 and now the campaigns. Both parties are talking about it. Robert Poland is one of the leading advocates in the country for a higher real minimum wage, a minimum wage of at least $15 an hour. He is the professor of economics and a co-director of the Political Economy Research Institute, PERI, at the University of Massachusetts and Amherst. His books include The Living Wage, Building a Fair Economy, and most recently on the minimum wage, and the title of his book, he published through MIT Press in 2015, Greening the Global Economy. Please welcome Robert Poland.
Thanks very much, Mark. Thanks very much, Ralph Nader, for inviting me. I understand it's the 50th anniversary of Unsafe at Any Speed, which was a fundamental contribution. I want to also mention that it's the 49th anniversary of an article that Ralph did in the New Republic on the meat industry. And the reason I mention that is because when that article came out, it just so happened that I was a congressional intern for my own Congressman, Gilbert Goody, in the summer of 1967. I was 16 years old, and for whatever reason, I was assigned by my congressman's office to work on this meat regulation bill. And I remember thinking, oh my God, how could I get a worse assignment? Like that, what could be more boring and unimportant relative to the struggles that are going on in Vietnam, around Vietnam, on civil rights, and I'm doing the meat industry. And that's really what I thought until this young man came and spoke in Congress named Ralph Nader, who I'd vaguely heard of, and I went to hear him speak, and I brought the other interns, and this was an amazing revelation, and that got us mobilized to really work with our congressman and participate in this, and Ralph basically defined the debate. So it's a really honor to be here. Well, so Ralph asked me to talk about minimum wages and minimum income, and whatever Ralph says is what I'm going to do. Now, the first thing, though, is we have to consider both proposals, minimum wage and minimum income, within the context of what's going on in the U.S. and the world today, especially in the U.S., on inequality. Fighting for a higher minimum wage or for minimum income is a way to fight inequality. Now, what is the evidence on inequality? And there's a few critical things I want to mention. Being an economist, it has to be numbers, of course. So the last time there was a comparable degree of inequality in this country was a very important year, 1929. It was the year before the Wall Street crash. And the top 1% got 24% of national income. After the crash and subsequent to that, the top 1% share of national income went down persistently until another important year, 1980. 1980 was the year Ronald Reagan got elected. In the year Reagan got elected, the top 1% received 10% of national income. So it went down from 24% to 10%. In 2007, the year before the most recent Wall Street crash, the top 1% received 24% of national income, exactly the same number that they received in 1929. So what we've had, really starting with the Reagan era, was a return to a level of inequality that we had not seen since the 1930s. Now, the difference between the 1930s and today is that, as I said, in the 1930s, the share going to the top 1% went from 24% down, and it stayed down until Reagan got elected. After the 2008-2009 financial crisis, the share that went to the top 1%, unlike the 1930s, did not go down. It is now going back up. So that for the first 4 years after the crisis ended, So from 2009 to 2013, the top 1% received an amazing 91% of the income growth in the economy. 91% of the total income growth went to the top 1%. So we have a major issue with respect to persistent and deepening inequality. Now, inequality is no surprise, in a sense, the pattern maybe, but the news I will flash to you now is that we live in a capitalist economy. And capitalism is not built to promote equality. It is precisely built to promote inequality. It is a system that rewards winners and punishes losers, and the winners get advantages, as we keep hearing in the conference, and I've been here this morning, and I hear about the role of money in politics. That deepens the role of money and increases inequality. Those benefits are then passed down to generations. So we have perpetuation and deepening of inequality as an intrinsic feature of capitalism. Now, on the other hand, we've seen inequality go down. Why? Because even though we operate within a capitalist economy, there are countervailing tendencies, what we would call equalizing interventions, equalizing institutions, equalizing policies that are critical to maintaining some semblance of an egalitarian democratic society within capitalism. What are they? Well, social insurance, Medicare, Social Security, public education, progressive taxation, and critically among them, a minimum wage, minimum income, welfare state policies that redistribute income and prevent people from living in destitution. Now, why did inequality start to go up after Reagan got elected? Very, very simple. We're living in a capitalist economy. We have equalizing institutions, but the role of Reaganomics and everything that has preceded since then, neoliberalism, has been to weaken the equalizing institutions in our society. Okay, and part of that, one element of that, has been to weaken the minimum wage. And so what we're talking about with the minimum wage is to strengthen the minimum wage and to return again to a more equal society. Now where does the minimum wage idea come from? The minimum wage, the national minimum wage, was first passed in the 1930s in this country, a critical time as well. Remember, we were in a depression, so the notion that you cannot afford to pay workers decently because the economy is weak, that was the exact opposite idea that we had in the 1930s. In the 1930s, the idea was we want to get more income into people's pockets, and we want to create some semblance of justice for working people. And in fact, in the 1930s, a rather prominent politician at the time said the following: "No business which depends for its existence on paying less than living wages to its workers has any right to exist in this country." Okay, very strong words. Has no right to exist in this country if you don't pay living wages. Who was the politician that said that? You can probably guess. FDR. President of the United States. Imagine Ronald Reagan or George Bush, or for that matter, Bill Clinton, or even Barack Obama making such a statement. Now, the minimum wage in this country peaked in 1968. In today's dollars, the minimum wage for the whole country, that means the lowest anyone could legally pay anybody, a 16-year-old working at McDonald's, was $11 an hour. That was in 1968, okay? Today, it's $7.25, 50% lower. In the meantime, between 1968 and today, productivity, average labor productivity, has risen 140%. By that, I mean the amount everybody produces when they show up at work every day. That's what we mean by labor productivity. It has more than doubled, 2.5 times greater. And so that if the minimum wage from 1968 to the present only rose just with inflation and productivity, okay? Just penny for penny with inflation and productivity. If the minimum wage had gone up at that rate, the minimum wage in the United States today would be $26 an hour, okay? Instead of $7.25 an hour. The living wage movement in this country, the contemporary living wage movement, began in the mid-1990s as a protest against the precipitous decline in the minimum wage, the legal minimum wage, and the impact that that had on families. The minimum wage movement really began by religious workers in Baltimore, by the way, who were running food pantries and homeless shelters and seeing people come to them who had jobs, people who had full-time jobs. And so the logic was, well, if you've got a full-time job and you're still showing up at a food pantry or at a homeless shelter, that means the minimum wage is not a living wage. So that was really the beginning of the fight back. And this conference is about fighting back. Today is about fighting back in Congress. And so we have a beautiful model here of a living wage movement emerging to fight back against the injustice of the totally unsupportable minimum wage and to fight back against it. And it spread first in municipalities, then in states, and then most recently, a few years ago, 3 years ago, we had this thing emerge out of nowhere basically by workers at fast food restaurants called Fight for 15, $15 minimum wage, national minimum wage, which would mean effectively a doubling of the $7.25 minimum wage. And I remember when it first passed, when it first came out, it was a joke. I mean, double the minimum wage? These people know nothing. Even my department colleagues, and I'm probably in the most progressive economics department in the country, even they said, no, that can't happen. Well, guess what? As of 6 months ago, the state of California and the state of New York now have a $15 minimum wage. Right. That came out of nowhere. That came out of fighting. That came out of saying, you know, we're not going to stand for this. This is real. These are people's real jobs. These are their lives, and they deserve a decent wage. And so the bricks were laid by the living wage movement. It moved on to municipalities such as Seattle that passed a $15 minimum wage, and now the two biggest states in the country. Now, the issue with the minimum wage that always comes up, and it's a fair question, is if you raise the minimum wage, you're going to hurt jobs for low-wage workers. So it is an unintended consequence. You're hoping to do something good, you end up doing something bad. The problem with that is it's been studied over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and every time the minimum wage goes up, we do not see the evidence of job decline. There's no evidence at all. There's been 8,000 papers written on it, and even the people that are against the minimum wage say, well, a little bit. But they don't show it. Now, with respect to the $15 minimum wage, what we said, we get a new argument that says, well, that's out of bounds of what we've been studying because it's such a big increase. It's a doubling. It's a jump. And that's a fair point. The research that I've done with my co-worker, Jeanette Wicks-Lim at UMass, what we studied the fast food industry specifically because that has the highest concentration of low-wage workers. And what we show is that if you establish a $15 minimum wage, even in the fast food industry, the adjustment process is such that the firms actually don't want to lay off workers if they can do other things. And what happens instead, for example, is that the firms save money because you raise productivity in the firm. You get lower turnover, lower absenteeism, and that covers a significant amount of the cost. The other part is, yeah, you raise prices. But how much is the question? And what we show is that what you can do is if you think out of a 4-year phase-in from today's minimum wage to 15, you really only need to raise prices, let's say on a Big Mac, 15 cents a year for 4 years, 60 cents over 4 years. So the average price of a Big Mac would go from $4.90, what it is today, to $5.50. And that would cover, between that and productivity, that would cover most of the increase, so you don't see the job losses. And that's really the answer. And so, yes, a $15 minimum wage is completely viable, not only in New York, not only in California, but in Louisiana, Alabama, you name it, New Mexico. Now, Ralph also asked me to talk about a minimum income, okay, which is beyond just people having jobs and getting paid decently, but minimum income. The idea for minimum income actually comes from Milton Friedman, who you may have heard of, probably the most influential right-wing economist of the 20th century. And he actually proposed in his 1962 book a negative income tax, which was basically a guaranteed income for everybody that was below a certain threshold. Now, this is a really intriguing idea. He said, get rid of all the other, we don't need food stamps, we don't need welfare, we don't even need Medicaid. You get rid of all of them, you just give people money and you cover them that way. Now, as Ralph actually mentioned this morning, the idea was endorsed by Richard Nixon, the far left president, the last left-wing president. Now, it was also endorsed by none other than Martin Luther King Jr. So there's got to be something there, something that's endorsed by Milton Friedman, Richard Nixon, and Martin Luther King, at least as interesting. Let's put it that way. And it does have merit. Now, the fact is we do have minimum income programs in this country. We have the Earned Income Tax Credit. We have food stamps. We have Medicaid. And the idea with this is, well, basically this would supplant all of them. It would be easier. People wouldn't have to go through these means tests. It would just all be done through the IRS. So it would be greatly simplifying. And in a sense, it would help workers in bargaining for better jobs because their so-called fallback position would be stronger. In other words, business owners offering destitution wages because people are desperate, they wouldn't have to take it because they'd have their fallback. No matter what, they would have their fallback of their minimum income. If they're willing to live on that, they could do it. So this is an interesting proposal if it is done in conjunction with a living wage, a minimum living wage. But I want to warn people, including Ralph, because Ralph and I talked about it, and Ralph is pretty gung-ho, and I always appreciate Ralph's ideas and enthusiasm. But in reading about it, I actually came across a 1967 article by Milton Friedman in the National Review, in which he says that the left is supporting me. You know, I'm not used to this. The left usually hates me, but the left is supporting me on this, and the right is against me. And he says, but what the left doesn't realize, this is a Trojan horse. This is an exact quote. Friedman says, this is a Trojan horse. Now, why is he saying it's a Trojan horse? Because he says, when we do this, then that's it. Then we have a free market, which is what we believe. There's no minimum wage. Forget about minimum wage. There's no other, forget about any other kind of social insurance. Then this is the policy. Everyone gets a minimum income, and then we toss out everything else. Okay? Now, we may not agree with Milton Friedman's version of this, but it's definitely there. And if we're going to start the debate on having a minimum income, at the very least, we have to fight over what that minimum is going to be. And the problem is that, we may not win that fight. And in winning that fight, we're going to have to also come up against the argument is that, you want it to be very low because, people can do nothing and get this money. Literally, they can. There's actually a very famous academic paper on, do surfers have a right for a minimum income? And the answer, if you believe everybody gets it, yeah, go out, surf the rest of your life, you still get it. And that's going to be, we can all have our positions on it, but I don't think it's a strong political position. So where I come down in my last 49 seconds, look, we're very close to doing something that was inconceivable 3 years ago, which was doubling the national minimum wage, $15 minimum wage. And if we're talking today about fighting for power in Congress, let's fight and win the fight for a $15 minimum wage. And win that fight, consolidate that, raise living standards, reduce inequality, and then we can talk about what we do about a minimum income beyond that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. From the fight for 15 to Black Lives Matter to 350.org to the next speaker on TPP, these are the people and the issues that are rising and becoming the political variables in 2016. What Elizabeth Warren is to banking, Lori Wallach is to trade. The authoritative clarion voice who breaks through the political clutter and is paid attention to. Lori Wallach has been director of Public Citizens Global Trade Watch since 1995, or as we say in the NATO movement, she's a freshman. But notwithstanding that, she's really earned her stripes. She's an expert on the operations and outcomes of NAFTA, WTO, fast track promotion, and of course TPP and TTIP, issues that are now dominating the campaigns, and all the candidates now agree more with Lori Wallach than Barack Obama. For good or ill, it's your call. And so I am delighted to introduce a person who is the definitive voice on critiquing these policies and their effect on workers and income. Please welcome Lori Wallach.
Good afternoon, everybody. So the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, now here's a fight we are going to win. And we are poised to stop the TPP because of amazing activism, not just here, probably a lot of you were involved, but in the other 11 countries, well, most of them, because some of them you go to jail if you're an activist, but in some of those countries, people have been on the streets fighting, and as a result, the TPP fight is happening now in the context that's the most auspicious to us, the moment of maximum accountability during a presidential election year. And it's a funny thing how all the candidates have come around to where the public is. The public knows that the TPP is a big corporate power tool that is going to undermine our democracy, offshore our jobs, push down our wages, and flood our kids with unsafe imported food, and raise Granny's medicine prices, all in one fell 900-page swoop. And given we got elections coming up, you're seeing some members of Congress actually saying the same thing. They have problems with the TPP. However, actually boxing and burying that agreement and starting the much overdue turnaround to a different kind of policy that actually makes the global economy have some rules that work for people on the planet, not just multinational corporations, is the task at hand. And that is the import of this fight on the TPP. So in a certain way, the hijack of US trade agreements is maybe the worst case of corporate power breaking through. So we need to break through that corporate power by stopping what has become really a slow-motion coup d'etat against democratic governance. See, because the sneaky truth about TPP and most of these trade agreements is it's not really about trade. Trade's the least of it. In the whole big TPP text, those 900 pages of rules that are strongly and strictly enforced, Only 6 of the 30 chapters actually have to do with things like tariffs or quotas or subsidies or customs rules. The rest of it has been turned into a delivery mechanism for a set of non-trade agenda items that are bad for our democracy, bad for our jobs, bad for our planet, bad for our access to affordable medicine, safe food, financial stability. A lot of it's stuff that couldn't happen in the sunshine of actual public discourse. So a whole bunch of policies that you thought as an activist you had killed, that were being pushed in Congress, like some horrible zombie, come back in a chapter of TPP. And the problem is the TPP, like the other trade agreements, unlike domestic law, they don't have expiration dates. If we don't follow those rules, say our Supreme Court says we shouldn't, we face trade sanctions, even if our own courts say that the rules don't meet our Constitution. And how the hell did we get into this? Well, this, again, is the notion of corporations seeking power. The process got to this result. So back when I was just out of law school in 1990, and I first had the honor of getting to work with Ralph Nader, which was a very daunting, scary thing, because it was Ralph Nader. And Ralph basically made the very astute observation that you always have to look at the process. Bad process leads to bad policy. And in this instance, we had a handful of corporations, well, not a handful, 500, who were serving as official US trade advisors on negotiations that were otherwise secret. Congress was largely locked out. The public and the press were totally locked out. And in this mix of literally corporate advisors calling the shots on stuff that we were having big national debates on at the very moment, the price of medicines, food safety, the environment. Behind closed doors, these rules were getting renegotiated. And the TPP is all that stuff that Ralph was one of the first guys to realize was going on, this sneaky attack. It wasn't about trade. They were stealing the brand. Free trade agreement, everyone would salute to that. But actually, it was a whole different sneak attack agenda. And TPP is the culmination of that, which is why it is so critical that we stop it, but also the TPP is, by its own supporters' admission, the model for the next century of trade rules globally. It is a docking agreement. So the rules of that agreement are the rules. If a country wants an agreement with the United States, they're not going to be setting negotiations for their own rules. They either need to get onto that or they're not invited. So literally, what we're fighting right now is a consolidation and lock-in of corporate power under the disguised brand of trade agreements that could affect all of our futures, but those of millions of people around the planet. So what is in that agreement that can help us defeat it? To think about it accurately, we need to help people understand it's not about trade. It's a delivery mechanism for a whole new set of corporate rights and powers, and then new constraints, new handcuffs on government ability to pass policies that we need to ensure the viability of the climate, to ensure economic justice, to ensure that our financial system doesn't have a huge crisis again, to ensure our food is safe, our products are safe. And at the heart of that is the investor-state dispute settlement system, the foreign investor rights that also are the actual incentive to offshore American jobs. You know that a trade agreement actually really has incentives to offshore jobs when the Cato Institute, the libertarian organization, calls these investor rules a subsidy on offshoring, a promotion on offshoring, by unfairly lowering the risk premium on foreign investors. Instead of making them buy investment insurance or think twice about going to a country that has no rule of law where their investment might be seized, instead the risk gets socialized onto us by setting up a system where instead of meeting our laws and having to go to our courts, foreign corporations investing here would get equal rights as our corporations, US corporations someplace else would, to skirt domestic laws and courts and directly attack any government policy or action in front of a tribunal of 3 private sector attorneys, one of whom they literally choose and hire. They are the judges. Many of them rotate between suing governments for corporations and being judges in the investor-state system. There are no conflict of interest rules. They are not paid salary. They're paid many hundreds per hour. And it does not matter if the domestic law being challenged is treating the domestic and foreign firms the same. If it's been passed by referendum or the Congress, or if the US Supreme Court has said it's fine. If these 3 private sector attorneys decide it violates the rights and privileges granted to foreign investors in the agreement, they can order the US government to pay unlimited sums of taxpayer dollars as damages to the investor for the violation of their rights. And not just for the actual damages, for what the company says are their lost future expected profits. Really. And there's no outside appeal. So this system at the heart of the TPP that is being proposed for the European agreement, the TTIP, the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Agreement, this investor-state system at the heart of these agreements is literally the formalization, consolidation of making corporations as powerful as a nation state. They're not just people, they're a country. Because practically, this system elevates individual investors and corporations to equal status with an entire sovereign nation state that's signed an agreement. It gives an individual investor or corporation the right to privately enforce a public treaty against a sovereign nation for taking actions that its own courts say are fine, that treat domestic and foreign investors the same, but that have the problem of conflicting with the new rights and privileges granted to corporations in the agreement. And there are no commensurate rights or obligations that the corporations owe the governments. Countries can't start these cases against the governments. One way, corporations and investors can sue governments for undermining the new rights and privileges they get. That's at the heart of the TPP. Now, we have some agreements in the US with that system, like NAFTA. But so far, we haven't in the US had very many of these attacks because our agreements have been with countries that have very few investors here. 8,500 total investors, cross-registered, foreign investors. You could use this with all of our agreements with this system. Overnight, the TPP would double this. Thousands of Japanese industrial companies, very large financial service firms, Australian mining firms and timber firms, overnight would have the right to use this system against us. If you go to tradewatch.org, our website, tradewatch.org, you can see those companies geo-mapped onto your communities, your states. And if the US approved the European agreement, another 4 times expansion would occur. Which is to say, we would literally give corporations instruments to undermine our democracy concretely, specifically, and simultaneously raid our treasury. Scary enough, and it's just the tip of the iceberg, the TPP also rolls back the initial reforms on access to affordable medicine that the Democrats in Congress made George Bush make. No kidding. Doctors Without Borders has called this the worst trade agreement ever for access to affordable medicines. It includes provisions that would basically shut down Medicare Part D reform, i.e. the government bulk purchasing and negotiating for price reductions for medicine, the future of how we cut our drug costs. It would limit internet freedom. Groups like EFF and others, the ACLU, have pointed out the extreme copyright rules. The environmental groups, Sierra Club, Defenders of Wildlife, NRDC, groups like NRDC and Defenders of Wildlife, the administration said before the agreement, are against it. It rolls back the Bush-era environmental standards. And of course, they're very worried about the investment rules because the main target of a lot of these challenges has been environmental rules. Right now, under NAFTA, one of the Canadian provinces' freeze on fracking has been challenged as an investor-state violation. And then you have the projection of a lot of waves of unsafe imported food. Oh, and then there's the ban on buy local. Under this agreement, not only would we be having the incentives to offshore our jobs and have Americans competing more directly with workers in Vietnam, one of the countries in the TPP who make 65 cents an hour, but also we would see an offshoring of our tax dollars. Because under these rules, we can't have Buy American preferences. We can't give preference to investing our tax dollars in the US for US firms and US workers when we buy goods and services. We have to treat every firm in every TPP country as if they were the same, which would undermine US law starting in 1934 of giving preference to domestic firms, to say nothing of a great tool to create innovation. For instance, a lot of the fuel efficiency standards were originally conditions for procurement until a market was developed and then it became national law. Now, systematically, we've seen a huge gap between the sales jobs for these kind of agreements, which are always sold as trade agreements. Do you ever get to hear about these corporate tribunals? You ever hear about that? No. What you hear is, this is for the Korea agreement, sadly, by the Obama administration, more exports, more jobs. And when that doesn't work, you hear, China's going to get us. Don't look over here, squirrel. What you never hear about is what's actually in the agreements. And so just think of the last agreement, the Korea agreement. 4-year anniversary was just last month. That agreement was sold as the fix on NAFTA. They fixed all those problems in NAFTA. We're not going to get the problems NAFTA gave us. This is President Obama's brand new, shiny, fancy labor rights, environmental rights, everything rights trade agreement. And we're going to get more jobs. That was the deal, right? We all remember that. That agreement served as the template for the TPP. They literally offered that as the opening offer for the US. What's happened? Our exports actually declined 9%. It's the first time in like the history of trade agreements. We cut 10,000 tariffs, 80% in day one, and our exports dropped. Our trade deficit has doubled in 4 years with Korea. So that equates to about 100,000 more US jobs lost if you use the multiplier that was used to promise the agreement would create jobs. And it's pretty systematic with our agreements. We know what the TPP is going to do. So let's talk about how we're going to kill it. Here is the really good news. Right now, our whole country is becoming hip to the fact that corporations have way too much power in Washington over our day-to-day lives, and one of the most concrete emblems of that are these runaway trade agreements. The most powerful tool we have is to get the word out about what the agreements are. The TPP is a massive corporate power tool, and nothing makes that more obvious than those corporate tribunals. It literally makes companies the same as a nation state. Getting the word out and using the materials that you can find on Expose the TPP, www.expose the TPP, great fact sheets, great action ideas, on tradewatch.org, getting the word out to our friends, our neighbors, and then number two, because this is an agreement, and again, I learned so much of everything I know from Ralph, the Dracula strategy works really well in this agreement. This is an agreement that only lives into the future if it can hide in the dark. If we drag this agreement into the sunshine, it is not going to become, is never going to go into effect. So getting the word out, and the polling shows people don't know a lot of what TPP is. They don't even know what the initial is, but when they hear about the contents, they become an opponent. Number two, this fight's going to be won or lost in the US House of Representatives. Good news is right now, they don't have the votes. And that's because a lot of people have been working really hard for 4 years. They almost couldn't pass the trade authority for this damn agreement. That's because a lot of people did the hard work district by district, house member by house member. 5-vote difference. 5 more members voted no, there would have been no authority to finish this agreement. So already, 2 of the members who voted yes, 2 Republicans, have announced their no's, which is wonderful. The narrowing gap. And so what we all need to do is basically, we all need to see our members of the House of Representatives, every single one of us, Democrat or Republican, and we need to make sure that they are committed to voting no on the TPP. Because here's what everyone needs to know. Here's the strategy. They can't pass it under normal circumstances. The plan is to try and railroad it through in the lame duck session after the election. They want to go to the time of minimum accountability to lock in the most rigged trade rules in the history of the country. They want the recently fired and the already retired, who are all thinking about their next job, to be voting not for their constituents, but under a lack of accountability. And that is their main hope of how they weasel this thing through by 1 vote. So all of us now, before the election, and Memorial Day recess is next week. When you all go home, members of Congress are going to be home for the entire week. Get the Memorial Day picnic, get the parade, get whatever open moment you have, or make an appointment with your member of the House. They have office hours. It is painless. At tradewatch.org, there is actually a guide to how to set up a meeting and how to prepare to get some of your friends to come with you. And just eyeball them and say, whatever is the issue that motivates you, will you commit to me that you will vote no and announce now you will vote no on the TPP? Tell them, I'm for trade, who's not for trade? I will not allow this expansion of corporate rule to ruin my future and our country's future, and I expect you to stand up for me. Get their commitment. If we build the majority, they will not even start this vote. They will not go for this vote in the lame duck unless they can count in advance that they have the vote, because they do not want to risk it actually officially getting defeated. And what we have going right now is a national bipartisan trade revolt. Presidential candidates on the warpath against the agreement, the word getting out, the Dracula strategy starting to be done for us by the candidates. But it's only going to be a success if all of us actually in our own communities both do the macro education campaign, get the word out, and there are a lot of really clever ideas of posters, things you can wheat paste, fun ways you can get the word out on tradewatch.org and exposethetpp.org. Also on our Twitter account, we're constantly announcing different campaigns on Global Trade Watch's Twitter account. And then finally, the micro campaign, your member of Congress. If they do not have the votes, they will not have this vote. If they do not have this vote, that is the end of the TPP, because it is set up such that both the US and Japan have to implement it for it to go into effect. So when we think of our brothers and sisters around the world who did this amazing campaigning in the lead up of the campaign, they held their governments accountable in really difficult circumstances. Protest on the street in Malaysia where you get arrested for protesting without a permit. Thanks to them, that agreement didn't get done when it was supposed to in 2010, or 2011, or 2012, 13, 14, and as a result of it getting done late in 2015, and also because of everyone's great work here making sure fast track didn't happen, which was our contribution to that reality, we have it in a presidential election year where we can take it down. And so with that, I urge all of you, when you get home, number one thing to do, think about what you can do each week, because we're going to win on this, and we'll start the turnaround. Thank you very much.
Isn't it great that on November 8th we elect a president, but we are now electing a program that he or she should work on? So it's democracy in action, not electoral, but civic. And speaking of issues that sometimes don't get sufficient attention, as is the issue, of course, of community-based economics. And you all should know that there's this magazine called Yes. It's outside and being distributed about the leaders of this movement, one of whom is about to address you. Michael Schumann is an economist, a lawyer, an author, and an entrepreneur, a multi-talent person, which is what is needed for this issue to be publicized and advanced. He's among the architects of the crowdfunding reforms that became the Jobs Act, signed into law by President Obama in 2012. He is the author of some 100 articles in periodicals like the New York Times, the Washington Post, The Nation, on this subject, and the author of, or co-author of 8 books. Most recently, published by Chelsea Green, is Local Dollars, Local Sense, as well as his previous book in 2006, The Small Mart Revolution. Please welcome Michael Schumann.
Well, thanks for that nice introduction, Mark, and thanks to all of you for including me in this. I feel very connected to Ralph Nader. He was the only person after law school in 1982 I considered working for. In the end, I set up my own nonprofit, but frankly, we have stayed working arm in arm over 34 years. What I want to present to you today is the argument that one of the most effective strategies for getting at corporate rule is community-based economics. And that's why I have the cartoon from Dr. Gary Larson up there, because it shows that even when you have big fishes out there, little fish may be the best way of taking care of them. One of the ways that corporate rule has asserted itself in states and in local governments across the United States is by focusing economic development on what many call attract and retain. When you talk with economic developers, this is their refrain. We are all about how do we attract and retain outside business. What's weird about that formulation is that it has nothing to do with local business. You cannot attract a local business. That is a complete oxymoron. And if the only way you retain it is by paying it some kind of bribe, how local is it anyway? There have been evaluations on the efficacy of attract and retain economic development, and perhaps the best analysis has been done by this woman, Ann Markison, at the University of Minnesota. And she notes, after assembling people who both support and are skeptical of attract and retain, incentive competition, that is corporate bribery, is on the rise. It is costly, generally inefficient, and often ineffective for winning regions. Now, it's always ineffective for losing regions, but the only word that I would disagree with is often, because in fact, it is almost always ineffective for winning regions because of what we might call the opportunity costs. Now, I have the picture of the clown up here because a number of years ago, I was working in Sarasota, Florida, local food week. I was about to give a presentation, and someone dropped a local newspaper in front of me which indicated that their economic development department had done nothing over the previous year, 10 people in all, except try to attract an outside company, a pharmaceutical company from Denmark called Zelia. They had assembled a package of public money of $137 million. Now, what do you think $137 million might get you? 10,000 jobs? 1,000 jobs? And in fact, it was 191 jobs, nearly all of which were already filled. Works out to about $717,000 a job. This is lunatic. It would make more sense to take that money, put it into a low-risk bond fund, and pay a family of 4 a living wage in perpetuity, and never bother with the risky corporation. But if you really want to understand how crazy it is, consider what the alternative costs are of nurturing local business. The guy sitting on the right is my friend Lou Stein. Lou Stein is a grassroots economic developer in Appalachian, West Virginia. And for about 5 years, he was producing jobs, 300 to 500 jobs per year himself, at about $500 per job. How did he do this? What was his magical approach? Well, the first thing he did is he assembled groups like this together and helped them with their business plans and connected them with local banks and credit unions. The second thing he did is he went to local businesses and he asked them a question that their economic development authorities almost never ask, which is, how can I help? Just these very simple activities generate very cost-effective economic development. So the point here is that local businesses are the key to prosperity. And I want to underscore this argument by pointing out a couple of recent studies to you. This study in this slide here comes from British Columbia in 2013, and it shows what happens to $1 spent at local restaurants or retailers compared to $1 spent at chain restaurant and retailers. $1 spent at a local restaurant or retailer has about 45 cents of the dollar that is then respent in the province of British Columbia. If you spend that same dollar at a non-local chain restaurant or retailer, only about 18 cents of that dollar gets respent. So roughly speaking, every time a British Columbian resident mindfully buys food at a local restaurant or stuff at a local retailer, they are generating 3 times the jobs, 3 times the income and wealth effects, 3 times the tax collections, 3 times the charitable contributions. We are not talking about small degrees of difference. And there have been maybe 24 of these studies that have been done over the last 15 years. I've done a few of them. And they all show that when you compare 2 businesses, a locally owned business and a non-local business that are roughly the same type of business, you always get 2 to 4 times the economic development impact from the local business. And there is not a single study that has shown otherwise. But don't take my word for it. This is from the Harvard Business Review in the summer of 2010. It's a regression analysis of regions across the United States, and it shows that those regions with the highest density of locally owned businesses have the highest per capita job growth rate. But not just that, and this would be of interest to Professor Pollan, those communities with the highest density of locally owned businesses also have the highest per capita income growth rate. So in other words, if you want to raise incomes and reduce poverty, local businesses, that is, defecting from corporate rule, is the best ticket for getting there. Now, there are a bunch of other reasons why local businesses matter for economic development. Local businesses are what attract tourists. Local businesses are what generate entrepreneurship. Local businesses, we now know, are responsible for selling and distributing local food, which turns out to be fresher, more nutritious, less packaged, less processed than non-local food. And we now have a public health literature that shows that those communities with local food businesses have lower rates of obesity and type 2 diabetes. We also have a political science literature that shows that local business communities have higher rates of voting participation and higher rates of volunteership. So there are a very long list of reasons why we should favor local businesses. Now, it turns out that local businesses are also quite competitive. This is a graph here that sort of shows you the composition of the U.S. economy. And what you can see is that about half of the jobs in the economy are in the top 3 stripes, which are, from top to bottom, home-based business jobs. Then we have jobs with companies under 100 employees, that's the green stripe. And then we have jobs in mid-sized businesses between 100 and 500 employees, that's the blue stripe. Now, if it were true that global businesses were becoming more competitive, that is, the non-local businesses in the red stripe, we would have seen jobs move from the local top to the non-local bottom. And in fact, over the last 10 years, there's been almost no change whatsoever. What's remarkable about that is that this has occurred despite the best efforts of economic developers and policymakers to try to destroy local business. Because every time they subsidize the non-local businesses, and the New York Times tells us that these subsidies run at least $80 billion a year to big global companies to come into small communities. Every time you subsidize those businesses, you are disadvantaging local businesses and destroying the very source of economic development. We also know that local businesses are more profitable than corporations. This is the latest data from the United States government. It shows that sole proprietorships, which most local businesses either are or start out as, are about 11 times as profitable as C corporations, with partnerships falling in between. And then we have, from Canada, our neighbor to the north, we can see that the most profitable companies have 10 to 20 employees. The least profitable companies are those that are traded on the Toronto Stock Exchange. Now, I want to quickly give you some ideas about what we can do about this. How do we affect public policy on all of this? I'm kind of a public policy minimalist. I'm interested in public policies that can attract support from left, right, and middle. So I'm interested in things that don't cost a lot. So I want to give you 4 things that cost nothing. Number 1 actually earns money, which is stop giving away money. Just end corporate welfare in the name of economic development altogether. Number two, we should get our local governments to move their banking from Bankasura of America to local banks and credit unions, because we know that dollars put on deposit in a local bank are 3 times more likely to find their way into a local business than dollars put into a non-local bank. Number 3, we should change local procurement policies to buy more local more of the time. This guy, Brian Gallant, who's a 30-something premier of the province of New Brunswick in Canada, has brilliantly rejiggered the entire procurement process to take into account that if a bidder spends more money locally, you actually get more tax dollars, and he adjusts the bid accordingly. It is a brilliant and legal way of making sure we are buying more local more of the time. Finally, I want to talk about securities reform. Securities are the laws that are in effect and influence our investment behavior. Now, I want to ask a couple of quick questions to the audience here. By show of hands, how many people here have mindfully bought something locally over the last week? Okay, most of the hands have gone up. How many people here do their banking at a local bank or credit union? Okay, about half the hands, the rest of you we will beat up afterwards. Last question. Those of you with pension funds, how many of you put at least 1% of those pension funds in locally owned business? Okay, I see about 1 hand. Folks, you are the problem. This is outrageous. You have come to the Ralph Nader extravaganza to show your solidarity in fighting corporate rule, and you are systematically overinvesting in Fortune 500 companies and underinvesting, that is not putting a penny in local business. And I already showed you that half the economy is local business. It's highly competitive, highly profitable, and you are ignoring them. Now, it's not totally your fault. The reason has to do with securities laws that we enacted in the early Jurassic period. This guy is the problem. In the 1930s, we enacted a system that I would call investor apartheid. If you are in the top 1% of income earners or wealth holders, you are allowed to invest in anything, anytime, no questions asked. If you're in the other 99%, you may only put a penny into local business if you have gotten lawyers to prepare thick disclosure documents, often written in 8-point font, all caps letters, which no human being has ever read, and it costs you $25,000 to $100,000. So in other words, this is a public welfare program for securities attorneys. I'm pleased to say that many of us have figured out a way to resist this. And if we could get our capital markets right, you know, Americans have $30 trillion right now in long-term savings in stocks, bonds, mutual funds, pension funds, and insurance funds. If we had our capital markets working right, half of that money, $15 trillion, would be in the local half of the economy. That would be 50,000 additional dollars for every man, woman, and child in this country going to local business. I think that's serious money. And I'm pleased to say that a number of us, about 4 years ago, started working together, and it was a grand coalition. Tea Party Republicans on the right, locavores like me on the left, everything else in between, and we fought on Congress to get them to pass the Jobs Act, which overhauled securities laws to provide a cheaper option for local businesses to find investment. It's not perfect, but it was something. But then what happened next was unbelievable. All of this required implementation by the Securities Exchange Commission, and they dragged their feet for years. They were trying to sabotage the act. So we said, okay, we're not waiting, we're going to go to the state level. And we started passing even more ambitious securities laws at the state level. And today there are more than 31 states that have passed securities reform that are beginning to make this great transition to local capital possible. Where I want to leave you, where I want to end my talk, is with this scene here from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. And you may recall that after Indiana had gone through all of the great struggles of snakes, terrorists, bullets, he finds himself in a crypt with this guy, a 500-year-old guardian, looking for the Holy Grail. And the guardian says, Indiana, your last task will be to choose among these 50 goblets, choose the goblet from which Christ drank, and choose wisely. Well, at that point, this guy, the German spy, steps forward and says, I know which one Christ would have drunk from. It would have been the most ornate. He drinks from it, and he spontaneously combusts. The guardian says, he chose poorly. Folks, it is up to us to stop choosing poorly. We need to buy local more of the time. We need to invest local, our pension funds. We need to put globalist economic developers out of business. All of this is possible. All of it can happen. I'm depending on you. Why not us? Why not here? Why not now? Thank you very much.
Stay here a minute. Stay here a minute. Have you ever seen Mr. Schuman on national TV? PBS? NPR? You know why? Because he can't hit a ball 450 feet, and he doesn't do somersaults on bikes, and he's not very good on skateboards, and he's just a lousy dancer. Okay, so you see what I mean? Okay, you break through the media and you break through Congress, all these changes are possible and fast that you've heard over 3 days. Break through the media, break through Congress. You break through Congress, you break through the media. I just discovered that I met Mr. Schuman's ultimate test. Here it is. I've never set foot in a McDonald's, in a Walmart, or in a Starbucks, and I use a labor bank and a community bank.
Excellent. See? One of a kind. We're all going to be there.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, this is the magazine that chronicles local sustainable businesses and a lot of things that Mr. Schuman has pointed out, and it's free. Down there we have a couple boxes. This one happens to have 15 extraordinary people transforming the way we live. And so it's even more personal that way. Our next speaker is by far the leading expert on energy and electric power in the United States. It isn't even close. That's why you've never seen him on TV or radio. Let me tell you, a little bit about S. David Freeman. He's an engineer and a lawyer, and he got going designing power plants for the Tennessee Valley Authority. And then in subsequent years, he has become a legend in terms of advisors to presidents, advisors to the first Governor Cuomo, to Governor Jerry Brown. And he ran, get this, 4 major utilities. The Tennessee Valley Authority, he ran the SMUD utility district in Sacramento, where he turned it completely around from an inefficient, wasteful, nuclear-powered utility, shut down the nuclear plant by local referendum, and replaced it with renewable energy. Then he went down and ran the Los Angeles Municipal Authority, the Water Authority. And then he went to upstate New York, and he ran the New York Power Authority. In the meantime, he's written articles, he has testified, he has written a lot of books. One of them is called Winning Our Energy Independence. Another one is called The Energy, the New Era. And the one just out, you can read it in 2 hours, called All Electric America, A Climate Solution and a Hopeful Future. You have never met anybody like S. David Freeman. Do you know why? Because there isn't anybody like S. David Freeman. David?
Howdy. I've known Ralph for 50 years, and if he'd said that I couldn't dance, I was going to sue him, but We face 2 existential threats to humankind. One of them's nuclear power, the other is climate change. We still talk a bit about climate change, but this generation seems to have almost forgotten the awesome threat of nuclear power. So let's just kind of review where we stand in the nuclear era. I have lived long enough to see the rise and fall of nuclear power, and it fell for a number of reasons. First of all, we've experienced the horrors of it at Fukushima, Chernobyl, and elsewhere. It's a radioactive factory that can melt down and destroy great chunks of the world and many hundreds of thousands of its people. The second thing is it just costs too damn much. It's very, very expensive, and we have cheaper alternatives today. Then the third thing is we make radioactive trash, which they call waste, that sits around in pools of water and is a target for terrorists. But in over 50 years, this industry has not found a place to put it. The nuclear trash man never came, and it's just piling up wherever they make nuclear power. And you'd think that if you're making something that is deadly and is going to be deadly for thousands of years, that you'd stop making it. So what we need is birth control as far as making more nuclear power ways. And of course, you'd be out of your mind in the age of terror to be building and maintaining and continuing with radioactive Trojan horses, and that's what they are. And it's not just the reactor, it's the waste that sits in pools of water, and where if the water disappears, you got a radioactive fire, the equivalent of an atomic bomb. So all those are there. And then, guess what's happened? The modern day Edisons have invented a better mousetrap. Guess what? We've learned how to harness the sun and the wind, and we know how to store electricity. And it is not only safer, but it's cheaper. So much for nuclear power, except that we still have an administration that actually is still peddling it around the world. And no one seems to realize that the reason that we have nuclear power plants in North Korea is that we went over there and promised them a nuclear power plant in exchange for a promise not to build a bomb. Well, they got the plant, we didn't get the promise. And what we've learned is that a civilian nuclear power plant, unlike what President Eisenhower claimed was the peaceful atom, is the direct road to making a bomb. So how dumb can we get? Well, we've gotten pretty dumb. And the question is, can we wise up? And that brings us to the problem of climate. And frankly, the climatologists need to be viewed as the family doctor. And they're telling us that our diet is poisonous. And if we keep eating it, this planet of ours is going to be uninhabitable because of climate change. Now, I know we'd like to get a community that's integrated and close together, but I don't think we all want to have to move to the North Pole and live there. And that's kind of the end result if we just continue burning fossil fuels and not realizing that we are heating the earth, and that in a very real sense, it's kind of the worst form of poison we've ever had. Now, the climatologists say that the worst of it can be avoided if we start now, and by now I mean now, and start actually reducing the total amount of greenhouse gases, perhaps as little as 3% a year. Do the math in your head. In about 30 years, you could get down to pretty near zero, which is where we need to get in that length of time. That can happen only if we start now, but we're not starting now. There's nothing even being proposed at the federal level that would get us there. And the biggest mistake that we're making, I think we finally learned that coal is pretty dirty. But somehow or another, we haven't learned that natural gas and oil are just as dirty. And when I mean dirty, I mean they emit about the same amount of greenhouse gases as coal does. Now, I understand that the carbon in natural gas is only about half of what it is in coal. But then gas is methane, and methane is 100 times as potent as carbon. And if only 1% of it leaks, and it leaks a whole lot more than that, then using natural gas is as bad as coal, and oil is just about as bad as the others. And while we focus on the electric power industry, we have to recognize that electricity is just 1/3 of the energy family. So what we've got to do is to make all of our electricity out of renewable energy, increasing it 3% a year till we get near to 100% in a few short decades. But then we have to substitute electricity for oil and gas in the transportation sector and in the heating sector, and we're doing next to nothing about that. I mean, we're about to manufacture and sell in America about 40 million new cars in the next 2 years, and about 39.5 million of them are going to be burning oil. Unless we greatly accelerate the pace at which we substitute 100% renewable electricity for oil and gas, we're going to cook. It's just that simple. And thus far, we've been relying on Adam Smith to do the job, and Adam Smith has failed. You know, when Ralph Nader felt that this country needed to save lives by putting seatbelts in the cars, he didn't propose a tax on the cars that didn't have seatbelts. He imposed a law to require everybody to put seatbelts in. Now, why in the name of common sense is the environmental leadership, the democratic leadership, the good guys, not at least proposing a simple law that says all new power plants must be renewable. And why can't we pass another law like they did in Norway, just give the automobile industry, give them a 10-year lead time, and just say by 2025, I think that's the rule in Norway, all new cars will be zero-emission cars. Other kind of cars are unlawful. We already know how to make the electric car. We just have to start mass producing it and get the cost down through mass production. And perhaps we need some tax incentives to help that. But inherently, the electric car is a cheaper car than the one you're driving because the fuel is an electric motor, which is the equivalent of much less than $1 a gallon gasoline. It has no moving parts. It won't have the maintenance that your existing car. It's inherently a better mousetrap. But we need the force of law to make it happen. The same thing with buildings. We have modern heat pumps that can use that zero-emission electricity to heat your home. I grew up in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I used to have to shovel coal into a furnace as a kid in order to heat my home, and then TVA came along with hydropower and electric heat and cleaned up the city. We can do it again, but do it this time with heat pumps and far more efficient electric devices. The technology is there. What we have to do is decide that we need to implement it. And the beautiful thing about it is that it's cheaper. Now, let me tell you, I've run a bunch of utilities, and I know where the low-cost power in America is. It's the dams that we built in the 30s and the 40s. Those dams were not cheap. But the fuel is free. You don't need to be an economist to figure this thing out. If you have a source of energy that Mother Nature brings to this earth free of charge, you invest in the power plant to generate the electricity, but as you pay the plant off each year, its cost goes down. And when it's fully depreciated, it's virtually zero. I sold electricity for 1 cent a kilowatt hour when I ran the New York Power Authority out of Niagara Dam, and I made 90% profit on it because we had 7 people up there at that big dam. That was the total cost. So we are advocating the climate issue and on the defensive, acting like it's some kind of a sacrifice that people need to make in order to go clean, when it's just the opposite of that. We're being held back by the resistance behavior of electric power utilities generally and the massive advertising campaign of the oil and gas and nuclear industries. And I don't understand why we are not requiring our elected public officials to do more than make good speeches. I say that there are the dumb climate deniers, the people that just don't believe the science, and, you know, not much you can do about them. But then there is the rest of the crowd, starting with President Obama, who understand the issue quite well, but don't seem to have the political courage to advocate the kind of laws that we need to solve the problem. And especially since those laws would end up with saving people money as well as saving the planet. And I just call upon the people in this room and the people watching this particular program to just ask themselves the simple question: if we have a problem that is poisoning our future, if the family doctor had called you up and said your kids are eating poison, but there is an alternative food, and if you switch to it, they'll be okay, and that alternative food really doesn't even cost any more. I mean, you would get tremendous response. Well, why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we doing collectively what we can't do individually? After all, why do we pass laws? Why do we have a government? It is for that very purpose, to do the things that need to be done that we can't do individually. And I can tell you, if everybody in this room goes out and buys an electric car and does all the things I said, but your next door neighbors don't, we'll all still cook. So this is the kind of issue where it requires everybody to be on the same page, and that requires the force of law. So I urge everyone, when you speak to your neighbors, when you speak to legislators, tell them to do their job, which is to enact the laws that will accelerate this revolution that's already underway and move it at a pace that will allow us to stay in our homes and not all have to move to the North Pole. Thank you.
See, one of the reasons people like democracy is it's supposed to bring the best out of people around the country, right? And if it's functioning, that's what it does. If it's not functioning, it doesn't bring the best people out. It brings the people who are unworthy of us, who are trying to control us, who are not solving the problems we need to have solved. And that's why I keep saying, have you seen David Freeman interviewed? All kinds of people are interviewed on energy. So it's something to ponder. And now we're getting down to even something more fundamental in the next section. There's an old saying by the real estate industry, not surprisingly, and it is this: underneath all is the land. Well, in the world of democracy, underneath all is the law. Because without the rule of law, continually reviewed, revised, nourished, utilized, as a restraint on raw power, which is one of the functions of law, we don't have a democratic society. Instead, we have now a massive epidemic of systemic violations of the law by the rich and powerful. If they can't actually violate the law the way our foreign military policy people do, constitutional law, international treaties, etc., they'll write the laws so they don't have to violate them because the laws themselves legitimize what they're doing. And that's tax laws, for example. So they can say, we're just avoiding taxes legally, not evading taxes illegally, because we've lobbied through the laws that make what was once illegal, legal. We have here two remarkable specialists from different sides of the ideological spectrum. We have Bruce Fine, who came to Washington from Harvard Law School in the early 70s, and he went to work for the Reagan Justice Department. I suppose he would have called himself a Ronald Reagan supporter. He started noticing things that he didn't really like. And his ideological predilections began to be infused by a much more fundamental recognition, and that is the destruction of the rule of law. That is the practice of illicit violence coming out of a lawless White House, unrestrained by the rule of law. And he's written many articles and many books on the subject, and he's spoken at law schools all over the country. I understand also he has testified before Congress almost 200 times. And he works with both Republican and Democratic legislators. We also have Jonathan Turley, Professor Jonathan Turley at GW Law School faculty. Jonathan Turley teaches, he writes, and he litigates. He's represented some of the most discriminated against people after the 9/11. He's represented Muslim Americans. He's represented, in other words, the people who need the rule of law to be asserted on their civil liberties and civil rights. He's been ranked as one of the top 10 lawyers handling military cases. He served as a consultant on Homeland Security and constitutional issues, and also as a frequent witness for congressional committees. He has written widely, especially in the Washington Post and USA Today. Professor Turley and Bruce Fein have divided up the subject because of the restraints of time, with one taking one area, which you'll hear about, another taking another area. They're willing to debate anybody in their profession or in former government officials, and that's what we need more of. We need these kinds of publicly televised debates so these issues can be joined and truth can be separated from fiction and lawlessness can be separated from lawfulness. So let me call first on Bruce Fein.
Well, thank you for coming this afternoon. And after hearing Ralph's effusions, and of course they've been from the outset, I always am wont to advise the audience that moderators are not speaking under oath. Now, I think if we're going to recover the republic that was founded, warts and all, over 2 centuries ago, need to make as the battleground of the 2016 presidential election has to be no more unconstitutional presidential wars. Now, and that is a pledge that should be demanded of every single candidate for the White House. But let's go back and ask the question, why should that be the battleground? Over a century and a half ago, Alex de Tocqueville wrote in his famous book, Democracy in America, those who would destroy the liberties of a democratic nation ought to know that war is the shortest and surest means to accomplish it. The Founding Fathers recognized that the executives from the beginning of time had invented and concocted excuses of war because it gave them power, it gave them fame, and it gave them distraction from domestic problems. And this is an element of the executive personality. It doesn't rest on the individual personality of the occupant. It was as true of Genghis Khan and Napoleon as King George III and Julius Caesar. And so the framers viewed the most important decision they made in Philadelphia in 1787 as the exclusive entrustment of the decision to go to war to Congress. It is clear as could be, even those who favored the most muscular presidency like Alexander Hamilton went out of his way, for example in Federalist 69 to say, unlike the British king, the issues of war and peace, developing armies and navies lie in the legislative branch. Unambiguous, clear. Now, where are we today? We now have a president, both parties, goes to war unilaterally, whether it's in Libya against ISIS. We have the rather bizarre dialogue of whether or not Congress, maybe a year and a half or 2 years after a war has begun, might try to authorize it with the new AUMF. I mean, think of that. It's sort of a page out of the Mad Hatter's Tea Party, right? You authorize the war after it begins. So that's why, in my judgment, the greatest executive usurpation over the last couple of 100 years, and there have been many, have been the war power. And I underscore that especially at this time because anybody who has their eyes open can see that if nothing is done to change the dynamic by which we go to war, which is really presidential unilateralism, in our lifetime, we will be at war with China. You can see it every day, the pivot to Asia, new bases in the Philippines, new naval rights in Singapore, marine training bases in Australia, missile defense in South Korea, Japan, we're going to defend against the Senkaku Islands, but all of it is clear as day, as anyone who can see. And so that means it's more than just theoretical entrusting the war power to Congress. It is practical. There have only been 5 declared wars in the history of the United States. 4 of them were based upon presidential lies. That's the Mexican-American War, Spanish-American War, World War I, and in the lead-up even of World War II, President Roosevelt was lying about our attacks on German submarines before Pearl Harbor. On contrast, we have intervened militarily over 100 times with presidential wars. Now, they might be excused if presidential wars turned out to be great success stories, made the United States prosperous, were cost-efficient, didn't cruelly kill lives and cause refugees, crises across the Mediterranean and in the millions. But I think presidential wars are characteristically disasters. We don't learn from Vietnam. We repeat them over and over again, whether it's in Iraq and Afghanistan and Libya, whether we're halfway into Yemen, we're into Syria. You know, it's this, I think, very tribalistic belief that we are endowed with authority to march around the world and cram our way of life down the throats of others, whether they want it or not. And that we only have angelic DNA on the battlefield and the others have all the devilish DNA, so hey, we get to do this when other people don't. Let's think of the following proposition, that we now stake out the right to send predator drones into any country of the world, kill anyone, collateral damage to civilians. If we believe, based upon secret evidence entrusted to the president alone, these are the agencies that had on secret evidence known that weapons of mass destruction were in Iraq, and that all the Cuban citizens would rise up against Fidel Castro with Bay of Pigs. Based upon this kind of secret evidence, he will use a predator drone, kill anybody, without any accusation, charge, trial, anybody in a foreign country that says, you're one of the terrorists that wants to get us. Now, can you imagine if Vladimir Putin sent a Russian drone into the United States, Chicago, into Boston, San Francisco? I think you got some dissidents here trying to overthrow the Russian government. We're going to use predator drones. I mean, how would we treat that? As an act of war, and we try to incinerate Russia. We would probably have the nuclear war that was risked in the Cuban Missile Crisis. And ditto with regard to China. China thinks, oh, we've got dissidents in the United States. Hey, let's follow the U.S. example. Use predator drones against us. Now, right now, most of us don't worry about it because we feel, since we're the most powerful military in the world, we don't have to rely upon law. It's just the fear of retaliation. But is that justice? Or is that back to the days that Thucydides recounted in the history of the Peloponnesian War? The strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. That's not rule of law, is it? That's the law of the jungle. Now, I'm going to devote most of my time. There's so many other things that the president does that usurp power, whether he does executive orders rather than treaties. He doesn't comply with the statutes with regard to electronic surveillance. He uses an executive order 12333. He violates many, many other provisions of our dispensation that was enshrined in the Constitution. But I focus on the war power because it is the source of virtually all the derivative executive abuses. And just think, it's the war power that then leads to the idea that we now have an arm of the military called the National Security Agency, created by a secret executive order in 1952 by Harry Truman, and as Jonathan knows, never been given any statutory authority whatsoever. Congress has never enacted a law saying there would be an NSA. At least it's done that with regard to the CIA. But the NSA is an arm of the military, always been headed by military people. That military authority spies on us at this very moment. An Executive Order 12333 in the USA Freedom Act, the metadata from the phone conversations, the emails, the military of the United States is spying on us without any cause that the target is implicit in terrorism, in crime, or otherwise? Well, we just got to collect that data. Maybe at some point, sometime in the next 50 years, we can connect you to somebody. You know, despite the Fourth Amendment requirement of probable cause, before you can disturb someone's privacy, the right to be let alone, the right most cherished amongst civilized people. And where are the American people? Where is the Congress? Just shrug your shoulders. Well, hey, just say you're going to make us safe. Even if it's not, you know, it gives us a placebo effect. Because it looks like you're doing something, and you're gathering a haystack bigger and bigger, so that it makes it more difficult to find the needle, but it looks like you're doing something, then we feel a little bit more secure. That is the opposite of what our Constitution was about. in 1787. Liberty is the rule, government encroachments are the exception. They have to survive some hurdle, but not an easy hurdle. And from this idea of executive war-making power, executive authority to spy on his own without any authorization from Congress, and now we have the president saying not only spying for a crime as anticipated by the Fourth Amendment to gather foreign intelligence, which really includes anything under the sun, so virtually no limit whatsoever, that makes the citizenry docile because they're worried, criticize the government, who knows what they have in my dossier, they could leak out my boyfriend, girlfriend, what doctors I have, what children are engaged in problems or things like that. It's designed to induce citizen docility so the government can railroad over your rights every bit more. And I want to close by reciting what the true spirit of the Fourth Amendment and our rights were as citizens at the time of the founding, and compare that to the attitude today. And it was captured in an address that William Pitt the Elder made to the British Parliament in 1763. It thundered throughout the colonies, and John Adams called it the spark of the American Revolution. And what he said was as follows: "The poorest man in his cottage may bid defiance to all the forces of the crown. It may be frail, the roof may shake, the wind may blow through it, the storms may enter, the rain may enter, but the King of England cannot enter. All his forces dare not cross the threshold of the ruined tenement." Of that spirit, consider where we are today, and you'll know what dire straits we're in. Thank you.
Excellent job, Bruce. Excellent job. It's great to be with you today, particularly to follow my friend Bruce Fine. You know, we often are referred to as opposites attracting, but it's really not true. You know, people of principle are not opposites. During the Bush administration, it was not so strange that I was a very vocal critic. But what did attract many people's attention is that Bruce Fine was critical of that Republican presidency. And today, with Barack Obama, even though I voted for him his first term, I've joined Bruce again in the criticism. And the reason is that we have a deep-seated belief that in our system of government, it is often more important how you do something than what you do. Because the difference can be tyranny. The difference can be instability. I want to talk a little bit about the role of Congress, because Bruce has spoken to you about the presidency, but of course they're very related in many regards. Not that long ago, I had the honor of speaking at the 800th anniversary of the Magna Carta in London. And I spoke with a certain degree of reservation, because as we celebrated that document's legacy for both the United States and England, I found myself sort of reliving many of the controversies that led to that document and the signing by King John. After all, the most important aspect of the Magna Carta was the assertion of limited power of the sovereign, but also about the importance of the parliament, of the legislature, being able to write laws, to establish the rule of law. Back then, the president asserted that he had a royal prerogative. The royal prerogative was the notion that the parliament would pass a law, and then he would use what he called natural reason to complete the process. And of course, that natural reason would lead to the negation of laws, to the changing of laws. It effectively made what the legislature did largely discretionary. That is the very problem that we are facing today. Now, we of course have a tripartite system, and I am a diehard Madisonian. Don't talk to me about Thomas Jefferson. We live in a Madisonian system, and he was perhaps the most brilliant of a collection of brilliant people that helped create the foundations for our system. And yes, we have three equal branches, but as with Animal Farm, some branches are more equal than others. And that branch is Congress. Congress is the thumping heart of the Madisonian system. Why? Because that's where we transform factional disputes, divisions that we have, into a collective resolution, into a compromise. That's the sole reason we're here today. When people come up to me and say, you know what, I just love reading the Constitution. I'm a great lover of the Constitution. I love reading that document. I know they've never read the document. Okay? Because the Constitution was written by a geek. It was written by a wonk. Madison wrote it not to inspire anyone. You want to be inspired? Read some of the French constitutions. They know how to write a constitution. And I say that in plural because they failed so often. The United States Constitution is basically a document that is designed to last. It describes sort of an all-terrain vehicle of constitutions. We've gone through things that most countries couldn't go through. And the reason is precisely that tripartite system, that division of power. The framers warned us that the greatest danger to liberty is the concentration of power in the hands of any one person or any one branch. Now, here's the tough thing about principle, is that principle often takes you to a place you don't want to be. Principle often takes you to a position that opposes some of your friends and some of your beliefs. That's the test of principle. That test has been failed by Congress over and over again, not just with President Obama, with President Bush. One of the strangest moments of my life was watching President Obama give a State of the Union where he told the Congress that because they had not voted the reforms that he wanted, and by the way, I happen to support many of those reforms, but because they didn't vote the reforms that he demanded, he was going to go it alone. He was going to unilaterally take that action. And to my amazement, half of Congress applauded rapturously to someone who's telling them, I'm going to make you a functional nonentity. I'm going to make you obsolescent. Why? Because we substituted principle for a cult of personality. But here is the problem. And this is something I've told many of my friends serving in Congress. Now, this may come as a surprise. This is not going to be our last president. Barack Obama is not going to be our last president. I've been saying that for almost 8 years. And now people are shocked. They create this uber presidency, and they suddenly have this uber personality who may become the next president. And Democrats will rue the day in Congress that they allowed their authority to slip so easily from their fingers. Now, it's not that strange to suggest that there's a certain degree of hypocrisy in Washington or a lack of principle. That doesn't surprise us. But what is coming? People are very upset with what they're seeing, all the rage and all the anger. You know, this is what's happening. I'm not. People are upset because they feel irrelevant. And they are. They've been irrelevant a long time. Every one of them. Left, right, middle, they know it. And they're very, very upset. The question is whether you can get that anger and direct it in the right direction. And the direction should be to get Congress to assert its independence. Madison truly believed that regardless who was in the White House, that ambition would combat ambition, that Congress would fight jealously for its authority. Unfortunately, that assumption has been misplaced recently. But what we need to understand is that the rights, the powers that are being frittered away in Congress by both parties, those are our protections. The separation of powers is widely misunderstood. It is not there to protect the legislative, executive, and judicial branch. It never was. The framers were very clear. They created the separation of powers between the branches to protect liberty, because they believed the greatest threat to liberty was the concentration of power. And so now we have a presidency that can almost govern alone, because Congress has been so passive in the assertion of its own authority, because it takes the one thing that Congress has lacked: principle. What's strange, by the way, is that when Congress fulfills its role, even though it's more difficult, you get a better result. All the muscle plays that have been done by the Obama administration, by the Bush administration, produce lousy legislation, produce bad products. Didn't resolve anything. Why? Because the legislative branch is where those issues are resolved. You muscle through or you circumvent Congress, you won't resolve it. And you will keep the nation divided. So we're living in a crisis of the separation of powers, but we won't resolve it until Congress steps up and reasserts its historical role. Well, how do you do that? You do that by being angry, but being productive, by focusing on the problem, which is not to buy into this red state, blue state, myth. The two parties have turned us into a nation of chumps. They convince us that, you may not like me, but he's a lot worse, Now it's not even fear politics, right? Now it used to be they would just scare us. It was communism or it was this or that. Now it's just pure hate. Yeah, you hate me, but you should hate him more, right? So now we're just going to vote on hate. We're just going to vote on who we hate more. Now here's the problem, and this is the scariest thing of all. I tell my students all the time that the most chilling thing a framer ever said was said when Benjamin Franklin, I'm sure many of you know this quote, was walking out of the Constitutional Convention. And a woman by the name of Miss Powell walked up to him and said, "Dr. Franklin, what have you wrought? Is it a republic or is it a monarchy?" And he turned to her and he said, "It's a republic, madam, if you can keep it." And I tell my students all the time, that's the scariest thing I've ever read, because Franklin knew that the system, this beautiful system that we were given, can be lost in a single generation. That every generation has to renew it, protect it, fight for it. Because that's the great flaw of democracy, is that we can prove our own ruination by just being passive. So for people that watched the rise of the Uber presidency, as many of us warned, there was a collective yawn. People don't seem to be connected anymore, but recently they seem to be getting it, that they are becoming an irrelevancy. It doesn't have to be that way, because this is a republic if you can keep it. The question is whether you will turn over this government and this Constitution in the same shape it was given to you and pass it to my children, your children, and your grandchildren. That's what Franklin meant, and we need to keep it. Thank you.
I think our mics work here. Huh?
Oh, should we?
Yeah, so just two observations, I think, that build on Jonathan's last point about how powerful the citizens still are if they'll voice their concerns. And one of my first reflections in Washington came after I had arrived and was working on Watergate, the Saturday Night Massacre. And President Nixon had said he was going to defy a Court of Appeals decision to turn over tapes to Judge Sirica to determine whether they showed evidence of crime. And then because then Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox would not yield his demand for the tapes, Nixon proposed John Stennis, who was a combination, I think, of Alzheimer, a paraplegic, and blind, was going to listen to them and provide certified copies. But he then turned and he fired Elliot Richardson and Bill Ruckelshaus, then Attorney General and Deputy Attorney General of the United States. It was called the Saturday Night Massacre. I don't know whether it's recorded in history books. It's more than 24 hours old. It's viewed as not history anymore. But the reason why Nixon ultimately complied is because after the firings, there were 2 million telegrams, not emails at that time, telegrams to American people saying, you're going to have to leave the White House unless you comply with the court order. That was what made the rule of law succeed in Watergate. Even though we had a U.S. Supreme Court decision on U.S. v. Nixon, he knew he couldn't get, the American people wouldn't stand for it. And even more recent times, when a couple of years ago, 2013, President Obama was prepared to fire 600 rockets into Syria unilaterally without any congressional authorization. It was up there. Congress got 50,000 emails, telegrams saying, no way. Obama backed down. He submitted a request to Congress, didn't act on it. it showed, again, the power of the American people. Unfortunately, a couple of years lapse, and he does the same thing, and everyone just goes to sleep, even though the constitutional principle is the same. But anyway, I give these incidents to show the architecture is still there. The Madisonian genius still flourishes if we will exercise it. But Jonathan, I wanted to ask you this. We know that Congress is what I call the invertebrate branch. Is there a way in which the judiciary could come in and play a stronger role by, for example, giving members at least standing when you can't get a majority to entertain challenges to illegal war surveillance under the theory that you particularly articulated? The separation of powers can't be given away by a branch because it's designed to protect the citizens.
I do, and one of the things I'd like to preface to pick up on your Watergate statement and then to get to that, because I think Watergate is so poignant, is that it is an interesting comparison, and you presented it so well, Bruce. Recently, on the anniversary of Watergate, I was asked to talk at the National Press Club, and I was surprised when I got there, frankly, because I looked out, and there's all the Watergate people. And they're still around. They're doing great. But the first two rows were all the Watergate figures. And it really took me by surprise. I sort of was staring out there, and I said, I guess I want to start with a question, because it occurs to me, how did Nixon win? Because I looked at all these faces and I thought, Nixon won. Barack Obama is the president Nixon always wanted to be. I mean, he's doing half the things that were expressly stated in the articles of impeachment. The investigation of journalists, the defiance of Congress, the use of military force without authority, all those things. And yet, Obama's doing that, and he's getting nothing but applause from his part of the population. And I just sort of contemplated, what happened? I mean, honestly. And I think that the really painful question, the answer to that, is what changed is we changed. The public has changed. That this collective yawn is because we have a generation, and it's our generation, not my kids. People talk about Generation X. It's us. We just don't seem to be attached anymore, committed. We don't seem to believe that we have skin in the game, and we've let it go. So that brings us then to, if there is a crisis and Congress isn't doing anything, and we have really dropped the ball, then there is one last branch left, and that is the courts. And I actually blame much of what we see in Washington on the court system. Because these two parties are acting according to their nature. They're political parties. So if power is like a gas in a closed space. You expand the space, the gas will expand equally to fill it. And what's happened is that the courts have removed themselves from these disputes, these separation of powers disputes. And that has left the two parties just for muscle plays. That's what all they do is muscle plays, because the courts are absent without leave. And they've created these doctrines themselves on things like standing that have left constitutional violations where nobody appears to have standing to actually challenge it. It's an absurd position. So one of the things that we can do is to appoint judges who will get back into business of judging, who will get back into business of telling the two branches where those lines of separation are. That would be a huge advance. And that would include things like what Bruce talked about, like the power to declare war and use military authority. Those are issues that are often scuttled on standing grounds under these judicial doctrines. Courts avoid the issue. How do you respond?
Well, that's exactly right. We can't put too much confidence in the courts, because even during World War II, our Supreme Court upheld racist concentration camps for Japanese American citizens. A very infamous statement, not quite as bad as Dred Scott's statement that blacks have no rights that white men are required to honor, but we have Justice Stone saying, well, racial distinctions are odious to a free people, except the Japanese Americans, and writes the opinion. But the court can do something far superior than what they are doing now, because Congress say they're a creature of hyper-timidity, and if they can get the courts to say they're on the right ground, even if they just have standing, then they can get a backbone, kind of like a surgery from the courts. But the difficulty, I think, Jonathan, is that you're correct. The courts have erected these doctrines about almost virtual deference to the president, going back to the Curtis Wright case in the 1930s. Why would you defer to a branch whose history is lying, not only to Congress, but to the courts themselves? We have the most famous case called Reynolds versus the United States, in which the Supreme Court said, well, when the executive branch submits an affidavit saying if you do this discovery, it'll disclose intelligence information that could aid the enemy, you just have to accept it as face value and dismiss the case. And that's what happened. 3 decades later, that so-called classified document that was going to destroy American security appears on the internet and shown, no. There was a lie that was submitted by the executive branch to conceal a negligent crash of an aircraft that caused death and should have been compensated. So why would you defer to a branch that lies repeatedly? In the Pentagon Papers case, if you read the history, then Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird said he was asked to submit an affidavit saying, oh, you published the Pentagon Papers, that's the end of the Vietnam War, we'll never have diplomacy again. And he said in his memoir, I wouldn't sign it because it was a big lie. So the Solicitor General had to make the lie. And he later confessed it to Erwin Griswold in an op-ed, said, I don't really know why I was making these statements. So why would you defer to a branch whose earmark is lies to get into war? I don't know how you overcome that, but I agree with Jonathan that surely that ought to be an earmark of those who ascend to the judiciary. But the problem is this is a political operation. You know, who appoints the judges? It's a process. The president picks out, you know, his friends, and then the Senate has their own political grudges, bones to pursue, and they probably wouldn't like a judge who is truly independent. And the judge would have to probably commit semi-perjury to get through, you know, an honest interrogation. But surely the court can do much more. With regard to the law students, that's where the law schools, I think, are totally deficient. They teach the doctrines that simply ratify the status quo and don't create a set of lawyers out there who are equipped and eager to represent Congress and push these doctrines forward. Because it takes a long time. Doctrines take a long time to erode. From Plessy and Ferguson and Separate but Equal to the end of Jim Crow and Brown against the Board, 60 years. So you can't give up after one piece of litigation. It takes time, but you have to have the commitment and resources to move forward.
But you also, I think, have to have a sense about yourself. You know, that's why I think we've become such a nation of chumps. That I remember when I was in elementary school, a kid sold me some tickets to the Cubs game against the Pirates. And it turned out I brought it home. My dad said, son, these aren't tickets. Okay, it was clearly just typed on a piece of paper, they're not tickets. And I was very, very upset. And my father said, you know what, you should be glad this happened. How much did you pay for these tickets? And I said, $2. And he said, son, that is a bargain for the lesson, don't be a chump, okay? You know what, in Chicago, the worst thing you can be is a chump. Don't be a chump, okay? Well, the same thing could be said for citizens. We constantly buy this shtick, and we constantly end up being nailed on it. You know, we constantly have, you know, presidents come to us and say, oh, it's those evil Republicans. They won't do what I've asked them to do in Congress, so I can do it. I can do it alone, right? And we all give them applause. Thank God, you've got the leadership, right? When, of course, the next president can say, I want to gut the EPA, or I want to gut employment discrimination laws, and you wouldn't have that reaction. Why? Because you've bought into a cult of personality. You bought it. You're a chump. Because what you're supposed to say is, I like you. I like your ideas. But you swore you took an oath to a constitutional system. There's not a third option here. You either convince Congress to do what you want to do, or you change Congress. There's not a third option to make them a discretionary body. But you know what it takes to say that when you hate the other side? When you really want him to do something on immigration or the environment. I agree entirely with him on global warming. But he's not a government unto himself. We have to convince people, and it's going to be hard, and it's messy. But this isn't the first time it's happened. Everyone makes up history. You know, I had one member tell me in a hearing once, he said, you know, Professor, it's good for you to talk about constitutional history, but they didn't face the political times we're facing. And I said, excuse me? When Thomas Jefferson referred to his predecessor as the reign of the witches, okay? But when you say, you know, it's like they want to kill us, back then they were actually trying to kill each other. They had the Alien and Sedition Act. They wanted to kill each other. Okay, so, you know, this Constitution wasn't just written for times like this. It was written during times like this. So it's like defamation to suggest that somehow the Constitution is not up to snuff for our problems. It's designed for this time. So the first test, I think, is to be able to separate yourself from the immediate object that people are putting in front of you, some shiny object, and to ask yourself, is it right that this person makes the decision? As much as I want to grab what's in his hand. Now, when it comes to the courts, we can do a lot to reform it. And by the way, I have a proposal that I will say, even though it's off subject, because it's on the third branch we haven't talked about, but I've argued for years that we have to expand the Supreme Court to 19 members. Because our court is demonstrably too small. It is the smallest Supreme Court of any industrial country. It is not set by the Constitution. It has made confirmation hearings a farce. Now we select people because they have literally never had an interesting thought in their lives. Because you have to have, you know, sort of empty portfolios, right, to get through. And so you've got this silly kabuki dance, right, where they don't ask questions because they're afraid of what the answers are. That's bizarre. So we can make reforms like that, and that doesn't even require constitutional amendment. But we have to be unified as a country.
Yeah, I would underscore what Jonathan said, that this country and Constitution is about process, not results. When you hear the word gridlock, gridlock is a synonym for the Constitution checks and balances at work. Tough problems, people have different views. Not going to have a single consensus immediately. You got to work on it. So this idea that gridlock is a derogatory term, something pernicious is at work? No. I mean, the framers would just be astonished that it could be used in such a negative way. And to build on that, I've always said that the most important concept in the history of civilization itself is the idea of due process. It's the first recognition by a human being that I could be wrong. I need to listen to somebody else. Without that idea that I could be wrong, we're back to tribalism. We're back to the chosen people. You're not the chosen, no rights. We're endowed with authority to take your land, kill you, your kids, anything. And unfortunately, I think the United States, especially ironically since the disintegration of the Soviet Union in 1991, that made us vastly more arrogant, that created this belief, you know, the end of history, remember Fukuyama? Hey, the end of history, because now, hey, the good guys won, no bad guys, you know? Our chromosome pairs changed, you know? We don't have the same DNA anymore, right? I'll march around the world and peace and glory will be everywhere. And so we lost our way, and that's why I think the cult of personality, and it's not really a cult of individual personality, it's the cult of personality of the executive branch. And this may seem trivial. I'll give you an example. When I first came to Washington under Nixon, when the president went to speak at some nearby hotel, there'd be 2 police motorcycles in front of him, he'd have his car, and then he'd have a wagon maybe behind him, and they'd shut down a street near Lafayette Park for maybe 10 minutes, right? Now, you go out and see any press. You got 150 motorcycles, you got 30 cars in the back, TV sets, they shut down all Lafayette Park, Farragut Square, maybe up to 3 or 4 blocks distant from the White House. I mean, do we have a Roman emperor here?
I agree. You know, the interesting thing for me as a vignette of how far we've come was Eric Holder, the previous Attorney General, went to my alma mater, which is Northwestern Law School in Chicago, and he used that occasion to tell a very prestigious audience of judges and top lawyers to roll out the kill list policy. And he laid out how the president had a system by which he could designate anyone in the room, any citizen, and have them killed without a charge, let alone a conviction, right? So he lays this out to an audience of law professors, judges, and lawyers. And what followed was applause. He had just told them, the president now asserts that he can kill any one of you based on his sole discretion. But we're going to be careful. We have a system to be careful, you know. And they applauded. And I watched that. I was like, what on earth? It's like we're in a parallel universe where we applaud an executive now who's asserting the ultimate unilateral authority. Now, that's not a problem with the president. That's a problem with us. I mean, we've just accepted this.
And I think Jonathan hit it on the head here. What happened when King George III asserted powers of far less moment over the colonists? They revolted. Not only did they revolt on the ground, but they wrote a document that said, not only do we have a right to revolt against tyranny, we have a duty to revolt. It's not an option. And we risk the same fate, the same characterization that Tacitus cast on the Roman Republic as it degenerated into the Roman Empire. The worst crimes were dared by a few, willed by more, tolerated by all.
I think that's a good point to end on. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
I'm going to call you, Jonathan. I'm going to call you. Thanks, Bruce. You know what I'm going to say now. You ever see these people on TV? Once in a while. Once in a while. Their expertise is hard to deny, so once in a while they get on NPR and PBS. But look how many times the neocons and the warmongers get on. And they never want to debate Bruce Fine or Jonathan Turley. All right, now we have a marvelous presentation and discussion. And I hope it provokes all of you and all the streamed audiences as well to come up with ideas, because the biggest problem we have in America is the absence of sufficient civic motivation to show up. That's the biggest problem. Once you get people showing up, things happen. In revolutionary times, there would be 6,000 people showing up in Farmington, Connecticut in 1775, when there weren't many people in Connecticut and there weren't many paved roads. And in western Massachusetts, which really sparked the American Revolution, in 1774, farmers would circle the homes of the King George appointed Tories in their town. They'd show up 500 or 1,000 at a time. They'd come in by foot, horseback, carriage, and there never were more than 3 million people in colonial America at that time. And you remember the huge labor rallies 120 years ago? Eugene Debs once left the train station in Philadelphia to speak open air audience in Chicago, and 200,000 people showed up. So the theme here is, how do we get people to show up, to focus on their senators and representatives, to recover the sovereignty over Congress, to end the out-of-control Congress that has gamed the system electorally with money, gerrymandering, all kinds of ways. They have good connections with the local media, and whenever they call a town meeting, it's their agenda, and they're calling fewer and fewer ever since the Tea Party disrupted some of the town meetings in August 2009. We have here 3 people who have long experience in getting people out, getting them to show up. Nobody has a patent on this. Someday people will come up with ideas that might win the Nobel Prize for showing up. But we have to put them on the table, maybe spark other ideas around the country, correlate them all, see what fits in a local community at any given time. Our first person I want to introduce is Medea Benjamin, who has been on a prior panel, and she, as many of us know, is the co-founder of women-led peace group Code Pink, and the co-founder of the human rights group Global Exchange. I mean, she's been dragged out of more congressional meetings than anybody, and that's what And that's what the mass media forces you to do, to stand up in a congressional meeting and say something like, you're not having peace advocates on this hearing on the Iraq war, and you get dragged out and you get a few seconds on national TV. But even the mass media is getting wise to this. 1,300 people were arrested last month around Congress dealing with corruption of money in politics and a demand for reform, and hardly got any press. They're almost blacked out by the Washington Post. They got a little NPR. They got a couple other things. But so we have to develop modes of civic motivation and turnout that are irresistibly decisive. And don't rely on being forced to do what Medea often has to do. And she's been injured in the process as she does this in places around the world. She was, not surprisingly, called one of the most effective fighters for human rights by New York Newsday, and one of the 1,000 exemplary women from 140 countries nominated to receive the Nobel Peace Prize on behalf of the millions of women who do the essential work of peace worldwide. So, now, you'll notice one of the characteristics of the presenters these 4 days is human energy, right? I mean, the energy is amazing. And the energy makes them able to take on far greater odds than would be the case if they just applied their cognition, what they knew. It's that fire in the belly. And cognition, critical as it is not ignition of that nth factor. See, the nth factor that's so important. And nobody can take that away from you. And it can be built in so many of you, and a lot of you here know what I mean, because you've expressed it. You wouldn't be here otherwise. She's the author of 8 books, including the more recent one, Drone Warfare, Killing by Remote Control. Our next guest and presenter is Winona Hauter, who is the, talk about energy level. Watch this. She founded, after she spent about 7 or 8 years at Public Citizen, she founded a group called Food and Water Watch. And just by her own energy, she's built it up to over 100 organizers, isn't it? 100 all over the country, monitoring the contamination of food and water. Fracking is just one aspect of it. She wrote a book called Foodopoly, The Battle Over the Future of Food and Farming in America. She happens to be an actual farmer with her husband in Virginia, actually growing crops, and has challenged the corporate consolidation and control over our food system and what it means for farmers and consumers. She's a skilled and accomplished organizer, having lobbied and developed grassroots field strategy and action plans. And she also found time to get an MS in applied anthropology from the University of Maryland. Our next presenter is Miles Rappaport, who I've known for years. He started working in my home state of Connecticut. He was an elected official, Secretary of State, for example, in Connecticut, progressive activist, policy advocate for years. He's now the president of Common Cause and dedicated to building democracy, not just defending it, building it and having honest and accountable government. He's been head of Common Cause only since 2014. Before that, he was 13 years as president of Demos, a New York-based public policy organization working for economic equality and a more inclusive democracy. He was also a state legislator in Connecticut, having begun his career as a community organizer in Chicago, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. So here's the challenge today. We'll put it on the table. You have heard now over a dozen major subjects on change, what's needed for change, reform in our country, from really among the top people in the country. And most of these changes have to go through Congress. It's not that you can't have sustainable local communities. It's not that you can put solar panels on your house. It's not that you can't encourage a farmer-to-market presence in your neighborhood. We can do all that. But for beating back the corporate hordes, for transforming national policy, for impacting the international arena on these subjects, and for making it stick, for institutionalizing it, Congress cannot be ignored. And we're down to, again, 535 men and women. They may have 32,000 staff and all kinds of support structures. There are 535 men and women who want your vote. They try to pick their votes by gerrymandering. Imagine picking the voters instead of the voters picking them. They try all kinds of ways to avoid competition, not just from third parties, but from the major opposing party. However, they still need your votes to get back into office. And all we say about money in politics is to make sure they can game the system, put the ads on TV, and get your votes. So you can cut them off at the pass. You can nullify a lot of money in politics by an impressive but very realizable level of organization in congressional districts and states. Now, I was trying to figure out what is the tool that can get this underway and be a cohesive, attractive mechanism for people who agree on an issue that Congress has to pay attention to and has not been paying attention to, regardless of whether they're Democrats, Republicans, conservatives, and liberals. For example, auditing the Pentagon. I think that might come in at 98%, right? You audit the Pentagon, you expose the waste, the fraud, the imbalance, the lack of priorities, the bribery, the problems we get into abroad, etc. That is a left-right. There are a lot of left-right issues. And our guests on the stage today know there are a lot of left-right issues. You don't think right-wingers want their families to drink clean food and eat clean, drink clean water and eat clean food? I mean, Winona works with all kinds of people who are arm in arm going for the change that they need. So this is the citizen summons up there. And it reverses the dynamic where instead of begging people on Capitol Hill, if you get that far, instead of being told you can talk to an intern, or maybe, if you're lucky, a staffer of a senator and representative, or being told in a very clear way that if you don't give contributions, if you don't pay to play, you're not going to get the direct line to the senator and representative. It's pay to play. You reverse the dynamic by having, say, a minimum of 500 people who are established in the community. They can be from any background, any occupation, any profession, any business, any labor, any neighborhood. But they have an address and they have a presence that sign this summons to a senator or representative and say, we have organized a town meeting that you are summoned to come to, that we are sovereign people, you are our hired hands, and we want you to come to these town meetings. We want you to do your homework on the subjects. We want to study all about auditing the Pentagon or campaign finance reform ahead of time, so that when you listen to us and you start exchanging views with us, we know that you will give us your answer. Are you going to do what we're demanding or not? And you see, this is so easy to do because you're talking about a fraction of 1% of the citizenry. You're talking about 1% or less representing majority sentiment on issue after issue, organized in congressional districts, the equivalent of a hobby. What is a hobby in America? The average hobby takes 200 to 500 hours a year, and anywhere from $300 to $500 a year that people spend on their hobby, collecting coins, going into the marshes and looking for the birds. Hobbies. So what about a Congress watchdog hobby? And if you have these people, commit to that time and raising that money for full-time people in each congressional district, say 2 or 3 in an office, and you have all these hundreds of hours, you start getting more than 500 people. It becomes fun. How many times do you have to tell people justice is fun? Okay? Because if you don't believe it, what do you think injustice is? Anguish, harm, inconvenience, injury, frustration, stultification, crushing of people's hopes, and so on. So before we get to, they're going to make 5-minute presentations, and then they're going to discuss all kinds of things between themselves and so on. So let's just read it. It's not that long, but the reason why I formalized it is because, like a sheriff, you know, the sheriff is going to summon the politicians, okay? The people are the sheriff. And the citizen summons up there is, whereas the Congress has tolerated the expansion of an electoral process corrupted by money that nullifies our votes and commercializes both congressional elections and subsequent legislation, creating a Congress that is chronically for sale. Whereas the Congress has repeatedly supported or opposed legislation and diverted the taxpayer dollars to favor the crassest of corporate interests, to the serious detriment of the American people, their necessities and their public facilities, such as access to safer consumer products, health care, and other basic social safety services. It has opposed raising the inflation-ravaged minimum wage and fair taxation, allowed endemic waste, fraud, and abuse by contractors, and authorized massive corporate welfare subsidies and giveaways. Whereas the Congress has narrowed or blocked access to justice by millions of Americans, leaving them unprotected and defenseless in many serious ways, while giving business corporations preferential treatment and full opportunity to influence the 3 branches of government toward the gross imbalance of power against the people. And whereas the Congress has imposed trade treaty despotisms over our democratic institutions, literally, bypassing our courts, legislature, and executive department agencies to unelected, closed-door secret tribunals in places like Geneva that have enforcement power against the U.S., subordinating our domestic branches of government's ability to preserve and enhance labor, consumer, and environmental standards to the domination of global commerce, bottom line, and has endorsed the usurpation of our judicial process by secret tribunals under the WTO and other similar invasions of U.S. sovereignty, whereas the access to members of Congress has increased for corporate lobbyists and decreased for ordinary citizens. Therefore, the citizens of whatever state, whatever congressional district, for Senator X or Congressperson Y, hereby summon you to a town meeting at a place of known public convenience. Your constituents will establish an agenda of how Congress should shift long overdue power from the few to the many, both in substantive policy and through the strengthening of government and civic institutions. We deem this summons to be taken with the utmost seriousness as we gain grassroots support throughout your congressional district or state. We expect to hear from you expeditiously so that the necessary planning for our town meeting can take place. The People's Town Meeting reflects the preamble to the Constitution that starts with "we the people" and the supremacy, the sovereignty of the people over their elected representatives and corporate entities. Be advised that the summons calls for your attendance at a town meeting run of, by, and for the people. Please reserve a minimum of 3 hours for this serious exercise of deliberative democracy. Sincerely yours, the names of senators and citizen groups, at least 500 of them. So it's a tool of cohesion. So let's hear some ideas, because our presenters here are in the front ranks of trying to deal with this problem of a lack of civic motivation. How do you get people ginned up? How do you get them turning out? How do you get them rolling up their sleeves? How do you get them to get their friends and neighbors together, which is where it all starts. It's the civic community that starts the political and corporate establishment moving in the right direction. Medea, can you give us some of your ideas? And then when you all do, then we can mix it up and get some more of your ideas.
Well, first let me thank you, Ralph, for bringing us together and exemplifying what we need to do in terms of getting out of our silos and not feeling like I'm an environmentalist, so I don't look at Black Lives Matter, I'm into the racial justice issues, I'm not going to look at the war issues, and on and on. I do think, as friendly critique, it would have been better to have more ethnic diversity in the speakers and more women. But I do think it's so important that you show us how you can get people together to recognize the links between so many of these different issues and trace it back to the need to take more power. I also think it's such an incredible time to be doing this because people are now looking at the electoral scene and saying, oh my God, what are our choices here? And recognizing that whoever's in the White House, we're going to need a strong movement to win whatever the issue we're most concerned about is. And on the positive side, we see all of the energy that Bernie Sanders has gotten in his campaign, particularly among young people. And that gives us a lot of inspiration about what kind of movements we can now generate with these young people looking to where they take their energy. How many people in this audience were involved in any of the Occupy movements? So I think there we see it was an example that you didn't have to be part of a group to be part of a movement. And that is really critical when you think about it, because I often fall into the trap of saying, what group are you affiliated with? And that limits us as to who feels they can participate. Because as Ralph, I think you're trying to move us towards, is always this citizen participation where you are an active citizen, no matter whether you are part of a group or not. We have to make sure that you are part of a movement. So that's, I think, the direction that we can go in now. The Occupy movement was a movement, and people could feel that they could go to their local Occupy as an individual, and suddenly they were part of it. The Sanders campaign, I think, is similar in that you can, no matter where you live, as an individual, feel that you are part of it. If you look at some movements like in North Carolina, where Reverend Barber has spearheaded the Moral Monday movement, where lots of different issues came together and come together every single Monday, and people can stand up and talk about what their issue is and get support on their issues, that's another example of how we break out of our silos. In terms of what we physically do, I love all kinds of actions because you never know which ones are going to really hit. When Ralph talks about taking back Congress, I was delighted to hear Dennis Kucinich today use the words Occupy Congress, because I think Occupy Congress is just a brilliant idea. We all kind of got the image. I have been part of occupying Congress for many years now, and it can get lonely out there occupying Congress. I think one of the biggest moments we had of occupying Congress was actually before the war in Iraq, when we could get huge numbers of people out on the streets, but people didn't like to go inside Congress. You know, they have this feeling that Congress is not like, for me, you know, either I don't participate on that level or I just don't have a relationship with Congress. And we had to pull people to come into Congress. And one time we were going through the halls of Congress. We were 100, mostly women, and we were dressed in pink slips saying if you were for the war in Iraq, you deserved a pink slip because we didn't need your services. If you were against the war, we'd give you a badge of courage. And we went to offices, and usually, how many of you have done any lobbying? So raise your hand if you get to meet with a staffer. Raise your hand if you get to meet with a quite young staffer. Nothing against young people. We love young people. But it can get very frustrating when you go in a congressperson's office and you're meeting with somebody that is just out of college. They don't even bother to have a notebook with them while you talk. They're just kind of shaking their head and looking dazed about what they're going to do as soon as they get off of work. And that's your experience lobbying. So to try to do something a little more what we called extreme lobbying, we would just go in the offices and sit there and demand to meet with the senator or the congressperson, not the staffer, not the aide, not the intern. And when we went to do this, we even got to Hillary Clinton's office when she was a senator, and we refused to leave the office. They said, oh, she's not even here, she's not in the building, she's doing this, she's doing that. And we said, wait, well, we were 100 people in pink slips. And they didn't know what to do with us because we were singing in the office. And we were out in the halls and we were busting out. And so finally, they said, all right, we found Hillary Clinton, she's gonna come down. And she got a room for 100 people, and she sat there for a half hour. She listened to what we had to say. Unfortunately, when it came her time to talk, we didn't like what she said, which is she said she was going to vote for the war in Iraq, at which time we took off our pink slips and basically threw them at her. But it was an example of extreme lobbying. We have had better examples. For example, with Elizabeth Warren, when the Israelis had invaded Gaza for the third time, were killing hundreds and hundreds of civilians, and we heard Elizabeth Warren had said that the Israelis had to protect themselves. And we said, oh no, not Elizabeth Warren, we need some extreme lobbying. So we got a group together and we went into her room and we made a bunch of rubble out of styrofoam and we put on black shrouds and death masks and baby dolls soaked in blood, and we just sat down in her office and wailed, and we just wailed and wailed and wailed and wailed until we got to meet with her chief of staff, and we got to talk to Elizabeth Warren. And I wouldn't say she's the best on the issue, but she has improved on the issue, and things like extreme lobbying do help. So I would say, when we as Code Pink go to Congress, immediately the police, the Capitol Police, as soon as we walk in, they get out their walkie-talkies and they say, Code Pink in the house, Code Pink in the house. And they follow us wherever we go. Even when we're going to eat lunch, they sit near us. When we're going to walk the halls to just sit in a congressional hearing, they're following us. They're our good friends at this point. But anytime we're in a hearing, there will be police in the hearing because they think we might do something terribly extreme, like hold up a little sign that says something like, cut the Pentagon budget or stop wars. And they get very intimidated by a piece of paper. But if there were lots of us, and if there were lots of us in the local districts, where 50 people means a lot, where 100 people means a lot, and where Ralph is talking about 500 people in a local district, that is a revolution locally. So I say yes to what Ralph is proposing. I say it's a great way to connect our issues, and I say it's about time that we let the people who are elected know they are supposed to represent us, the people, and if they don't do it, we will occupy them until they do. Thank you.
So what's the lesson? 2 lessons at least from what Winona said. It's called in personam lobbying. You lobby right to the top. the senator, the representatives, as close as you can get. When you see these massive rallies, they're not so massive anymore, coast to coast on some issue. It's usually on a weekend. The members of Congress are not there. They're on the mall. And a lot of the energy goes into the ether. And it doesn't come back onto the 535. What Medea has created with all kinds of demonstrative behavior is right to the decision maker. They try to slough you off, and interns and staff, etc. In personam lobbying. Who are the most successful lobbyists in the country? They don't do national demonstrations. Have you ever heard the Chamber of Commerce do mass demonstrations? They focus on 535 people. They know who their doctor is, who their lawyer is, who their friends, who they play golf with, how susceptible they are for money, etc., etc. The NRA, do they do national demonstrations? That's all in personam lobbying. It's on every, they have dossiers on every member of Congress. They know more about some of them than they know about themselves. AIPAC, do they have mass demonstrations? AIPAC doesn't have mass demonstrations. It's in personam lobbying. That's what Medea has shown. And she adds breaking the mold. So when they put pink slips on and other things like that, it's not just getting the media attention, because she is a genius at getting visuals for the TV. She could teach Trump a thing or two. She knows how to get the visuals. It shows passion. They know that even though they might be just 100 up there or 20 up there, that they're representing the public sentiment out there. They know that. That's what gives Medea's focus on Capitol Hill. So that's what I derive from what you've been doing. Medea's innovation, thinking new ways to get attention and to show passion and to follow up with content. When they interview her in the corridor, she knows what she's talking about. Content, detail. All right, our next presenter is Winona Haughter. Winona?
Well, I just want to say that back in about 1968, when I heard about Ralph Nader, that's really when I was inspired to work for the public interest, and I knew that I was going to be a public interest advocate. So it's always an honor to be on a stage with Ralph Nader or to work on a campaign. So at Food and Water Watch, we decided about 10 years ago that the days of waltzing into Congress and actually being able to accomplish much, unless you had money to buy votes or an organized voting bloc, it was impossible. So we decided to actually, in a very logical way, go out and in some of the states that we thought were most important, that we would work to amplify grassroots voices, local and state-based groups, and work on some of the most important issues of our day, our resources, our climate, the food we eat, the water we drink. So we have 16 offices around the country, and the way that we work is we develop a strategy that's very goal-focused. We look at the member of Congress, or in some cases, I'm going to give an example of a governor, we figure out everything there is about that person, how they tick, and how we can build the political power to actually change what they want to do to achieve what we want. So we've been having a lot of fun with the DARK Act. You know, the DARK Act is legislation in Congress. We just had a victory on it, a cloture vote that now has delayed. We're hoping maybe kill it, but this is a bill that would actually undo state laws, in particular a state law in Vermont that says genetically modified food has to be labeled. We know people want labeling, but of course the food and agribusiness industry doesn't. So sadly, as is often the case, some of the votes that we need to get are Democrats, people who are considered progressive Democrats like Senators Bennett, Clocher, Stabenow. So we've been having a lot of fun in our state offices beating up on those people, literally with hundreds of people doing actions, you know, going way beyond sending letters or the petitions that are kind of the beginning of a campaign. We delivered a birthday cake at a big fundraiser for Senator Bennett. He wasn't too appreciative of that honor. But so far, we've been able to hold the line on these Democrats. So I want to talk about a campaign, though, that we engaged in with a lot of state and local grassroots groups. And I think it kind of exemplifies one of the things that we need to think about going forward, which is the connection between local, state, and national politics, and how you do build political power. How do you get people interested in going after their member of Congress? Because I can tell you in our experience, it's harder and harder to engage people on members of Congress because they think it's hopeless. And the other thing is, I think there's been a lot of foundation money that's directed people at doing corporate campaigns, you know, trying to make different corporations behave better. Well, we don't believe that we should depend for our health and safety on corporations behaving better. We should make corporations behave better. So we have a big effort around fracking because we see climate change as one of the major threats, as David Freeman was talking about. And we've seen a number of Democratic governors actually talking in favor of fracking. And New York State was a state where there was a lot of grassroots activity with local groups calling for a ban on fracking. Back in 2011, we started working with a number of those groups. There ended up being more than 200 local groups around the state of New York who wanted to ban fracking. We became the first national group to call for a ban on fracking. And what we found is that people want to fight for the world they want. They don't want to fight for what's politically possible anymore. And I think that's a big takeaway in all of our work. Let's fight for what we really want. So for 4 years, we focused on the target, which in this case was not a member of Congress, but a governor, Governor Cuomo. And at the beginning of the campaign, there were more people in New York who thought the state should have fracking than were against it. And I won't go into all of the fun that we had and all of the hard work, the thousands of public meetings. We literally organized a group of people who would follow the governor wherever he went. It got to be a joke even with him and his family. They once went to a fundraiser and his daughters said to him, "We're at the wrong place. There's nobody with a ban fracking sign." He actually said this towards the end of the campaign when he finally went along with banning fracking. But I think the real takeaway is this was a coordinated campaign. This is a campaign that we developed a strategy with goals. We raised money together. We took the hardest line possible. When the mainstream environmental groups laughed at us and said you could never ban fracking, it's really fun because by the end, when we banned fracking, when the governor banned fracking in December of 2014, all of these environmental groups had on their website, "We banned fracking." So that's what we should do, right? We need to bring everybody on board. We need to make these groups more brave, more willing, less afraid, willing to actually challenge the status quo. So that campaign opened up a whole lot of possibilities around the country. We've won a moratorium in Maryland. There are now 500 local resolutions against fracking. And our movement collectively, because we would say that we do need staffed and funded national and state and local organizations that are there for the long term, to fight, to watchdog, to have the ability to do the research, to help amplify voices. And we were able together collectively as a movement to work with Representative Pocan in 2015 to get legislation to prevent fracking on public lands. We're now getting sponsors. This is an educational effort, right? We know that it will take years to do this, but it's time that we do have to come together to really put pressure on members of Congress to connect issues to elections and to really build the political power so we can win and so that we have a future for the next generation. And we need to give the next generation leadership roles. We need to look to them, accept the things, their strategies, some of the things that they want to do. And just because we've been at it a long time, we have to be open to a lot of diversity, new voices, both racial, gender, all sorts of diversity as we go forward. And I just look forward to working with everybody on this effort to actually summon members of Congress to a people's meeting, because this is what we're going to have to do to actually win.
Thank you. Thank you, Winona. Take away from what she was saying, we should be careful and not stereotype all members of Congress in the same category, because you do have a minority of very progressive people compared to others. And when you have mobilization the way Winona has done, it gives them more energy. It gives them more power inside the legislature. In this case, it was Albany. It gives them more power. They start unfurling their intensity inside because they know they're supported outside. The people inside who oppose them become a little bit more quiet. They're wondering. They got their finger to the wind. Is this going to happen in my district? So it's always important to pick on. I know a lot of legislation we got through. You pick your allies and you strengthen them inside the Congress. Thank you very much, Winona. I mean, she could have given you a lot of other examples around the country, but imagine this one person built this over 100 people all over the country with a big office here in Washington while she's farming, writing books, etc. Right? Now, here's the second takeaway from Winona. There are a lot of talented people who know what the presenters knew. And they have fire in their belly. But for some reason known only to themselves, and this has nothing to do with illness or anything like that, they tend to minimize their potential instead of maximizing it. They tend not to take equivalent talents and equivalent concerns to another level. And Heraclides, the ancient philosopher, once said, character is destiny, and I modestly added another few words, personality is decisive. So when you look at people who you want to work with, you have to not only judge their character, because when things get tough, character and personality really are absolutely key. You have to try to give them that civic personality that I talked about earlier, that will toughen them and not make them so introverted and blistered by moonbeams and things like that, having a larger circle in terms of their objectives. So that's what I take away. And Winona, thank you very much for the food you're growing, by the way. You are connected to a CSA?
Yes, but you know, I can't say that I grow much of the food. My husband does that.
You're busy going all over the country. Our next presenter is Miles Rapport, who is the head of Common Cause, one of the early citizen lobbies started by John Gardner after he left the cabinet post of health, education, and welfare. And I've just introduced Miles. But Miles, I hope you can also note, because he's coming at it from an organizing civic point of view, but also he's a public official. So you might just mention that report you put out on democracy as Secretary of State of Connecticut, and whether it was emulated by other secretaries of state in your remarks. Thank you, Miles.
Okay, thanks, Ralph. You know, I think the idea of today's event really is highlighting and encouraging and putting a star on the idea of citizen engagement, citizen activism as a motive force for change. I had a very funny and interesting experience, which I already shared with Ralph the other day. I was driving along and listening to the radio, and there's a new campaign that's being done by the automobile industry together, not one or... What? It's supposed to be on. Can you hear me now? Okay, maybe I'll put it up a little bit.
Yeah, put it up some.
Can you hear me now? As they say? All right, good. Anyway, I was listening to the radio, and this advertising campaign being done by the auto industry, and one of the about safety, all about auto safety, and one of the commercials was from one of the companies who said, "We're celebrating 50 years of our industry's commitment to automobile safety." And I thought, now that is really funny, because what we're actually celebrating is 50 years of the publication of Unsafe at Any Speed, which was the citizens forcing the industry to do what they should have been doing. So that's my way of saying, Ralph, thank you very much for that 50 years ago and for 50 years of activism ever since. I'm very proud to be the president now of Common Cause, an organization also with a nearly 50-year history. Will be 50 in 4 years. Founded, as Ralph said, by John Gardner. And the basic idea was to also mobilize citizens. He had a famous quote, which was, "Everybody's organized except the citizens." And the idea was to kind of create an organization where citizens could stand up and speak for themselves. So over that 46-year period, you know, Common Cause has a rich and storied history of winning campaign finance reform, the very first campaign finance reform in the post-Watergate moment, freedom of information laws, working really hard to get the 26th Amendment to allow 18-year-olds the right to vote, to highlight ethics legislation and transparency legislation, you know, throughout its history. So we're committed as an organization with 500,000 members and 35 chapters around the country to really enhancing and fighting for the core values of our democracy wherever we can. I want to say a word about the moment I think we're in, because I really do believe that we are at a remarkable and extraordinary crossroads moment. I think the dangers to our democracy, not just to public policy, but to the very structures and the very functioning of our democracy are very real. And I'm not talking simply about, you know, a political candidate. I'm talking about the way in which the system is functioning. We have now the influence of money in politics to a greater degree than we have ever seen before. Billions and billions of dollars going into campaigns, much of it thanks to the Citizens United decision in secret money, where you can't actually even trace a source because it's given to so-called 501c4 social welfare organizations, but where money is dominating, you know, not so, and the fact, frankly, the fact that Bernie Sanders has done so well raising small dollars, and the fact that Jeb Bush did so poorly, even though he had $100 million. They're interesting pieces of fact, but they are the exceptions that prove the rule. It is not a situation where money is not dominating. Money continues to dominate overall by defining the character of the debate. And I'll come back, and I don't want to take time now, but I'll come back and tell you a story about when I ran for Congress later on as an example. So I think, and there's also, but in addition to the money dominating, there are also efforts to undercut the very basic right to vote. States around the country, in the wake of the Shelby decision, two decisions, by the way, Citizens United and Shelby, where we'll look back 20 and 30 years from now, the way that they look back on the Dred Scott decision and say, what in God's name was the Supreme Court thinking when they both eliminated the last vestiges of a campaign finance reform system, and when they rolled back the Voting Rights Act, which passed virtually unanimously just 10 years ago. Anyway, but voter ID laws, attacks on same-day voter registration, shortening early voting periods, all these things that are going on now to try to prevent the right to vote. Very, very, very dangerous in my view. So I think it requires all of us to have a tremendous amount of vigilance. But I'm also extremely optimistic because I think although the challenges to our democracy are real, I think we are at a moment where the citizens are regaining their voice and thinking about the issues of our democracy and how we can do it. You know, when I was at Demos before, the issue of economic inequality, we wrote books about it. And the end of every kind of conversation about it is, and why isn't anybody talking about it? And then we would talk about campaign finance reform and how the money was dominating politics, and why isn't anybody talking about it? And we would talk about voter suppression, and why isn't anybody talking about it? Well, now, here we are in 2016, those three issues are front and center in our public debate. There's no question about it. And not just in the Sanders campaign, throughout the country, the issue of whether the system is rigged against ordinary people, the issue of whether there is racial discrimination and racial inequity that continues to stain our democracy, those are issues that are being discussed at every level of a political debate. And I am a firm believer in the idea that when that conversation changes, and it is changing, the public policies will absolutely follow. So there are two things that strike me of what we need to do in order to really kind of rescue, support, strengthen, rebuild our democracy. There is a policy agenda that needs to be undertaken about it. And I won't spend a lot of time talking about it, but I'll just give you 4 examples of sort of buckets, I would say, or categories where this needs to be done. One is the issue of money in politics. There's no question that we need to roll back the undue influence of big money, secret money in our political life. There are things that we can do short term, even within the strictures of the Supreme Court decisions. Small donor public financing, which is a reform that is gaining traction in many, many states around the country, is going to be on the ballot this November in places from Maryland to New Mexico to Denver. All around the country, people are going to be voting on it, and the last few times it's been on the ballot, it has succeeded. So that and disclosure are both allowable, even under the Supreme Court decision. Longer term, we need either a constitutional amendment to reverse Citizens United and give Congress and the states the power to regulate campaign financing, or we just need to hammer away in the same way that the right wing has done on the jurisprudence around money in politics until the Supreme Court reverses itself on Citizens United, and I absolutely believe that they will. And by the way, while they're reversing themselves on Citizens United, how about Buckley v. Vallejo, which was the original sin as far as I'm concerned. Once they said in 1976 that spending money on James Buckley's Senate campaign in unlimited amounts, $1 million, huge amount of money at that time, was a constitutionally protected free speech. It's been a slippery slope and downhill since then. Anyway, so money in politics, we have got to deal with that issue. Voting rights. We have to both fight back against all of the efforts to restrain and undercut voting rights, but there is also a proactive agenda that's making real headway around the country. There's a suite of policies that if you're serious in a state legislature or serious in Congress, you can enact to make it possible and much more likely that people actually exercise and access their right to vote. Everything from pre-registration of 16 and 17-year-olds to get them into the system, to same-day voter registration so people don't have to register 30 days in advance and then go back and vote, to the restoration of voting rights for people with felony convictions. We have 5 million people in the country who cannot vote, citizens who cannot vote because they have a felony conviction on their record. Whether it's automatic voter registration, a reform that's really picking up steam, just passed in Oregon, California, Vermont, West Virginia, and now Connecticut. That whole vote by mail, or vote at home, as some people are now calling it, really critical. Early voting, all these reforms will, in sum, make it possible for people to get out and vote. Okay, so the policy agenda there. By the way, we do need redistricting reform. We need a system where voters select their representatives rather than the other way around. We have the worst kind of partisan gerrymandering in the wake of the 2010 Tea Party victory that we've seen in years. There are states where there are the congressional delegation and the state legislative delegations look nothing like the voting patterns of the state. That can be changed by developing independent citizen redistricting commissions in state after state. It's another issue that we've got to go. And we need media reform. I know you have Michael Kopp's earlier at the conference, who talked about the need to resist the domination of the media by small numbers of conglomerates, open internet, resisting corporate mergers, supporting municipal broadband. All those are key issues. So there's a policy agenda, as there is a policy agenda on ending economic inequality and progressive taxation and health and safety issues, all those things. So there's a policy agenda. So that's the first point. But that policy agenda requires real citizen engagement. There's no question about it. A, we're not going to win the policy agendas, and B, once we win them, you're not going to keep them, and you're not going to implement them without a real citizens movement. That's another area where I'm really encouraged. I mean, again, as Ralph pointed out, we're not getting the kinds of numbers at demonstrations the way we did back in the anti-war movement in Vietnam, where I got my start. But, you know, the democracy awakening that all of us participated in just last month, you had 5,000 people from organizations throughout the political spectrum, and not siloed.
Yep.
It wasn't just a money in politics rally. It wasn't just a voting rights rally. It was all of it. And it was great to see. And it was hugely diverse by race, by age, by gender. It was a really extraordinary piece of work. And you see that. You see it in the incredible amounts of energy that millennials and young people are now showing around the political campaigns. So I think that a lot of this is happening. We also need to give people real opportunities to participate. I want to give you one good example and make a little bit of an advertisement, not for Common Cause, but for an agenda item. There is about 14 groups have gotten together and created a Fight Big Money agenda. We have a book, a guide for Citizens Guide in the true Ralph Nader fashion. And we have a candidate's guide. We are sending this, and it's not just, it's Common Cause, it's Demos, it's Public Citizen, it's the PERG Network, it's a whole group of Every Voice, it's a whole group of organizations where we're getting candidates to say what they will do, not just what positions will they support, but what will they do to fight against big money. The website is whowillfightbigmoney.org. If you go, there are ways that you can contact your congresspeople. They have been sent, all the candidates have been sent the agenda. We want them to endorse it. We want them to commit themselves to it, and we can do that. Last thing I'll say is that in a nutshell is the citizen summons idea, is getting people together across silos, across organizations to say, we as citizens want our elected officials to engage with us. We want them to do it seriously. We want them to do it on a consistent basis. We want them to do it on our terms, not on their terms. So I can say for Common Cause, and this is natural because it's right up our alley, that participating in the Citizen Summons along with other organizations to create those activities will absolutely be something that we will be eager to support and participate in. So Ralph, thanks for initiating it. Thanks for having me. Happy to engage in a discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Any of you want to pitch in, add anything else to what was said?
May I tell my story?
Yeah, the one, you mean as Secretary of State?
Well,
oh, you got to quickly mention that report you put out.
All right, so I've had two requests from the people, which of course, once the people make a request, you can't resist.
Yeah, make it brief.
But I'll do it quickly, yes. When I was Secretary of the State in Connecticut, we put out a report called The State of Democracy in Connecticut. We did it, which was a tricky process because we had to first set what are the benchmarks going to be, and then how is the state doing. And we ended up with a kind of a 72-page report that set up 5 benchmarks about voting and participation, about the domination of money, about economic inequality, about public services, about the minimum wage, and then it analyzed how Connecticut was doing. It got a lot of pickup, a lot of attack, mainly because we included what was the state's minimum wage in our definition of whether the state had a good democracy. But it also got picked up by secretaries around the country in other places. And so this is really something that I think is great, and it was our idea to get citizens to really react to it and talk about what kind of democracy we have. Here's my story about running for Congress, just so you get a feel for it. So I was running, this is 1998. I was running for an open seat, and I was in a Democratic primary. And what I was given, I was basically, first I went down and talked to the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee and the NCEC, the National Committee for an Effective Congress, and they said to me the following. This is almost 20 years ago. I started to tell them about my credentials as the director of the Connecticut Citizen Action Group and all my great ideas, and they stopped me about 35 seconds into my speech and said, we have one question for you. Can you raise $100,000 between now and January 1st? If you can, then come back and we'll be really interested in your ideas. If you can't, your ideas don't mean anything. And the basic lesson was you got to go with, the currency of the realm in terms of running for office is, can you raise money? Hasn't changed, it's only gotten worse. So, but I took, I was no dummy. I took it, I said, all right, I'm going to go raise some serious money. So this is one night out of the same thing happened 40 nights during the course of the campaign. They give me a list of people who have given $1,000 or $500 or more to a different congressional candidate. Go in the room, take your Diet Coke, close the door, keep calling, and get the money. So think about it. Who are you calling? Who are you talking to who can give $1,000 to a congressional candidate? You're not talking to people who are having trouble paying for daycare. You're not talking about people who are working 2 jobs to make ends meet. You're talking to people who are owners of car dealerships whose issue is environmental regulations are too strong. You're talking to people who want to lower their taxes, who did say to me, the problem is the people on welfare are getting everything. And they, all day, all night long, I was talking to people who talked to me about the concerns of the rich. Okay, environmental regulations, high taxes, high income taxes, too much regulation, too much government, get it out of our lives. And, my job was not to convince them that they were wrong, even though I thought they were. My job was to get the check. So conversation after conversation, 50 in that night alone, about those concerns. You start to believe as a candidate, and I had a pretty strong backbone, Ralph taught me that, you start to believe that those are the issues out there. The issues are there's too many environmental regulations, because that's what these elected officials and candidates are doing all day long, talking to people and hearing their concerns of the rich and the fact that they need to be responsive to those concerns, not the ordinary citizens' concerns when they get elected. And I did that 50 nights, and by the time I was finished with it, I was so sick of it, I thought I'm never going to run again, and I never did.
Yeah. On that point, by the way, how many of you have heard of the STOP Act? Listen to this one. This just was introduced in January. It's H.R. 457, introduced by a Republican from Florida, David Jolly, congressman, and co-signed by Congressman Nolan. This is off that amazing recommendation by the House Democratic Committee to the newly elected Democrats to the House almost a year and a half ago. They said to them, you should spend 4 hours a day raising money. 4 hours a day raising money. And so he's put in a bill which has all of 6 Republican sponsors and 2 Democrats, I said earlier, which directly prohibits members of Congress from asking for contributions personally. That prohibits them from personally asking for campaign contributions. I mean, their supporters can do it, but they can't support it. And anybody thinks this is rather unique. Already in judicial elections in 30 states, judges are prohibited from personally soliciting money. And it's something that is perfect for a citizen summons, isn't it? It's got left-right support. And who wouldn't come and demand that the STOP Act should be enacted? Congressman Steve Israel, when he announced his retirement, said that he spent roughly 4,200 hours on the phone asking people for money while in office. And so what Congressman Jolly wants to do is liberate the members of Congress so they can do their jobs. When they do 4 hours a day, they've got to go to a hotel room, some office near Capitol Hill and do it. It takes completely the time away from their duties. Anybody want to say anything before we convene? And I'll just have a few concluding remarks. Yes,
I already said it, but I want to say it again because I think it's really important. We need to fill rooms like this with young people. And we need to do that by giving them leadership positions as we organize things and making room for young people in this wider and broader movement. And I think that's why the democracy events that Miles referred to here in Washington over politics and money and voting rights, I think that's why it was so successful. Besides being a number of different organizations, there was room for leadership for young people. And in fact, Democracy Spring was an event organized by young people who came to Washington to get arrested on the states of the Capitol. And through negotiations, the different events that different groups planned beforehand were able to come together and to be a more powerful event. And I think that's really important going forward, to be really careful, to be very, very careful to include everyone in the movement in these types of activities, and the citizen summons as we move forward.
That's good. Yeah. As people in the audience know, the mass media refused to preview these 4 days, except for the conservative Washington Times. The Washington Post didn't preview it. The New York Times didn't preview it. The local TV stations didn't preview it. And so the only way people found out about it was social media or Amy Goodman. Channel 8 previewed it. And a few others. Had the media done its job, after all, this kind of gathering has never been brought together in American history. There's never been more groups on more issues under one roof ever. Had they done their job that they do for the entertainment industry or the sports industry or the politicians, or this place would be full. And that doesn't take away from your fervor, who came here and demonstrated your interest. So I think we got to. I think part of your energies on civic mobilization is really generically to go after the mass media, and not just for what we're doing, but they're just not doing their job, and it's their public trust and their public airways and all the rest of it that we talked about earlier. And I did say, without the mass media covering the auto safety issue, we wouldn't have gotten the bills through. They covered it daily. We had Drew Pearson, we had Morton Mintz in the Post, we had Walter Rugaber in Detroit, New York Times, we had Pat Sloyan in UPI, and they kept covering it. They weren't just doing a feature for some prize. And you tell them, this is a glorious past. This is your great moment. Look at it, you helped save all kinds of lives. Why don't you extend it? And the answer is, they've become a commercial business worse than ever. They've gone on the New York Stock Exchange, Washington Post, New York Times, and concentration monopoly and a few 6 giant media conglomerates. So when you hear about commercialism and concentration, it really affects whether people live or die or have a decent living and all the other things in the country. I'll repeat it again. When Jefferson was asked if you had the choice between a government without a press or press without a government, he took the latter. So thank you again very much. And if you have any questions to them or any of our presenters, any suggestions, you have the emails on them. They've all promised they'll get back to you with your whatever ideas, suggestions, questions that you may have. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Winona Harder, Miles Rappaport, and Medea Benjamin. Congealed human civic energy. Well, after 4 days, how's your absorptive capacity? See why I called it a civic marathon. I just have a few comments and remarks, suggestions. One is, I don't know if you ever heard of this book, The Small Community, but it came out in 1941, I think, by the former head of the Tennessee Valley Authority, one of David Freeman's predecessors. His name was Arthur Morgan. Very intriguing. When he left the Tennessee Valley Authority, he had one nagging question on his mind. How do you make social change? How do you make social change? So he goes all over the world, literally. He goes to India, South America, Europe, trying to get answers to that question. How do you motivate people to put forces in motion that get change? And he came out with the final conclusion, after he studied how change was made and not made all over the country, that it all starts with what he calls the small community. There it is again, the small community. 1 person, 3 people, 10 people, 20 people. That's true of our history. Just check all the social justice movements. They all started with small communities. The whole farmer labor movement started with small groups. Abolition of slavery, women's right to vote. So I urge you to read that book. You can still get it online. It's called The Small Community by Arthur Morgan. The other books that are still very useful are Saul Alinsky's books. How to Organize, terrific, concise books. One of them is called Rules for Radicals. He was the organizer in Chicago who organized the neighborhoods in Chicago. Very innovative person. Knew how to get people motivated who were down and out up against the odds of the ruling forces. The other point I'd like to make is you might ask yourself, can you print that citizen summons, make copies of it, and start holding little meetings? It could be in your neighborhood, your living room, it could be in a club, it could be in a school classroom that's available, or a church basement. And give us an idea of the reactions. Test it out. We have to experiment with different things. Give us an idea, tell us what works. We're really very hungry for that, and you can do it because you're going back home where it all has to start. There was once a young man in his 30s. He came to one of the organizing meetings, and where it was sort of like a citizen training seminar, and he was from Weehawken, New Jersey. It's 14,000 people, pretty down and out city and deindustrialized, et cetera. And he said he decided to go to the town meeting, and he gets into the town meeting, and he's the only one there, other than the town council, et cetera. And he was stunned, and he had all kinds of good ideas. And so he comes back the next time, and he's the only one there. You want to talk about civic demoralization? So I said to him, I said, well, let's take the 1% theory. Let's take away the children from the calculus, and let's say there are 10,000 adults in Weehawken, and you had 100 people like you who would show up, who would be provide some of the hours of their time, their contacts, their knowledge, etc., to improve the community. I thought he was going to fall off his chair. He said, 100 people, I can't believe it. We could change the whole town. And just look at anything that you're interested in. Imagine if 1% of the adults in this country organizing Congress watchdogs, that's 2.5 million people. Sometimes there are major disasters and tragedies and evils and injustices coming out of this city. There's nothing out there. There isn't one person I know working full-time to get the members of Congress to audit the Pentagon. Not one person. That would be a very good thing for the citizen summons, by the way. That brings left-right together. So give us your experience on this. Sometimes when you leave rallies and marches, you're almost totally exhausted. But you got to help put forces in motion. You know your community. The key problem you got to overcome is the brilliance of your diagnosis of the bad things going on. A lot of times when we're so good at figuring out what's wrong and we know what should be right, that we don't go to the next step and do the organizing. And so we just talk to each other in a cafeteria or restaurant. You've been at that, right? And dessert, appetizer comes, entree comes, dessert comes, and you're still engaged in denunciation of injustice. And don't get to the next step. Academics are very prone to that, by the way. They just go in a circle like that. So brilliant, their analysis, their examples, historical context. And at the end, you say, okay, what do we do? There was once an article written by a specialist in administrative law, and he said, we haven't gotten one functional idea from the political science profession in terms of mobilizing democracy. One functional idea. Kenneth Culp Davis, he wrote it in the early 1960s. He was one of the leading administrative law professors in the country. So copy the summons and see if it begins to work. A lot of people don't step out because they think they're alone, right? Now, if they're not alone, that's what the citizen summons helps do. There are other people like you. You're not alone. By no means you're alone. You're probably often representing majority opinion. The other thing I just want to suggest is try to get the schools to have citizen skill work for the students. The civics class should be experiential, not just, memorizing our government has 3 branches. It's like reading a ton of sawdust without butter when you pick up an academic civics text. Get them, the children love it, no matter whatever age is, to connect with their community, connect with the town hall, connect with the environment, the rivers, the lakes, the historical society, and then you put issues in front of them. And with adult supervision, you can't believe how they'll surprise you. I mean, we think the young generation is always looking like this now, and we're right? They got this phone, they're completely mesmerized by there. But here's my belief. If you have low expectations of the young generation in this country, they will oblige you. If you have high expectations of the young generation in this country, they will surprise you. And that holds true for all of us. If we have high expectations, we tend to reach. If you have low expectations, what you get is demoralization, withdrawal, and cynicism. The other thing is community colleges should have adult education seminars on citizen skills and field experience. That's what they're originally supposed to do. They weren't supposed to just be trade schools, developing a skill for a job. That's fine. But they were also part of the community. And they're not that bureaucratic. They're not like four-year universities, et cetera. They tend to move if they see a community demand to get an adjunct teacher or someone who's a civic leader and skilled in holding these kinds of adult education. By the way, there are all kinds of materials, how to put on a press conference, how to file a Freedom of Information Act, endless materials you can get online or in bookstores that are very, very usable by people who have great skills. And the other thing that I think is important for people to do is cross the generation divide. I think the young generation in our country is growing up with less time from adults than any generation in history. They may like that, but if we believe in the connectivity of good things we call legacies, we have to spend more time with younger people. I say that because I spend decades with people increasingly decades younger than me. And I do notice that they have their own little circle. And it's getting tighter and tighter with, Facebook accounts and Instagram and all that stuff. It's moving not only from a little circle in reality to a circle in virtual reality. And the next step is, the things they're going to put goggles, the Oculus Rift and that kind of thing. These turn into corporate controlling processes. This is what dissipates the mind. And the young generation thinks they're being liberated while basically they're being controlled. in ways that they discover later on. And their possibilities are being limited as well. So please go and spread the word, multiply yourselves, put forces in motion, pick things up from your shelf that you've been wanting to do civically and dust them off and do it. But let us see if this citizen summons works. One way you can tell if it works is if you have a really good progressive member of Congress who doesn't like it, you know it's going to work. You know that that person is progressive, sui generis. They don't want to be pushed. They don't want to be told. They're kind of low rangers. As a result, they're not networkers and they don't have impact in the House and the Senate because they don't come out of a mass mandate. When you give them a mass mandate, when you give them a mass organized town meeting, they come back to Congress, they start talking about it. Wow, can you imagine this? It's unbelievable. I never saw such a turnout. And they know more than we do about these subjects. They have a specialist here and a professor there and an organizer there, and they know what's going on in the neighborhoods. They want to flatter you and flummox you and try to fool the people. That's what they're experts in. Flattery, flummoxing, and fooling, whether they're left or right, because they want you to leave them alone, regardless of where they are in your political spectrum. Leave us alone. Bernie Sanders hasn't returned a call of mine or a letter in 17 years. Leave me alone, Ralph, he says. I'll go as far as I want to go, and don't push me. Don't tell me to network. Don't tell me to assemble groups, community groups, the way Paul Wellstone and some others did. So you want to test it. To me, the citizen summons is irresistible. It's irresistible because it comes out of self-respect, it comes out of knowledge, it comes out of camaraderie, it comes out of the neighborhood, it comes out of indignation, it comes out of respecting posterity, it comes on being able to look your children in your eye and your grandchildren in your eye and have them look back with, wow, I want to do some of this too. That's what it's all about. That's why we called one of our campaigns the campaigns of joy and justice. And someone later on said, where the hell's the joy? I said, it doesn't come from us, it comes from you. You're the joy. Some of you have come long distances from Oregon and Florida and elsewhere. And we need to know why you came so that we know why others could come. Some of you come from the greater Washington area. I think we would have filled this place if we had the mass media giving us the same break as they give entertainers, sports figures, and politicians. But they don't. They don't respect the civil society. They really don't. That's one reason why John Gardner founded Common Cause. They don't respect civic groups. There are a lot of reasons why. One is that the civic groups have not been able to give them political pain, media pain, power pain. They haven't been able to fight back to get that kind of respect. The right-wingers often make more demands on these media, and that's why they get a response. That's why they get some columnists in the Washington Post, or that's why they get time on TV. The Standard, the Weekly Standard, is on radio and TV all the time. Where's the Nation? The Nation has a circulation 5 times the Weekly Standard. It's the same thing. It's like the Weekly Standard listened to Frederick Douglass. Power concedes nothing without a demand, never will, and never did. I do want to thank the people who helped make this possible. We had some wonderful benefactors who didn't think this kind of gathering could ever be put together, and we spoke to them, and they respected our experience. And now we have it all on video, and it's been streamed, and it's going to be sent to schools, to citizen groups around the country, separated here and there in terms of subject matter of interest to the various audiences, and I hope you'll help us do that as well once we get through the process of editing and putting it in transmissible shape for educational and civic purposes. But of course, it all takes the unsung staff who put it on to get it underway. And I just want to tell you their names, and you've met some of them. Every one of them had a managerial responsibility on some part of this gathering. And you know how complex it is to keep everything on time and get people where they should be and take care of serendipities and unexpected situations. So I want to thank the following, and we give them a horrendous round of applause. Okay. Sherry Moxley, the stage manager. Alicia, you want to do it one by one? It's fine with me. Are you game? Okay. Alicia Sells, assistant stage manager. Sylvia Cancella, our press person, and is she ever going to write a report? Todd Main, our totally calm, unruffable manager of many of these parts. Gene Stilp, king of the consumer props in America. Talk about someone who can get the press's attention. STILP, if you want to look them up, from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Anti-nuclear, pro-peace, everywhere with these huge props, giant balloon-type creatures. Someone once ran on a none-of-the-above write-in, mainly me, in New Hampshire, and he made overnight like 50 giant pencils, write me in. And they put them on cars and went all over Manchester and Concord. Then there's Anthony Semino, who's our web designer. He's not here now. He's designing webs. And there's Kate Spatola and Evan West working the details. You met some of them there. Yeah, our artist, you see that? That's his work up there next to On Safety's Feet, among other things he's done. Nick Randhawa. Frank Garvey, who's here, there, everywhere, also doesn't get ruffled. Hunter Jones, yeah, he's got his cap, calm, from Baltimore. Pedro Di Tomasi, he was trying to help people at critical times. Robin Diener, she did the books and the tables, see? And before you go out, if you want to give a gift or pick up one of these big posters, the great thing about the posters, not just memorabilia you might sell on eBay someday, it's a discussion starter. And what is this? What happened? You put it up in a storefront window, an empty store. A lot of empty storefronts in our country, unfortunately. And as far as the books are, it's that same homily. You can tell younger people, readers think, thinkers read. Readers think, thinkers read. Some marvelous books there, and still some of the great publications from various groups whose presenters you heard from and saw on the stage, like on pesticides and anti-nuclear. Just terrific material, well done. It grabs people's attention, accurate, compelling, and on very important subjects. Sarah Gardner, another person who helped out there and here. Chris Otten, too, should have gone to law school, Chris. Chris ran for mayor in the district. He had no money at all. He got 15% of the vote. Beverly Orr, who makes sure the accounts are kept. Shahid Alam, again, another troubleshooter who helped us. And then, of course, the manager of all the managers, the anonymous, modest, everywhere, John Richard. Well, all good things have to come to an end, and I hope you pick up some of the materials there. This is one of my favorites. There are 2 boxes, as well as 101 Ways Money Corrupts Politics. You can put that up on bulletin boards and storefronts all over. Give us a feedback of what happens when you get back home and what you've done so we can learn from it and replicate it. That's the key. Learn from it, replicate it. Have questions, throw them at the various presenters in the groups, and suggestions. But keep telling us what has happened, because we want to come back to you. And if it's good enough, we want to do 4 more days in September, right here, and fill it up. Thank you very much.